You're my nemesis. Warning. You're my nemesis. Warning. You're my nemesis. 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 Warning. You're my nemesis. Warning. while it lasted. I thought that we were forever. I didn't know any better. Took a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. Frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how we used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just two passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken glass. keep it going, like the night is never over. From tonight until the morning, I just wanna get to know you. I just want to, baby, get to know you. If you want to, I just want to, baby, get to know you. I just want to, baby, get to know you. Get to know you.
Happy Thursday, SMITE fans. You're watching the EU SCC. A little bit later on today, we'll have the continuation of the SPL Season 8 group stage. My name is Dolson. Goremizer is with me. And Gore, whether you're a fan of the SCC, the SPL, or more than likely a fan of both, plenty of SMITE action for all the fans out there today.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited. Like you said, the continuation of the group stages later today, getting to kind of reset the slots for a lot of those teams, like people who are at the very bottom that would not have gone to playoffs maybe otherwise, have that shot to and chance to maybe kind of break out in these group stages, top 3 of each of those going to the playoffs. And then when it comes to the SCC, I mean, just really interesting games with things that have been going. Again, the top 2 is what matters most. I believe most of these teams are locked in. Can't remember if anybody can really switch around at this point. I think actually Europe might be one of the few places where the top 2 can shift, and I think it's because of accounting department and Pandemonium.
Yeah,
so
right.
This is actually a pretty high-stakes match for accounting department.
And it's a dream scenario, you'd think, for accounting department going up against Just F6, who just last week we've been told won their first game of the phase so far. So if you're accounting department, you're trying to hold on to that top 2 spot, you're going up against a team in Just F6 who, granted, up until last week, had found little to no success so far here in the SEC. Now, this Just F6 team, one thing we have seen, Gore, is although they've been losing, and again, we got to harp on the one win that they were able to grab, but though they've been losing, they have been putting up fights in their matchups. They've been pushovers entirely so far throughout the phase. So it could be an interesting matchup here for accounting department if they don't have their wits about them.
It's maybe the worst consolation prize I can give you, and we're going to see a lot of highlights like this. Like, this is at their base, and this is what I will give them a lot of credit for. They are really awesome at cool fights that happen, unfortunately, in their Titan ring. It just seems that like they need to expand that out. It's a really weird thing to be good at. And I think they, like you said, shown a lot of talent. Of course, they've had some roster swaps throughout this entire split as well. Yep. You know, Listimix originally, or not Listimix, Roulat as their jungler early on definitely seemed to kind of shift the team dynamic, picking up Worst Turtle and kind of redirecting where they want to go. And by then, they were already kind of locked in for maybe those bottom three. It didn't seem like they were necessarily going to jump towards the top. I actually think the addition of Worst Turtle, as well as the way this team has been playing, has given them a lot of chance to rise. Now, is that enough to beat a team like Accounting Department, who's the number 2? Maybe not today, but I do think this is a team that, whether or not like relegations, what have you, happens there, I do expect to see more of them as long as they stick together.
And look, I think that's one thing Aggro and I talked about the week of those roster swaps for this Just F6 team is, even though you're down and at the time more than likely out, the fact that you're still making changes, trying to improve, shows that this team realizes that Phase 1 of the SEC is not going to be their stomping ground. It's looking towards qualifying. It's looking towards the rest of this year of SEC play. And I think that shows the willingness to improve, and that's what's important for Just F6 moving forward. Now, Accounting Department have their eyes set on something a little bit more important, and that is the playoffs here in the SEC. We talked about those top 2 spots being so important. Elysium has had a pretty firm grasp on that top spot throughout most of the phase so far. But Accounting Department and Pandemonium kind of going back and forth for that number 2 spot is really where the action has been happening over the last few weeks. And with the names that this Accounting Department team has on it, Gore, it's no surprise that they've been in those top couple of spots all phase long.
Yeah, they were able to give Elysium some trouble last week, although you can see here Ice was running the Sylvanas jungle at one point. There were some interesting tactics that were brought out by the Accounting Department. And I dislike saying it this way, but this one was a very big jungle diff game when it comes through. Like, Ice did not really stand up to perform to the level I think that you needed. I think both games ended up being like 4 levels down at one point. Wasn't able to impact a lot of kills, especially compared to what Adapting was bringing, what Angry was able to accomplish. And I think Elysium just played cleaner, and I do think that's more on the fact that Elysium is going to play incredibly well than it was Accounting Department necessarily playing poorly. I expect that Ice as well as the rest of Accounting Department are going to look really solid today, especially after that loss. They tried some things out against the number 1 team in Europe. They didn't quite work out, but that doesn't necessarily mean they won't work in general. I'm excited to see what they can bring us today.
Gore, without further ado, let's jump in to picks and bans for game number 1, and let's see if Sylvanas Jungle is going to rear his head again here today. My initial reaction is most likely not. And this is one of those types of games where it's so important for Accounting Department to kind of bear down, get the job done. It's so easy, and this is kind of an all-sports type thing where it's so easy to overlook opponents that are on the opposite end of the standings from you, but in an important matchup like this, where this is the game where you buy 1 game of separation for the time being from Pandemonium, it's no holds barred, right? I mean, you got to make sure that you cross the finish line in a comfortable manner if you're Accounting Department. So I think probably relatively clean in picks and bans is what I'm expecting here so far. What I was not expecting, Gore, admittedly, seeing this Gilgamesh banned out, we saw it at the SPL level a good bit last week. Saw some success. I mean, Jungle felt kind of back and forth. I don't know if you have a different take on that. I mean, Jungle, I feel like dead even in the KDA department is kind of what I got used to. It was like 4-4-4, like 8-8-8. You know, like it was doing a lot of killing but doing a lot of dying, but still powerful enough maybe to ban away.
And that actually, what flabbergasts me the most, I want to talk about this Gilgamesh, but the fact that King Arthur was picked up over Tiamat right now is definitely, I think, a good showcase for how important he is going to be, and something that you need to maybe recognize, at least in terms of King Arthur. I'm also going to give a shout-out, because mentioning the Gilgamesh, going back to it, was it Burj GG, BURJGG on Twitter, tweets out every now and then some super serious SPL stats. Yeah. And my favorite had to be the 148 drop kicks during Gilgamesh's first week last week, which was very, very fun to just have that number available for it. And I had to go pull that up. And of course, I'd recommend following anybody that posts stats, because I really like those myself. But it's interesting to me, Dave, that you got, like, I mean, he comes through. He's really strong. What we saw last week, though, is Tiamat's just as strong, and guessing we don't see on board yet.
Yeah, Tiamat not picked up, and more than likely won't be picked up by Just F6 as the Scylla has been locked in. This is something, remember, in a lot of their replays, this Just F6 team, they like this Scylla pick. Soto's out of the mid lane can perform well on this pick. This is a team that has done well volleying that CC together with a flurry of damage from the Scylla on the back end, so I don't think any surprise there seeing the Scylla. Definitely, though, a surprise that we're not seeing the Tiamat on the other side. More intrigue, Gore, in the picks and bans so far as Ares gets locked in here for the accounting department, although it's Kalas, so I think it's pretty fair to expect maybe that pick out of his wheelhouse. And then the Chernobog first pick, I think, still somewhat surprising. We were doing a lot of discussing about the Gilgamesh, the King Arthur, things like that, the lack of Tiamat. Chernobog going first kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really solid pick still. And I think that we're going to get to see a lot of interesting global ults throughout all of this. It's one of the things we've seen a lot of Rise and other hunters, you know, the Heimdall, the Onhers, etc., etc. But right. Chernobog Apollo still have a lot of those strengths they had at the beginning of the year. In fact, depending on how you chop it, they might be a little stronger now and just not quite at that level where everybody's picking them up. I think they're just under that precipice of getting locked in more often. I think Chernobog fits in really well with the style we've seen out of accounting department in the past. I think it fits really well with this team comp as well. No matter where Osiris, Ares, Raven are to start a fight, no matter what they have for mid, Chernobog's going to be able to help them out, whether he's actually teleporting in or if he's just ulting to get the slows out there. It's going to be very, very well applied.
And then some safety as well with the Chernobog if the King Arthur finds his way into the back line, which tends to happen, whether or not you like it, or the set is able to find some dive, then Chernobog is able to play somewhat safely there. Also flying under the radar, Gore, is the fact that Giannis was still around. Giannis has become kind of a blanket ban here. I mean, for a while in the SPL, it was this guy can play Giannis, this player can play Giannis, so let's take Giannis away from those specific players. It's kind of expanded to what feels like everyone now at this point. You know, Giannis is one of those picks that you need to be able to play just because of the versatility and the damage that it can provide. So Tiamat taken away, Giannis in the second wave, and that means Wolfie out of the mid lane is going to have to go somewhere a little bit different. And Giannis, no, he's banned, as I've said 9 times. Agni, then, is the answer here, Gore. Game 1 for Wolfie.
It's the interesting thing to see. Wolfie loves the Agni special, is the way I can say it. And I was looking it up, 15 games banned last week in the SPL for Giannis, so definitely someone that we've been a little more accustomed to not talking about because he's not supposed to be allowed, right? And so interesting that he was still available. Again, him and Tiamat getting banned in the second phase of bans is something that's going to be a little more interesting here. But Wolfie, look, this is a team, accounting department play their game better than they play meta Smite, if that makes sense. Like, I don't necessarily think, okay, let's give Wolfie Tiamat, let's give Ice, whoever you would say is, you know, intrinsically like Set, or whoever you look at as quote-unquote the best jungler. We don't need Deathwalker on King Arthur Cucullin every single game. We don't need Okeanis and Kalas to play the quote-unquote meta duo lane. Like, they can just play their game. Kalas's Ares is way more scary to me than Kalas's Fafnir, let's say. And I think Wolfie's Agni here is going to be a much more, maybe not prolific killer, but is going to be a great setup machine for this team. And when you have Raven already on your team, you've got Deathwalker who kind of turns into a carry when he plays things like the Osiris. I think this is setting themselves up for success. But I will say, on the other side, Just F6 got the meta team, right? Like, they have the team that theoretically should just be able to win blanket matchups.
Well, I think that's always the phrasing that I like to look for out of picks and bans, especially in a matchup of a top team to a bottom team, is if you're the bottom team, you need to give yourself a chance out of picks and bans. If you're already losing before the game even starts, then you don't have a chance for an upset. So Just F6 have absolutely given themselves a shot with the way that they've drafted here. I think Worst Turtle, good on the set pick. We've seen him perform towards a pretty high level here at the SCC on this set. So I have high hopes here. It'll be an interesting matchup, Gore. The Raven versus the set out of the jungle. You expect Ice to find some of that impact here pretty early on, so Worst Turtle's going to have to try to keep pace.
It's going to be a little harder, I think, overall. Like, the set takes a little while to get online compared to Raven. Like, this is where I expect to see Ice getting aggressive, and that's exactly what I want to see out of him.
Ice just walking in to the Just F6 jungle here. No concern at all. The mid laners will rotate over and help out. Crush will not secure these camps. Worst Turtle will, though. Has Ice bit off a little bit too much. Overhead kick will get him out of the fray just for a moment, but down to half HP. Used a bit of his disengage. You got to be careful, though, if you're Worst Turtle here, not to overextend the dash away from Wolfie to separate out this fight. And Ice felt confident there for a moment, Gore, but the moment the mid laners joined in, the junglers had to disengage.
And I think it's somewhere that you could really look at, like, Ice level 3 Raven, good enough to fight. Especially a 1v1. Now a 1v2, maybe even a 2v2 when your second is technically Agni, maybe not so much when Crush is involved. Once Scylla gets in there, the scales start to tip a little bit more in their favor. And so it does make things, I think, appropriate call, right? Run down set, make Worst Turtle feel not embarrassed, but like ashamed of his own jungle, like, oh man, I can't clear that, like I just can't do anything here, and take advantage of the fact that you have that earlier like level jump than what Worst Turtle's going to have. Takes what, 2 more levels now that he's hit level 4 before we really start to see him have the same potency. And take advantage of it. Try to do whatever you can, even if it doesn't result in kills. Stripping away farm is going to be maybe the most important thing you can do early on.
Ooh, Ice has found some good damage on Sotos here. I think for a brief moment there, and maybe even still now, continuing a tier 1 dive, but with Scylla, a Sick'em Crush combo would likely put you down, especially if you're within tower range there. So Ice and Wolfie playing this one slow. Everyone here in the mid lane is ticked over to level 5 except for Sotos, so maybe a chance for Ice and Wolfie to fight, but Sotos surely will play safe enough to get this wave in and move himself over to level 5. Feels like the pressure slowly, I mean nothing palpable yet, but slowly pushing against Just F6 slightly. A moment ago you saw Deathwalker on the blue buff, but as I say that, Worst Turtle walks forward and runs down Wolfie. That is the consummate caster's curse there. The second I think Just F6 are on the back foot. Accounting department proved me wrong. And Worst Turtle finds first blood, but Ice trying to close the gap to answer back.
And they're not going to be able to lock down set. That's the glory of set. Although maybe I spoke too soon this time around. Okeanos decides to run around. But I don't know, Dave. This seems dangerous.
Gotta be a kill here. And Kalas is just going to burn down Worst Turtle. So the duo lane, in a quick flurry, rotates over towards mid, and that's the answer back. Accounting department needed, maybe not wanted. You don't ideally have that kill on the Ares. Maybe Okeanos was able to pick it up after using the ultimate to get over there, but getting the kill nonetheless is important, especially now that Ice is going to be able to get back onto the map a little bit quicker than Worst Turtle, find some farm over here in solo, and give himself a 1-level lead over his jungle counterpart.
Now, it's interesting to think, though, First Blood bounty, that experience, that gold, 200 up for Just F6 total, and still a level down technically for Worst Turtle. So all of the arguments I was about to make in favor of him getting that really does just equalize him out with where Ice has been. That's something, again, last week I think we didn't get to see full Ice potential. And I'm expecting he's going to be coming back and maybe punching a little harder this time around. But they need a couple more team fights to go their way and a little bit more in their favor, right? I mean, that's a lot of heavy investment to get a simple return kill on the jungler. At the end of the day, like, Sotos, right now, almost dead, definitely in danger, and, had to back off to base at least. I think there's a lot of potential, and I think Accounting Department's team fight gets better and better the longer the game goes on. Agni will do more damage, his stuns will be more prevalent, you'll have more follow-up for him, things like that. But I need, like, if you're going to be second place, you got to cement it, and you got to cement it real hard, right? Like, you can't be stressing too hard about it. And I think this is their chance to really kind of solidify themselves as a top team in Europe and showcase why they deserve to sit up at the top.
Yep. Definitely bounced back well after dropping first blood. Wolfie did over in the mid lane. Maybe to be expected once the Agni dashes down. Easy to kind of collapse on and find that pressure. Been quiet over on the right-hand side of the map, outside a little bit of pressure that Deathwalker had put in, but Gore, maybe that's just what we're supposed to get used to nowadays. I think in a couple SPL games we saw heavy right side pressure, a couple blue buff invades maybe. But it feels like over the last few weeks we've seen this fight mindset over the red buff, over the purple buff, and then trying to brawl out there in the mid lane. So maybe no surprise that that's where we've seen most of the action spring up here sub 10 minutes.
This is where things get important. Well, right as they start that, Collis is going to be able to blink in and at least get one.
Oh man, Worst Turtle does not have beads for 5 seconds. That just feels real bad. Collis grabs the pole, grabs the kill onto Worst Turtle, whose beads have just now come back up. And that's the dream, right? You talk so often about these Ares compositions. Getting the beads off of the members of Just F6 is what's going to be so important for Collis to find big value here, and it's a perfect example.
And look at the opening that's been created, right? Kalas goes in, gets the beads. Yeah, maybe they're backed up for Worst Turtle. Sodos doesn't have them. Guess who's going to be able to have lockdown? Oh, well, there's immense slows from Osiris. Technically a stun in there as well. Ice has a root. You have Wolfie with stuns, Okeanos with slows. Like, a lot of control on the side of accounting department to be able to find different ways to lock down Just F6. It's also interesting that Ares, of all people, is the one that's 2-0. Granted, who was it, like Jake last week, I know, who went like 8-1-12 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, right,
had a super ridiculously large KDA on Ares. I think Kalas is definitely being able to step into the same shoes here and maybe fill the quote-unquote carry support.
Bring the freeze.
Can we talk about the like, well, no, we can't because it's SEC. I want to talk about the spring that the Bolts have had over these last few weeks. Now technically in control of Group A there on the SPO with the Leviathans, as an I'm a Monster from Sodos won't find the kill, but he's overextended, and Wolfie will thank him for it. Now the accounting department off to a 2-kill separation over Just F6. Wolfie picking up 1 and an assist. Feels like Sodos just kind of tunnel visioned there, Gore. Looked for the kills, saw a couple low health members under an I'm a Monster, and went for it.
And unfortunately, tunnel vision never truly pays off here. The big thing is, at least that I'm starting to see, slowly growing to about 1,500 gold in counting department, right? 2 kills is enough, but that gold lead, that's really going to start kind of knocking things home. About 1,250 more like. So almost there, not quite. Same thing there for the experience, though. And there's still a Scorpion hanging out on left. You know, the Gorp is sitting kindly in his pit waiting for someone, let's say Okeanos, to come over and take him. This should take him over to that 1,500 mark, but not only that, this is a team that, with the fights going the way they are, specifically getting rid of I'm a Monsters the way they are as well, they could start looking towards Furies.
Oh man, look at Wolfie, the pressure he's put on Sodos here. No chance for Sodos. And the mid lane onslaught continues here, Gore. The Scylla has just been plucked time and time and time again. And the beads, look at them, just now off of cooldown. So whether that's calculated by accounting department or just luck or somewhere in between, playing around those beads cooldowns has been the name of the game for accounting department so far. 1 onto Worst Turtle, 1 onto Sodos, both of those deaths, less than 5 seconds left on the beads coming back at the time of the kill. So, you know, that's an important thing for the accounting department to be able to continue here. A little bit different, though, out of the mid lane build score. We've gotten used to seeing Charon's coin, maybe Indosphere the Magus, something similar. Rod up to Hootie was so popular early on in Season 8. Wolfie still sees some value there in that pick.
And I kind of like this. I feel like Agni benefits from just kind of pure power here, and admittedly early on, like with the way the Agni bombs are going to be hitting, the stuns and the connection, plus the amount of burn damage he did to Sodos. I mean, look at that one meteor that he dropped right there. It's just so clean in terms of his damage application. I don't know that you need to worry too much about Pin just yet, and it seems like he's riding on the wave that it's just going to be insane power.
Yeah, Sodos not feeling great so far. 10 and a half or so minutes into this game. 2 levels down to his mid lane counterpart, 0-2, and then Worst Turtle has the other 2 deaths there out of the jungle. Unfortunately, this side of the map not feeling any better for Just F6 unless Worst Turtle's able to pick up this kill onto Okeanos. He's going to have to drop down elsewhere, you'd think. Nobody drops down by Toddy and grabs the kill. Worst Turtle's going to trade things back, and Gore, maybe that's best case scenario.
I mean, that's exactly the kind of kill you want to find. Okeanos has a lead over Toddy. Granted, 1-for-1 is not always the worst, but you stop at least Okeanos from being able to continue farming, get even further ahead. And admittedly, you get what I would call is a much-needed kill on the Worst Turtle. Maybe not, like you said, the best scenario that you're happy with it, but it's something. It's a consolation prize. You're walking away with it. Technically now slightly ahead of Ice in terms of level. We'll see how long that lasts here for Worst Turtle. I want to see him be more proactive as well. I think we're starting to see this. I mean, you're playing set. You've got Scylla. You've got King Arthur. I want to see you get aggressive. I want to see you fight because I think this is a composition that benefits from the team fights and grouping up.
Yep.
Just a 6, especially fresh off a win last week, should be able to start feeling themselves a little more confident in terms of when they take these fights and engagements.
You would think so. Alas walks towards Toddy here, who will airstrike away and notice the beads. Minute and a half or so off of cooldown, so Kalas realizes it's burn the ultimate or grab a kill in all likelihood on Toddy there. Deathwalker's slowly been feeling comfortable here in this lane. We've seen some blue buff invades that has just been Deathwalker kind of walking himself forward with a few members of accounting department close by. Normally I'd question the relative strength of an Osiris rotating into these fights versus a King Arthur. But the fact that it's Deathwalker, Gore, I think gives you maybe a little bit more confidence in the Osiris and the ability to find some of that frontline stickiness with the likes of the King Arthur on the other side.
That's one of those things that's really interesting, right? Like, in a vacuum, in a blank space with players, like the same player, equal skill, playing these gods, King Arthur theoretically comes in and wins. But then Deathwalker's Osiris is just better in the matchup than I'm going to give Lestimic's King Arthur credit for, and I think that's something that we're going to not only have seen for 12-ish minutes, but continue to see. And yeah, maybe King Arthur's still a little bit of a lane bully, still at least keeping pace, and that's honestly a big boon for Lestimic's here. Like you said, once it starts rotating to team fights, it's the impact they have there that's going to make a big difference. And Deathwalker's Osiris at least has in the past continually proved to be something a lot more deadly than pretty much anybody else's top meta picks. So it'll be fun to watch. That being said, I want to give Lestimic's benefit of the doubt. King Arthur has been an absolute just menace lately.
Worst Turtle has beads, but elects not to use them until after he's already been pulled in. And whether or not the timing was correct down to the pinpoint doesn't really matter, because Worst Turtle was able to survive, but the beads are down. So Kalas burning a pair of beads, or a set of beads, I guess, for himself here. The ultimate will be back before those beads are, so you consider that maybe a worthwhile trade for accounting department.
And honestly, I think not only worthwhile for them, but you see Worst Turtle, like, he doesn't use them at first. It might be like a question mark moment of, like, why not? But it's that, can I live through this without having to use my beads? Like, how much follow-up do you really got over there? The answer was enough, right? And it caused him a little bit of trouble. Speaking of trouble, Deathwalker is in at half health trying to fight 1v2.
Is he in trouble? Yes, he is for the time being. There's maybe a moment where he's able to turn this fight around, maybe with the rest of the team. He will be. Okeanos has ulted over from the left-hand side of the map and will pick up a return kill now for the accounting department. 1-for-1 trade. That's been the name of the game, hasn't it? Accounting department has gotten all these free kills throughout this game. But if they lose a team member, it seems like they are consistently trading out at least one kill. They haven't really given anything over for free outside of the first blood here in this game.
I mean, that's something that I think is maybe more beneficial for just F6. I guess for accounting department, technically, it means they stay ahead, but you already have the lead. If just F6 are trading 1-for-1, somebody is getting a little bit of gold out of it on their team and should be pretty happy about it. But that's the biggest problem I think just F6 are also going to be facing. They have a coordinated gank on an overextended Deathwalker to lock him down between the Tier 1 and Tier 2, and they get the kill. And within seconds of that starting, accounting department have two people who have made a full rotation over there. That's what Okeanos' strength, that Chernobog's strength is really going to be, which is that just kind of instant transmission. I can be over there if I want to be in the middle of a team fight that just causes so much stress and trouble for them in the middle of anything. Like that engagement, you're never fighting a 2v1. You're fighting a 2v2 potentially, right? It's a 2v1 with an asterisk on it that you never have that true numbers advantage. It's always at least even.
Bring the freeze.
It does feel that way. It's very immediate. You talk about the likes of Apollo, that ultimate has to channel for a little while. Still global pressure. But Chernobog feels quite literally like up, down, and he's there, and can't really say much about it now if you're just F6. Worst Turtle's done a good job, though, keeping pace with Ice, even one level ahead, as you mentioned earlier on there, Gore. Unfortunately, things have remained the same from the mid lane on over to the left for just F6. It's 2, sometimes 3 levels out of the mid lane that Wolfie is ahead of Sodos. 1, sometimes 2 levels that Kalas is ahead, and Okeanos, with all those rotations that Jingwei just can't keep up with, has pulled a 1-level lead on this Chernobog. Rotwin swinging away at the Gold Fury a couple of times, but no real chance for him to do that. But with that pressure, Gore, mid to left side of the map, with those types of leads, maybe that gives accounting department a little extra confidence starting up this Gold Fury here soon.
The biggest issue is always going to be Sodos, though. I mean, Agni, look, same conversation I'll have with, like, a Merlin, where Agni's got a great ult. It is not your standard secure ultimate. I mean, you can drop all 3 meteors and still barely scratch the amount of damage that Sodos is going to be able to do with one I'm a Monster, right? So you really have to be cautious around it. I think team fight department-wise and lead-wise, definitely a spot where if I'm accounting department, I'm looking for a fight. And definitely going to be able to force an issue around a, say, Pyromancer, Gold Fury, maybe even a Fire Giant relatively soon, depending on where they want to put that pressure. But I think they have to get rid of Sodos, or at least force Sodos out of the fight before they can start it up truly and feel like they have confidence in securing the objective.
Right, yeah, it's a great point there, Gore. Or even from behind, I'm a Monster does massive
So
burst
good.
damage.
Yeah.
Some penetration built in as well, percent pen, some flat pen on top of it, so Sodos will be swinging despite being a few levels down of the counterpart there in the mid lane. But it's all about creating that scenario, right? We already saw Sodos try to form that situation for himself, where he walked forward, tried to I'm a Monster, and was kind of left alone there on an island. So if the rest of the team fight isn't forming around Sodos, it could be difficult. But just F6, they want to start that situation around the Gold Fury. Crushes down, and look how quickly just F6 have done the objective. Lastimics, he's rotated on over here as well, but he is quite low, and the rest of just F6 have to leave this fight. They quick work that Gold Fury.
Yeah, that's just a good call. Coerce, specifically coming down from Rotwin, but that's the follow-up. Lastimics is getting pulled back in.
Whoa, that looked like a squishy King Arthur there. Somehow it's Tank Boots, Gaia, and Void Shield, and still looked like that health bar disappeared. Accounting department find themselves a pick, now work themselves under the tier 1 tower here. It's a blink forward. Kalas into the back line has found Sodos, who will dash away thanks to the beads. Ice, up, down in the back, has found a few with his ultimate here, and look at the onslaught from accounting department. Death has arrived for just F6. Worst Turtle will trade back one, but Rotwin, the last member standing against the deicide.
It's been a while since I've seen a fight that was so worthwhile for one side, then tanked completely like that. I mean, you lose 4, yeah, you get the Gold Fury, technically you kill off Ice, but at the end of the day, you're still worse off. Yeah, now you're about to lose the Fire Giant. I think they had a really good fight. Lastimics gets caught out, and I like the fact that they go to defend, but I think you let that tier 1 fall. I don't think you want to go back into that fight any other way. The accounting department just eat you apart. It was a good call from Kalas to get the pull. They burned Lastimics, like you said, way faster than it feels like it should. Now they get a tower, a Fire Giant, and theoretically off the back of a Fire Giant, a few more towers on top of it. Losing the Gold Fury is just a drop in the pond for what they're about to be able to do to the map.
Yeah, it feels like I wouldn't say we were questioning the Chernobog first pick. We were like, here's maybe why, because it's a bit unconventional given some of the priority that we've seen at the SPL level. It feels like Okeanos has made that first pick worth it and then some, with the way that this Chernobog has played so far this game. The rotations off the ultimate have been perfect in trading back kills. I mean, and it's always worth mentioning, I think it's Aggro that says, you know, whenever the backliner's having a great game and are able to free cast like that, you have to give shouts to the front line, and I think that's absolutely the case here so far for accounting department. But Okeanos is having himself a game so far. 20 minutes in, 3-1-4 on this Chernobog, building into a little bit of crit towards the back end. It's been such a game changer, it feels like, in every stage of the game.
Yeah, the Wind Demon, now that it's online, granted it's online for Toddy as well, and theoretically it synergizes a little better with Toddy. But what we're seeing out of Okeanos, at least presence-wise, has been a lot more powerful overall. It's also interesting that both of them went Devo's Gauntlets. We saw a lot of Transcendence. I think that's just more of a metric for who these hunters are, as opposed, like, I don't think Chernobog and Jingwei are going to be your Transcendence builders. But I like the fact that they have this lifesteal. At least here for Okeanos, it's kept him in the fight a lot longer.
Wow, we are 20 minutes in, and this Fire Giant has about 2.5 minutes left until it times out, and accounting department are looking towards the left side. Phoenix here, there's a route that's connected onto Sodos, forces the dash away from this Scylla. Phoenix feels like it doesn't have much life left in it, and the left side Phoenix will go down, and accounting department will back themselves away, look towards the mid lane and the right side, which both have tier 2 towers left standing. There's an interesting defense there, Gore. It seems like just F6 were content kind of poking and prodding, but maybe sensing if you lose a fight there, the game's over.
It's something, you lose the Phoenix, yeah, it hurts, but it's not done. You lose the fight, that Titan's dead right now. It doesn't necessarily matter that you have 2 towers standing. It's still squishy enough, especially with Fire Giant, to be able to knock it down. Wouldn't be surprised to see the pressure accounting department have. Ice is kind of where I'm keeping my eyes on. Also, Worst Turtle, look how deep he is.
Yeah,
and
wow.
Yeah, you might get to play Distraction here. You might even pull accounting department away if they noticed you, but I don't know what the goal is for Worst Turtle. I guess right now it's an invade. He's going to strip away experience and potentially a speed buff, all while losing a tier 2.
Still a minute and 15 seconds left for accounting department. I was wondering what direction they would look to go. there was maybe a chance, if they rode that wave in, accounting department, that they would have been able to push in, grab themselves a Phoenix, because look at what Just F6 are doing. They are grouping up between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower here, but it's only 3, soon to be 4, of the Just F6 team members. Listimic still back in his own jungle. Wolfie's about to get dove here. The trap is sprung. Oh no, it's so unfortunate for Just F6. They walk forward too soon, and now Soto's being run down. Deathwalker finds the opening kill, and it's a big lockdown on the backside. Worst Turtle inches away from being stunned on out, and Aegis will save his life a little longer, but Ice grabs one. It's a killing spree for Kalas, and it's a trap going the other way.
I mean, that was really good setup into, unfortunately, like you said, just too soon execution. I think they needed a couple more steps, really, out of anyone on accounting department. If it wasn't necessarily a difficult defense before, now this one's going to come up to Toddy. You got to go big or go home.
Yeah, Toddy, the Jingwei, has been quiet so far here this game. It's got to be massive damage, but the only massive damage we've got is accounting department putting it in onto the Titan, and in 23 minutes this one will come to a close. It was first blood for a Just F6 score, but I think the trend that then got established was that accounting department was never going to let any of those individual kills go individually outside of the first blood. It felt like every single one was at least traded back with one of accounting department's own.
I think that was one of those moments, especially at the end, where you're going to have to make a Hail Mary play. It's just where are you going to make it? Fire Giant Pit in your base or right outside their Tier 2. If that takes just a little bit longer before it gets jumped, they actually probably come out of that with a couple of kills and maybe surprise the accounting department.
Right.
Might even be able to swing that into a Fire Giant, something interesting for the latter half of the game. But that just goes to show seconds matter. Even just a small 2-second window there all of a sudden collapses the plan.
I was going to say it was a exclamation point Hail Mary type move in chat, but Just F6 had to have been in control of the game to throw it. So, like, it was a Hail Mary attempt, but I don't think it's a whoa, look at that throw type moment from Just F6. A good thought. Didn't work out. Accounting department, they take game number 1. Gormizer and I will take a break. We'll be back for game 2.
What your crew think. I know your moms probably think I'm a bastard. Your pops probably want to beat my to death and take a in my casket. But I got sick of fighting, bickering, fussing over nothing, cussing. Instead of watching the death of discussions that we once had, days that we once spent in the backseat of our cars, reading poets at sunset. It's funny how love can fall out the foreground, get pushed into the back of your mind. We used to twist a spliff and laugh and relax. Now you crying, and I'm trying to find the reasons. So I ask, does forever ever happen, or is it always fade to black? I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul. On the road, I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul. On the road.
I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. Too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Boy, all that like Keenan. Still got crack, they fiendin'. Flow still hot like Phoenix. Shine so bright, I'm gleaming. This off top, I'm tweaking. Fresh out the rat like Neiman. And I'm still trying to fight my demons. Cause we all gotta act like Tina. That's why I gotta ride with the Nina. Outside, it's a war going on. Make me put my hands on my head like the Macarena. They want you walking on board like chemo. Ain't give a F to you like John Cena. Putting blood on the brand new Beamer. Trying to earn 8 stripes like Adidas. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a Keto. And expose to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo. Mi gente must really need Jesus. They shed real blood. I never seen the crypt and I believe it. It's too easy. Too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. I can do this with my eyes closed. It's too easy. It's too easy. It's too easy. I've been there, done it, seen it. Y'all just talk, don't live it. And just took that route, that seen it. Now I'm so outspoken like Reason. Jimmy Neutron, boy, young G's. And I'm a self-made man out of Sweden. And it's still off top, I'm tweaking. But I still gotta fight my demons. I ain't no good, I'm evil. I ain't been clean since Eden. It's a war going on outside. Make you put your hands on your head like the Macarena. That's why I gotta watch my demeanor. You know they locking up blacks and Latinos. It's the same old game, ain't nothing really changed but the mileage on the meter of the beamer. You get cold when you ride with the heater. It'll turn you to a dog like a keto. And exposed to a cat like a cheetah. They smoke my partner like reefer. Dímelo porque o no entiendo, mi gente must really need Jesus. He said real blood, I never seen.
Bit of a stomp there in game number 1 from the accounting department. It felt like kind of a quiet stomp, though, Gore. I mean, it wasn't this, like, knockdown, drag-out type of game, but, like, very quietly in the early game, accounting department was pulling this massive gold lead over just F6, and then by the end of it, we're able to win a few big fights and kind of take things home. Dulcin, Ramsey, and Goremizer going to break down game number 1. What did you see there in game 1, Gore, from accounting department?
Honestly, just clean play, right? Like, they knew when to execute. They knew how to burn beads. It didn't necessarily matter. They got a lot of their power picks, despite the fact that no matter how you want to you slice it, like, do you go out and ban any of these? I mean, maybe Deathwalker's Osiris is something that we've seen be ban-worthy in the past. I don't know if that game was the end-all, be-all of Osiris from what we've seen. I know his top end is insane. I think this Ares caused a lot of trouble for them, though, alongside and accompanying, specifically, Ice. It just feels like they had everything down pat. I mean, there was never a point where they felt out of control, except for maybe that one Gold Fury attempt, or not even attempt, confirmed from just F6. It didn't feel like accounting department were ready to respond to that one, and yet it didn't really matter that they weren't able to, because they got the huge fight afterward, plus a tier 1, plus a fire giant, so it didn't really change too much, and I think that was actually this fight where they burn Listimics like it's nothing, and despite losing one person or two people, no, never at once two people, one person every now and then for accounting department, it never felt like things really got out of hand.
No, it was Worst Turtle doing most of the killing there for just F6. And kind of everyone from accounting department doing it on the other side. Wolfie with 2, Deathwalker with 2, everyone else with 3, kind of all even spread there. The only one without a death was Collis on the other side. Early Pridwen there, feeling like the ultimate was going to set up for some good engagements there for his team. Top damage in the game. That one goes over to Deathwalker. So talking about quiet trends, Deathwalker just slowly, quietly kind of chopping away at Listimics and then in a lot of those fights. But Wolfie on this Agni, I think, played very, very well as well. We talked a lot about Okeanos on the Chernobog and the rotation potential that had. And there was a lot of 1-2 punching going on in the mid lane between Ice and Wolfie. So definitely some combos for him to play off of. But that mid lane Agni pick definitely looked good, and it just shows you ban out the Giannis, you ban out the Tiamat. This is going to be a tough team to ban against. It seems like all their players have kind of this back pocket pick they're happy to go to.
And honestly, it really is this thing that I think only Wolfie is going to do the same way.
Right.
Like, I don't think there's a lot of other people, especially in Europe, but just in general right now, that are picking up Agni, period. And Wolfie was willing to do it last year. I mean, he picked it up in the Pro League, right? He was willing to stretch out and grab things that might not necessarily be the quote-unquote best, but they made them look good. And so I'm still excited to see what they go with here, because like you said, like, cool, you could ban Giannis, Tiamat, Merlin, Scylla, all of the above here, and I still think accounting department would be just fine with it.
Yeah, I do feel that way as well. Sobek, Athena taken away by just F6. So some changes to Athena, Gore, but still towards the top of those priority charts. Ramsey unhappy with the state of the bans here so far. Heimdall, what do you think? Are you happy with the Heimdall ban?
I think so.
I think dead stare looks good according to Ramsey there, Gore.
Yeah. Man, yes and no. That Chernobog first pick came through and I think it had enough of an impact that you need to be a little more worried about it. But I also think that you're looking at Heimdall being one of the more prevalent hunters right now, very safe, very good against Jingwei. So it makes sense to potentially try and take that away. The thing I'm not going to get, I'm going to go ahead and break this down for you. First pick Jingwei, I'm not feeling it. King Arthur was good for you. Tiamat's available. The Yanis is available. Like, there's so many junglers available. There's so much that's on the table right now. Jingwei is a virtual non-factor to me. I don't understand any reason to put her up that high.
Yeah, that's a great point there, Gore. I mean, plenty of flexibility left in the Hunter draft. Osiris, okay, so Osiris has 10 games played, 60% win rate, which is very good at this level of play. I wonder how many of those games are Deathwalker. I have to imagine most of them probably are. But look at Counting Department. They're in a spot where they can just kind of run back their previous few picks here. Just F6 have, they haven't so much adapted the bans from their first game to counteract what Accounting Department are bringing to the table. Now, that said, maybe the Sobek, the Athena, the Heimdall would have made game one look even worse if Accounting Department had those picks. So
yeah,
I think you can see some value there. We've obviously talked about the Heimdall ban there a little bit. And Just F6 will still get that King Arthur, and they will still get the Fafnir over to their side there, Gore. So some of the core of that Just F6 team starting to form once more here for game two.
Yeah, now, so if we're looking at this like at a blanket, right now, the 3 picks for Just S6, 3 picks for Accounting Department, both exactly the same as what we had, at least, like, not in order, but 3/5 of the teams that we had in the last game. I don't think this is a game you want to play if you're Just F6. Like, I mean,
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
It's one thing if you're really close and like, oh man, we lost at the very end, but it worked for us the rest of the time. You were losing. Like, you lost the game for a long portion of it. The only time it felt like you had control was because of the Fafnir combo. So I really need these last 2 picks to be a very big divergence from what they've picked up. And they banned the Scylla, so they are changing things up.
And it's got to be an E set now for the Accounting Department. So Scylla taken away, forced into something different. Could have been the Giannis, but instead E set comes to mind here, or comes to the table here. And then Discordia over on the other side. So we're going to get a different look at that mid lane matchup, Gore, from what we did have there in game number 1. E set for Wolfie instead of the Scylla, and then Discordia over for Sodos instead of the Scylla that we saw in game 1. Agni is what I'm saying. Wolfie had the Agni in game number 1. I don't know. Yeah. I'm all over the place right now. Ratatosker, though, for Worst Turtle, is going to round out the draft now for Just F6. And then Sylvanas, looking like out of the jungle for Ice score. One more time here for the Accounting Department in game 2.
No, and you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm excited to see. I think that there's something to be said about Elysium being able to handle this a lot easier. Like, it's one of those things, like, if you come in and you play this against, top teams in the SBL, they probably pick apart your jungle. I think there's a lot of merits to what Sylvanas can bring. I think there's a lot of downsides to what Sylvanas can bring. He's not very mobile. He's very telegraphed in what he's going to do, but he is really good at setup, and so I'm excited to see if this is a change of pace for Ice compared to last week. If it ends up being 4 levels down again, I want to know what it is, because I think we didn't get to see the true fruition of what they obviously must be trying out, because they wouldn't go back to it a second time. And this is where we can talk about the early game clear. I mean, think about it when it comes down to camp clear. A Mannequin Scepter, Sylvanas, who had AoE autos. Like, look, farming is not going to be his issue early on.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Gore. And a good pickup for Ice. It's such an interesting item. Look, I like Mannequin Scepter. There's something about, like, igniting people as you whack on them that just feels so satisfying, I think. So I want to see this one work out for Ice out of the jungle here. And it provides such an interesting play style to play against, doesn't it? Where if you're Just F6, you're probably so used to playing against junglers that, jump into your lane, they have this global presence. It's a Robin in game 1 who just leaps on you, uses the Mystic Rush. Sylvanas just kind of walks at you and tries to pull you, right? I mean, if you can dodge the pull, feels like some mitigation there on the pressure that Ice is going to be able to put out. But I think the Blink then maybe helps close that gap a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, again, I'm actually really interested because if they pick this 1 week, and it's just an off match, it's like, okay, whatever, like they were just trying something out, see how fun it is. If you pick it twice, that's typically the sign that you have something in mind or that it's worked somewhere and you're trying to figure it out. This is the only time I think that I can actually use this. So Sylvanas' passive is borderline useless in the sense that there are very few times where you think it is helpful, and it is only against certain gods in the game, and specifically when you're playing in Smite, if you're in the duo lane, it's really only useful against the support early on.
Look at that, he got a pull over on the Sotos. I don't know, there's something just so satisfying about it. I think it's just, I know, I was excited. Granted, it's level 2, so Wolfie had limited follow-up as far as damage goes. That's just so funny, though. Ice just kind of walks in the lane, grabs a pull on the Sotos. Beads are now off this Discordia, so now for the next 135 seconds or so, maybe a return pressure for Ice here out of the mid lane, and Ice is just kind of hanging around, but he'll rotate over. So left-hand side, nearly a solo kill for Listimics over on the right-hand side of the map. Deathwalker will stay alive. That's a little bit different from what we saw in Game 1, Gore. It felt like Deathwalker pretty consistently had been able to find lane bully pressure on this King Arthur, not something I'm used to saying. Was kind of self-invading some of those blue buffs, but action over on the left-hand side of the map as well. Looks like this one fizzles out. 3 members at half HP over on the left.
And this makes me happy because it had to end on a fight so I could go back to what I was saying. Ice is Sylvanas, so technically part of his passive is the AoE basics. That's going to be solid. Of course, right as I decided to start talking about it, being aggressive over here in the duo lane, Toddy's in danger.
If Okeanos had that ranged burst, Toddy might have maybe been a little bit more nervous there. Collis at level 3, so plenty far enough away from that ultimate. No blink. So I think, Gore, we're safe to talk a little bit about Ice.
I don't know, look at Deathwalker.
Oh, no!
He doesn't necessarily want to. I think this is something he's not too safe. There's a mid laner coming over here to visit him as well.
Well, that's totally my fault. I said we were safe to talk about it. Deathwalker, under the threat of 3, will fall for first blood on just F6, and Worst Turtle yet again find first blood here, but this time in Game 2.
And now we'll be safe. I'll be less verbose about it. Ice's passive is going to be really solid against the solo laner and the jungler. They're going to have to melee him. It should proc occasionally. It can only proc once every 12 seconds, but it's something that I expect to see a little more than you'd see in the duo lane. And that's why I said borderline useless, not completely useless. So maybe something that could either save Ice or maybe even help if Listimics or Worst Turtle are using it for their fallback. The problem is now, I think you're going to start seeing the presence and pressure that comes through. Yeah, you've got some good damage. That Mannequin Scepter's actually hitting a lot harder here than I thought it would.
Ooh, if that grab would have hit, Listimics definitely falls there for a return kill. But some early pressure from the Sylvanas, but early pressure on the left-hand side of the map as well. Watch out, Worst Turtle up into the sky. Okeanos about to get 3-manned, and now the Ratatosker showing some of that semi-global presence as well. And the jungler for just F6. Behind in levels, granted, Gore, but still ahead in kills with 2.
It's actually impressive to see that well, I guess it makes sense. Ice, the Mannequin Scepter, Sylvanas, AoEs, farm is #1. That's almost all I can think about for the first few levels here. Whereas the 2 kills that have been picked up. Worst Turtle, though, on a much better trajectory, especially as Ratatosker. This is the early game. He should be running it anyway. So it's good to see that he's being proactive in terms of playstyle. Causing a lot of trouble over there for the accounting department. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, considering they're still invading jungle buffs and things like that. But there's definitely going to be a little bit of pressure. It's also nice to see this Eset in the mid lane. I can't remember the last time we've actually seen her there, because Sino loves to play her in the jungler. And I think that Wolfie, again, it's not someone that maybe you think of as the top-end kill machine coming out of the mid lane, but she's got a sneaky amount of damage. I think that Spirit Ball specifically might be one of the highest, or at least it feels like, one of the highest damaging abilities in the game. It might just be because of the stun that comes on the other side. A max range Spirit Ball does 1.5x the damage as just, if you pop it out in front of you real fast. So definitely something that's worth noting here for Wolfie in terms of damage output. Plus Circle Protection's the best, hands down, objective secure, period, because it heals your team as well.
Whoa, look at Sotos here. He is just being chased down by the accounting department. A ranged route from Ice will connect, and Sotos will fall. Beads, dash, all of it used by the Discordia. but now Circle of Protection drops down from Wolfie, and one more will go down, and Kalas rotates over towards the mid lane. Big 3-man stun from Worst Turtle, but is it enough? Kalas says no, as Worst Turtle's going to have to use the ultimate to get into the sky, but it's a knockup from Ice on the background. One by one, Just F6 funnel in, and one by one, Just F6 will fall.
That's the best descriptor for it. Like, I could not describe that fight any better than what you just said. One by one, they maundered in, like Sodos, then Rotwin, then Toddy, then Worst Turtle. I guess there was periods of time where technically in the middle of that they had, 1 to 2 people actually engaging, but for the most part it felt like just going down a checklist for the accounting department to even be able to continue doing so. I don't know, Wolfie doesn't have that much mana to work with right now, so it feels like it might just be a retreat from accounting department, but that is a very dangerous and devastating fight, I'd say, for accounting department.
Yep.
All on the back of a red buff invade, successfully taken by Sodos. I think that's part of why it is. They were frustrated with him stripping that away from Wolfie. But it definitely didn't pay off. 2 kills onto the Ares, 2 kills onto the Sylvanas out of the jungle. I think it just goes to showcase accounting department will not relax for even a second. If they smell blood in the water, they are going to collapse in on you very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's an important takeaway there, Gore, that Ice has now 4 affected kills. Wolfie has 4 affected kills. Kalas has 3. Okeanos had an affected kill in that fight. So everyone but Deathwalker gets a little nudge in the right direction from accounting department. A few kills affected for a couple more members of accounting department than others, but important that everyone got a little nudge. And now Rotwin gets nudged in the wrong direction, pulled back into the fight. Deathwalker being looked at by a couple over here on the right-hand side. Worst Turtle doesn't have the ultimate to follow up. For the range stun, and Wolfie's got it. God, that feels far away, doesn't it? Probably Rotwin didn't expect that Spirit Ball was going to connect from there. That'll be some interesting setup, I think, here in this game. Wolfie hitting a long range stun, Ice there, able to get a grab on the back end of it, something like that. I'm interested to see how accounting department are able to play off of that. Now it's an Apple of Discord thrown out into the mid lane, up down from Worst Turtle, but Circle of Protection keeps Kalas alive. The bait and switch happens, and the bait and switch works here. It's a Strife to pull in a couple. The accounting department have already found the opening pick.
Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you, Kalas, like, I see red in your health bar, and he turned around to keep going in that fight, recognizing the presence he could have as Ares. Like, that is bravery, but also something worth noting. Not only Circle of Protection heals that can come through, it's a big burst, but Sylvanas heals. I mean, that's something that I typically am used to talking about, the support also getting that, but it is something here that Kalas is going to be able to benefit from. Not maybe the biggest difference maker. I don't know that Ice is going to be focused on healing. The damage number from that tick is probably going to be a little more important to him, but it's definitely something that's going to be helpful for them to stay in team fights.
It's just so tough. Just F6. Probably feel like the right-hand side is the only place where they can find safe pressure, but Deathwalker now again has walked away from the 2v1 that Listimics and one other of Just F6 had tried to put on him. This time it was Rotwin. But the Osiris has reached a point now where maybe tanky enough to stay alive underneath a lot of that pressure. Worst Turtle is close by to Okeanos, who will be able to walk away from this one. Had beads, did not have the ultimate, but the ability to get in and out of walls, so important there. Spending a lot of time over here is Worst Turtle. Doesn't have the ultimate, Gore, so just have to be good old-fashioned engage like this. Found the stun, but Okeanos, again as mentioned, will be able to find the root and waste a little bit more this Ratatosker's time.
Yeah, had his beads. Ult was about to come up. It's one of those things that you don't want to really collapse in on Okeanos there, but they've got that tier 1. This is where their pressure actually exists. I think this is where they should be playing, and it's a lot of control, a lot of burn on the Ice, and that's what I want to see Just F6. Like, if that Gold Fury was up, I would argue that you could start going for it right now.
Whoa, Okeanos drops down, and I have no idea where Sodos just went. There is no Ice in this fight, but it's a 3v3 otherwise. Okeanos kiting his way backwards. But look at Toddy, who's got the damage. Up and over goes the Jingwei. Rotwin being burned away down onto the ground as Worst Turtle drops back to earth to the tune of 1. It's a double kill for Toddy, looking for the autos, and he'll grab 3, and immediately Just F6. Not to the Fury, but they'll get a greater Scorpion.
I mean, God, I wish they had something bigger they could get after that. That was such a good fight from them. The first time.
Great fight.
I think I can truly say that in the last, 10 minutes plus game number 1, where that one was just clean from them. maybe not as clean as they would like. They do still lose a couple members, but a triple kill for Toddy is a really big win for them. They've got a lot of pressure on left. Like, utilize what you are already winning on. Like you had said earlier, it felt like they could only get kills on the Deathwalker, but his tower's still up. Mid tower is still up. That tier 1 on left is gone. That gives you a lot of wiggle room to control the jungle over there. Not just purple buff and red buff invades, but now looking towards specifically that Fury. You have to be careful with your engagements, or else you're just going to get caught out. They should be able to get out of here. Maybe I'm speaking too soon for Rotwin. The downside is that as long as Wolfie is alive, and as ESET is around, Circle Protection's on a relatively low cooldown, or at least it feels like it right now because it's already coming back up. It's going to be the biggest objective clear in the game, and that's now Just F6's job to dance around that, as opposed to accounting department having to figure out how to beat something like I'm a Monster as they did last game.
Gore, I know you're a big support guy. Do you think the close range pulls are sometimes harder than the long range ones?
Yes. I am.
That was just so. There was something funny about it. You know, it's going to happen from time to time. The Rotwin like inches away from Ice Ice, and then the pull is just wide right when they're a couple feet away from another. But I think that like sometimes the close ones are sort of the tough ones to hit.
I know, yeah, like when there's like the movement speed. This is where things get really weird. The velocity of a Sylvanas pull. Okay, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you how fast in units it moves, but I can tell you very carefully that I can predict where you're moving at max range for Sylvanas pull 10 times better than I can predict if you're hugging me. I will, like, granted, the upside is if they're hugging you, one, maybe they melee auto you, they get rooted by your passive, or you just root them and then you can hit it. But it is those long range ones, unless it's something like that where it's a dash from Sodos that really gets you out of there, feels a lot more comfortable and confident. So I like the long range pulls more. And I like that Ice Ice is being a lot more willing to throw them out there. Plus, like, a lot of people, depending on how long you've been playing Smite, you won't remember this, but in the way before time, Arachne's ult was just a better Sylvanas pull. I think it was a lower, or like, slightly longer cooldown than Sylvanas pull, but it had slightly longer range. It was something that was interesting. I think Sylvanas brings a better dynamic. Granted, again, maybe tweak the passive a little bit. That'd be kind of fun. But otherwise, I personally love Sylvanas' kit.
Yep.
And that pull, that's a scary thing. Hey, you're talking about burning beats. Ares and Sylvanas are going to be capable.
Well, damage is the name of the game for Ice Ice. Chronos Pendant after Power Boots finds Sylvanas second highest on the team in damage, just behind the Ratatosker and the King Arthur over on the other side. Nice double stun there, and to follow up damage. So Stimmix and Deathwalker continue to do battle over here on the right. And this is how I think we expected more of this King Arthur Osiris matchup to go. One level lead for Stimmix. Just F6 again, start up the Gold Fury this time. 3-man knockup from Ice Ice. And Okeanos will join the fight in the backline thanks to his ultimate. It's a double pull right back through from Kalas. In the accounting department, find a couple of picks. It's that big chain of CC that the accounting department are able to put down, and Worst Turtle won't steal. Accounting department get a couple kills and the Fury.
It's dangerous territory right now if you're looking at Just F6. I mean, this is a really solid, not even, I was going to say solid lead, then I looked at the gold numbers. It is 100 gold, really, for accounting department, but it feels a little bit stronger for them, doesn't it? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the control, maybe it's the late game. This King Arthur has a lot of potential, but it does start to feel like, at least in mid, things are slipping away. The 0-1 and 9 there for Wolfie. I really love the way ESET transitions into team fights, so I think this is going to be a very dangerous territory for Just F6. I think Discordia can work well in Chaos, kind of fits perfectly with the lore, but I don't know that they're creating enough and sowing enough discourse on the side of Just F6 to really let Sodos flourish. And unless Toddy gets another, triple kill, I don't know that they're going to be finding those big swings, and I think they have a lot of pressure on left, but there's not a lot to do over here anymore, Dave, so it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, you had a chance to say sow enough discord, and you chose not to say it there, Gore, so I'm slightly disappointed in you, but I think your point still stands properly, and I will happily still cast the second set of SPL today with you, but we've got to get through this one first. Toddy, maybe the man on Just F6. who can push the team over the finish line here. 3-1-2 on the Jingwei, but you're going to need this fight to go well. The carries making their way over from the mid lane. Wolfie dove in the back line, but look at the circle of protection and the killing power that it provides. Wolfie has found the opening kill on a Rotwin Deathwalker with the second. A big up down from Worst Turtle maybe turns this fight around, but we've seen this story before. The Accounting Department will slowly burn away those health bars.
I mean, that's just, again, good fight from him. Look how low Wolfie is, and you're not able to get the kill. Look how low Toddy is.
Oh, man.
And that's the most unfortunate Ice. That is the downside. The synergy between the two, depending on how things go. Maybe not as clean as can be. But definitely still fun to watch. Wolfie's going to be able to heal up here, no problem anyway, thanks to Sylvanas. This just feels like a good team fight, despite some... let's call them mishaps between Ice and Wolfie in terms of securing kills.
Fire Giant gets taken now by the Accounting Department. 16 and some change minutes into this game. Worst Turtle's just going to have to go back, farm his way in. And I think this is, frustration's not the right word, but this has kind of been our assessment of Just F6. That's what we talked about early on the desk, where they've shown signs of life in these games. And then come team fight time, just kind of fall by the wayside to some of the teams that are towards the top half of the league as far as standings go. Where Just F6, they were in control, they had the early kills, they were sweeping things back, even despite some answers from Accounting Department. And then the last two fights, Gore, I've just felt like this one's starting to get a bit out of control yet again. It's almost the same script as what game number 1 had. For Accounting Department, I mean, look at that steep downward swing. That's a 3-4 minute span. That 5,000 gold and 7,000 XP of an advantage have been built up here for the Accounting Department. And every single tower is still on the map, except for Tier 1 on the right-hand side. This gold lead is just going to feel worse and worse for Just F6 over the next 3-4 minutes or so.
What is that, 5,500 gold? That's just in towers standing on the side of Just F6. It's a lot of money that you can throw into your pockets, and hopefully my quick maths there is accurate. That's the real downside that's going to be problematic, I guess is the best term for Just F6. I mean, look, you're already slightly behind. The items already starting to feel solid for Accounting Department here. They've got 3 sentry wards that I'm not even sure they need right now in their inventories. But 5 members with a Fire Giant, we saw how easily they took a Phoenix last time, and Just F6 are in way worse position to fight here. I don't know if they can defend this one as truly as they'd like.
Yeah, Just F6 have to be careful. Remember, they were in game number 1. The circle protection proving handy now, but Wolfie in the back line dove by Worst Turtle, and Worst Turtle's picked up the kill onto the east set. A great target to give Just F6 a fighting chance, but you gotta look at Okeanos as well. The Chernobog already has 2. The mid lane Phoenix melting away. The pull, the root from Ice awaiting in the wings. But Accounting Department want no more. They'll get the mid lane Phoenix and slowly cut away.
Look, there's a ton of fun things to talk about here, and I think we talked about it a lot in Game 1, but Okeanos is 5-2 and 6. Like, I think this has been a very good set for Okeanos, to say the least. Being able to kind of transport all across the map, help out his team has been helpful. I'll also give credit, Worst Turtle did a really good job there. He was not in that fight for the beginning of it, but his loop around worked out well.
Oh, no.
Definitely a lot better than this fight has gone for Just F6. I think they try to just get into their jungle. If I'm looking at this, do I go Oni, Fury first, then Towers? I don't know. There's a lot on the table. It's kind of like sitting at a buffet when you're really hungry.
Success.
You don't know where exactly you want to go first. It looks like Accounting Department, maybe they even back after this. I don't know. They have a minute left on a Fire Giant. It's like just enough time that you could probably get another Phoenix, but not enough that you can feel super confident in your capabilities.
Right. Worst Turtle just used the Ratatosker ultimate. Maybe to engage on Wolfie. Wolfie, we're looking for the jungler, but Just F6 jungler will be able to make it back to base. Plenty safe here. Heartseeker picked up for the Ratatosker, and Gore, that was maybe the best look at a fight for Just F6 that we saw, and it still went pretty drastically bad. And Wolfie was dove in the back line, given a second death of the game by Worst Turtle. That's what you expect from this Ratatosker. Unfortunately, it feels like there's way too many priority targets on Accounting Department. You gotta kill Wolfie despite being 1-2 and 14, and then you also have to worry about Okeanos, who's 6-2 and 6. Apparently, Kylos and Ice on the Ares and Sylvanas are gonna be putting out serious damage numbers as well. All the while Deathwalker is chopping away. I mean, it is a steep hill to climb here for Just F6. See if they can maybe defend this left side Phoenix. As Kylos works his way in, gets stunned down, and stuns exchanged on the front line of this fight. The apple tossed on out by Sotos. The transformation from Watwin saves his life a little bit longer. Could this be a big pull? One is
Sotos.
brought back in. And it's unfortunate for Sotos that it's himself and the rest of accounting department surge in.
I mean, imagine landing in the middle of a full charge circle of protection. You're not going to live through that one. That Phoenix should be down. The numbers advantage, the healing, a good pull even as well from Ice Ice. It's with Fireman, I think they could push for the end here.
They could, with Sotos down for 28 seconds or so. Looks like accounting department realizing that the Fire Giant is back up here in less than a minute. Gonna let these minions do their work and not try to roll the dice. Game 1 was 23 or so minute score. Sure feels like Game 2 is starting to head in that same direction, or is already headed and is just waiting to pull off at the final destination. There's a Pyromancer going to be there shortly after as well. Let's buy up some of those final items. Rod of Tahuti for Wolfie, most recently completed item. We'll get ourselves into a power position to maybe win a fight around this FG, and it's going to be interesting to see if Just F6 try to defend the FG, or feel that they can maybe have a better chance under their Phoenix or their Titan.
Look, if they can, so they're pushing up their waves pretty hard. I think you just go over there. Like, you've been losing the fights under your Phoenixes, you've been losing your fights in your jungle, you've been losing your fights pretty much everywhere except for the very beginning of this game. I almost think, and unfortunately, they're pushing up over there on left. They didn't necessarily have time to transcend themselves to the right side of the map. I think this is one of those moments where you kind of break your back over it. Like, you are already in the bottom two. You're already going to the relegation stage against the SOC teams. I think if you just make accounting department's life hell, that's the best you could really get in this game. Accounting department are still fighting for something, right? I mean, you're still trying to go to the circuit playoffs here if you qualify for those top two. I looked it up because I was curious. I was like, yeah, you know, I know the playoffs are going to be like NA, they're EU, there's some SOC in there. I forgot about the $130,000 prize pool that they're going to be competing for as well. That's a pretty big motivator in winning this game in this set. And that feels like going to be fueling the accounting department a little bit more here.
Accounting department will hope to make no mistakes. Big knockups from Toddy, but the circle of protection will provide a little burst healing. Good strike from Sotos. The apple gets tossed out as well. Toddy's found the opening kill onto Ice Ice. Will Worst Turtle extend this game further? The health bar's just a bit too low. Can the accounting department disengage, though? That's the big question. If Just F6 are able to find these kills, the rest of this game becomes much more interesting. It's an airstrike from Toddy to close that gap. It's a silence on the back end. A big stun as well. Has the Jingwei gone too far forward? Yes. And Wolfie puts one down.
Oh no, the healing coming back to bite them now. The damage is just locking them down, Dave. They're going to be able to find one, then another, and soon enough it might be a deicide.
It is going to be a deicide. It's a double kill for Okeanos, and that's just got to be game here. 23.5 minutes in. Accounting department backpedal away, and that seems like the story of this set. So many times where accounting department faked kind of going back. They kind of have a slow starter to some of these fights, but the sustain and the re-engage was just way too much. Nobody from Just F6 within 20 or so seconds of respawning. And the Titan goes down here. Accounting department, Gore, for the time being, with a one-game lead over Pandemonium.
So, sometimes it's BM to step into the fountain, you take a little bit of damage. The most BM you could get, though, is what accounting department did there. There's not a lot of times in SMITE you get to know this. So this is a nice PSA out there for everybody. You know, the more you know can go over after I finish this.
Teaching people how to BM, Gore? Is that what you're about to do?
You can buy items in your enemy's fountain. And that's exactly what accounting department did. I saw a dominance finished there for specifically Okeanos, a couple of other items that were bought inside Just F6's fountain before they killed the Titan while the respawns are still coming through. Like, that is about as max. Like, if you're min-maxing BM, I think that's about as max as you can get.
I wonder if there's a world where you're finishing the game and you go into the fountain, you buy the alternate timeline, and then the fountain kills you, and you come back to life, and I don't know, that might be the most BM. I want to see someone try that if the game is going in that direction. Accounting department, they come out on top of this one in similar fashion to game number one. We're going to set it to a break. When we come back, we'll break it down.
How you gon' lie when you look me in my eyes and you show me your facade? Show me your facade. How you gon' lie when you look me in my eyes and you show me your facade? Show me your facade. You a lie. You a front. You say anything long as you get what you want. Tryna play me like a fool, homie, I am not a clown. It ain't nothing but a game, cause all you do is mess around. Now I'm on the verge of a meltdown. Meltdown. I should've known when I met her back at Midtown, at Dogwood, when I was going through a rough patch, but it's all good. I even told about the dark times I had in childhood, when we was driving off of I-10 in Kirkwood. Now all that time I never get it back. You wanted that, used to hate when I didn't wanna hang. I noticed that, used to talking about your ex, Jake, with your next Jack. Used to messing with them white boys, now she went black. Wait a minute, guess you went and got yourself a real life. Got yourself some booty shots and lip filler. You just wanna make a rapper beat like Dilla. You ain't nothing nice, radiator eyes. Cause up close, baby, you a ghost. You a demon, and you should float. Get out the way, and just go. And just go, and just float. How you gonna lie when you looking in my eyes and you say you down for the cause, but you really here for the ride? You ain't really feeding no sheep. You're a K9 in disguise. Shoulda never gave you nothing but a funky high five. I know we can't go back in time, but I wish I could rewind and get back all that money that I spent every nickel and dime. Cause you a lie. Oh, you a front. You won't say anything as long as you get what you want. Went and got yourself a new man. It ain't even been a month. I feel sorry for your boo, cause he don't know what he signed up for. Do he? Ooh, yeah, I heard that you met him at the bar, Louis. Hope you don't try to do him like you tried to do me, baby. You a cold-blooded killer like stupid. Cause up close, baby, you a ghost. You a demon, and you should float. Get out the way, and just go. And just go, and just float. Float like a balloon, apple, empty bottle, cork, styrofoam, and most dead bodies. You killing me, homicide. Look at your lying eyes. I should have been better laced, cause I failed too many times. If money the root of evil and you call yourself a dime, you gotta be penny wise, you gotta be penny wise. You gotta be penny wise. You gotta be penny wise. Cause up close, baby, you a ghost. You a demon, and you should float. Get out the way, and just go. And just go, and just float.
On my own, no fixer. I'm gon' ball, no pick up. That I ate those, they live for. Talking on my back, go figure. Whole team eats from stand up. Never was the one to go flicker. No face, no case, no picture. Full place, big stakes, my dinner. Flip that, Canal Street. Flip back. Last week, old money. This week, new racks. Never buy none more. If I can't afford to gift wrap, stunning in your foreign car. You keep riding rental tax. Heard you roll the as a lean, we are not the same. Couple thousand in my pocket, this pocket chip. Rubber bands on my arm, this is not for play. I put 20.
Here's the good news for you and Igor. You can kind of copy and paste our analysis after game number 1 and just sort of put it here after game 2. I don't know if we can just rerun our entire death segment after game 1, but it kind of felt like the exact same there, didn't it? With a couple different picks, that being said, from the accounting department. So maybe you have to look at the relative impact of Ice on the Sylvanas, because the rest of the game just kind of got out of control in the same way that it did in game 1.
I think it has hints of greatness. I still think there's going to be moments depending, like, I don't think it's something you're going to whip out, like, Game 5, everything's on the line, you know, lose and go home. But I do think it showcased, I mean, that's a perfect highlight for it right there. Like, just the setup potential they had between the Ares and the Sylvanas made it very difficult for Just F6 to really fight back. And it made it so much easier. I don't think they needed an easier time, but it made it easier for Wolfie and Okeanu specifically to just run into the game and play for free. I mean, free casting in the back line pretty much consistently. Every now and then Worst Turtle would jump back there and cause some trouble, but, like, I don't know that they ever felt stressed because they had a heal and so much pressure from a front line.
I agree. I think the E set was just probably so frustrating to Just F6 this game. That circle of protection, as well as some of the healing from the Sylvanas, seemed to have just slowed down so much of the fighting for Just F6. How many of these highlights is Okeanos just chilling in the front line with everyone else throughout all of the engagement? Most of them, I would argue. 8, 2, and 9 is where Okeanos ends on this Chernobog. 1 death there in game number 1, so 3 total deaths across the 2-game set that we had here. Deathwalker 4, 1, and 7, I think kind of an unsung hero in the frontline department. 15,000 damage only behind his teammate Okeanos, and then of course the mid laner Sotos there, who admittedly, Gore, despite having a losing game, was able to put out some good damage numbers on this Discordia.
Still takes top damage in the game. Really solid performance, I would say, at least like you said, damage-wise. Discordia is good at that, and I think Sotos had a lot of moments where you could see the ghosts of what he was trying to do and what the god could be capable of. But unfortunately, it's kind of one of those things that Discordia can do only so much on her own, right? You need to have those pillars around her as well. And I think, unfortunately, those pillars were a lot stronger and a lot tougher on accounting department, made it a little more difficult to figure out how exactly to lock down everybody. And I think Ramsey feels about the same way as Just F6, where it's just like, you know what, maybe we just lay down.
Yeah, she's ready to take a little nap here as we take a look at the schedule that we had this week. Oh, sorry, production. I know you want to see Ramsey here. I'll give her a little pat before we jump onto the schedule. You want to see schedule, or are you tired? Now we want to see the schedule. Into the schedule we go. Just F6 with the 0-2, excuse me, under the accounting department. Clay Soldiers and Pandemonium. That's the other matchup that's going to be important to look at here as well, because remember, Pandemonium trying to keep pace now in those top couple of spots here in the EU SCC, especially with this win from the accounting department. So 6 and 3 is where accounting departments stand. Pandemonium need to grab themselves a win over Clay Soldier to keep pace with that top 2 spot. Elysium feels pretty home and free here at this point. I think they might be, 10 games is where you start to go if you play every team twice. So Elysium still feeling pretty good here, Gore, but Pandemonium still neck and neck with accounting department.
And this is something, again, when you're looking at it, not just neck and neck, but then when you, again, playing, like you said, everyone twice, it comes down to head-to-head, and then there gets to be a lot of murky waters down there. So the best thing for accounting department would be if Pandemonium just outright lose the next ones. Yep. But we'll have to figure out how they tackle that as the week goes on.
Well, Gore, after this, obviously SPL will start at 1 p.m. We're going to jump back into the group stages of the SPL, starting with Group A and a big matchup, Leviathans versus the Titans. Remember, the Leviathans lost their first matchup in this group, Gore.
Yeah.
And their next opponent is the Titans, who've been on a pretty hot streak here. Is there a world where the Leviathans are 0-2 after today in the group?
Honestly, I could see it happening. I think that they are in a very precarious position. I'm going to quote Hindu because this is absolutely words from his mouth, but we were talking about it while we were watching the Leviathans as they started to lose that set, and he goes, well, it is about that time of the year for the Leviathans to just throw everything and then get back to being good when Phase 2 starts. Maybe it's a little before quote-unquote playoffs, but this is where things tend to start stuttering a little bit more for the Leviathans.
Well, then, I don't know. We're really getting into a very intricate path of things having to happen, but if the Leviathans lose today, then they'd go against the Valkyries for theoretically the last spot in Phase 1 playoffs. Yeah. But the Leviathans, a very confident team, one of the best, if not the best teams in the league. So I'm excited to watch Leviathans versus Titans. That one coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so you got about 40 minutes to go grab your snacks, get some food ready to go, and then settle in for a long day of exciting SPL action. So make sure to sit right there. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you at 1 p.m. Eastern time for the SPL.
about you. And I don't wanna say, but the second that I wait, no, the words can't get to you. We push and we pull, it's wrong and it's right, it's not black and white. But I know that we'll always be something going on. It's only worth making to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see my love. It's only worth taking to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see my I don't wanna care, it's a little unfair that you'll never not care for me. I was always scared, no, I couldn't be prepared for you just to be a memory. We push and we pull, it's wrong and it's right, it's not black and white. But I know that we'll always be something going on. It's only worth taking to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see my love. It's only worth taking to make it. If you took a little time to open up, to see my love, to see my love.
You said you're cool and that it's alright, but you're hiding something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk,
Hey there, SMITE fans, and welcome back to the studio as we continue our group stages. We're happy to welcome you back to the SPL studio and happy to welcome back a familiar face to the SPL broadcast. Happy to be working alongside Melissa, the best Taco Posada, for the remainder of Phase 1 and Phase 2. Taco, welcome back.
Feels good to be here, man. Not going to lie. I definitely missed you guys, and I really love what we've done with the space here.
Yeah, we decided to spruce it up a little bit since you've been gone, and I think that everyone's going to be excited to see more of this SPL studio. Remember, you guys only saw it during the World Championships last year, so it should be very fun to get back into it. And you might be noticing this beautiful little Alienware laptop I've got right beside me. Of course, the SPL is powered by Alienware, including this incredible laptop. Make sure you head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW if you want to snag yourself one of these or any of the other great Alienware products. Trust me, I've been working on this thing all morning and been having a ton of fun. If it goes missing, it was not on me. That's all I'd like to say. It would totally just coincidence, if you ask me. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we have in store as we get back into the Phase 1 group stage. As we might have missed, we've drafted these teams into 2 separate groups and are working through them now, and we've got some pretty good ones to kick it off here on Thursday. The Leviathans up against the Tartarus Titans, and the Solar Scarabs looking to keep their win streak going up against the Jade Dragons, at least in that particular matchup. And Taco, this Leviathans-Titans matchup is one that is pretty important for the Leviathans as they're coming off a loss in their group.
I know that we're discussing, the fact that Tartarus Titans have also seemed like a team that's kind of been trying to ramp themselves up throughout the season. Haven't really had a whole lot of luck so far in the online split, but I think Leviathans are definitely going to come through with a vengeance. They don't want to really risk dropping any more sets. I also think that the standards they hold themselves to, they clearly looked a little disappointed on what happened last time.
Of course. I mean, they're the number 1 seed in the SPL coming in to this group stage. They were the top team in the phase, and then they come in and have a loss at the hands of the Olympus Bowl to continue to have that team's number when it comes to those head-on-head matchups. But the Titans have their work cut out for them because the Leviathans are going to come in a little bit angry, a little bit hungry. And that means that guys like Paul in particular for the Tartarus Titans are going to have to step up.
And you want to talk about a guy like Paul, but more particularly, I'm a little bit more keen on that duo lane action because Hardcore, Rangyu, they have looked fantastic, working almost flawlessly together. And I think for Paul, he's definitely going to be under a lot of pressure from Rangyu's play style. We already know how much he loves trying to harass carries, and I expect that to be more or less the same narrative of Paul.
This guy has just completely changed the way that he's picking and banning. I mean, the Giannis we didn't see from him at all last year or the year before that, and all of a sudden it's the top pick for the Titans this year. We haven't seen things like the Hebo and the Scylla that we've kind of come to expect from Paul, but he's been making it work nonetheless. He's looked very good.
I think the cool thing about Paul for me this season is that he has seemed to lean a little bit more into that utility playstyle as well for his team. Originally, when you thought of Paul, you kind of thought of that big hyper carry mid who's just going to try and farm out every single game. But lately, I've really been liking a lot of the utility he's been bringing in with some of his God picks, and I love the fact that he's so flexible with that God choice variety.
How do you feel about this Kronos pick, Taco? We piloted it pretty recently here.
Kronos he's just a hit or miss God for me, but I think he does kind of scream what Paul loves to do, and that's get up in your face, farm out, get the kill, and then immediately fall back. So I think that as long as he can continue to kind of hold his own throughout the laning phase, when it comes to the team fights, it's going to be hard to deal with Paul, whether he's on the Kronos. I mean, he might even bring out the Jean Kui again, although I'm a little bit more skeptical about that.
Definitely that hit-and-run play style that we've seen from him in the past, and in fact, we've got Paul joining us now for the interview. Paul, last time you guys went up against Leviathans, it was a 2-0 for them, but that was earlier on in the phase. How different is your team now compared to then?
I'd say we're a little bit better, but I wouldn't say we're the best team right now. But we got a bit better, so we'll see.
As I was just talking about, your God pool's been a little bit different this year. Giannis being the top pick for you, that wasn't something we saw from you in the past. How much of a concerted effort from you has it been to expand that God pool coming into Season 8?
I just think Janus is when he got reworked or whatever, it kind of made him a bit OP. So I'm just I guess I have to play this guy. I don't really like playing Janus, I'll be honest, but he's a little OP, to be honest.
Well, you have fun winning, right? So you're just gonna be picking him as long as you're winning with him. On the other side, Shinto has the highest KDA in the league coming in to this set. How different is it playing against Shinto in comparison to other mages? Do you have to change the way you're playing around him?
His team gives him a ton of farm, a tremendous amount of farm compared to all the other mids. So usually when I play against Leviathans, I'm always just in my head. I'm always going to be a level behind because he just gets so much farm.
That's not where you're used to be, and usually you're the one trying to take all the farm. Well, hopefully you can stay close to him.
I want all this farm, man. Give it to me.
Hopefully you'll be able to keep up today, Paul. Good luck, man. Excited to see the matchup.
Thank you.
Taco, that matchup is going to be one to watch out for. It's not often that Paul's saying that he needs more farm than he's getting, because he's known as one of those guys who usually gets that farm funneled to him as well.
It's got to be something exclusive to mid laners where they constantly think that there's nothing available for them on the map, yet secretly, low-key, they're constantly taking the back harpy. So I know how much junglers love playing with these guys. I have to assume Panithem's having a blast with Shinto.
Hey, man.
On the other side.
Look, he might not get his back harpies a whole lot, but he gets the dubs because of a lot of what Shinto's doing. So I don't think Panatom's complaining too much. And he's been looking really good this year, Taco. I just think that overall this Leviathans team, when we're looking at how to break them down, you talked about their dual lane, and deservedly so. Panatom, I think, has really stepped up his game this year. But at the end of the day, this team still goes where Shinto goes the vast majority of the time.
For sure. I think that Shinto has obviously been a huge driving force for this Leviathans roster, because it doesn't really matter whether he is on the Scylla or the Rygens. He always manages to find his impact. And I know a lot of people will probably credit that to the fact, well, I hope he's doing something, taking as much farm as he is. But at the same time, I think what's most impressive to me about Shinto is his positioning. He has fantastic map awareness, and I'm just not really sure that, that issue, you pretty much just issued a challenge to Paul, by the way. I hope you realize that, talking about Shinto's highest KDA in the SPL and whatnot. And Paul, as a mid laner, I'm sure he's going to want to put up the bat.
I'm sure he will, and that's been Paul's playstyle his whole career, so I'm not in the business of doubting Paul these days. But Shinto definitely has that capability. We saw him take out this Hell in their last set. Did not result in a victory, but felt like he was able to put subsequent pressure on the Bolts with this pick. The big pick for me that I've seen from him recently, Taco, that we've talked a lot about, how we're not sure how much we like it, is this Morrigan pickup for Shinto. That doesn't really feel like his typical style of play. How do you think that pick fits with his play style?
Morrigan is just kind of awkward in general for the meta right now. I think her primary advantage is the fact that, so many teams want to try and utilize that 6-second invis to really look for a big flank. And I would have to agree with you largely that it's just not something that I think is really a plug-and-play for Shinto, because I do feel as though he's someone that is better off running the utility-based mages. And Morrigan, I feel, is so hit or miss depending on what you're able to find in those team fights.
I will say I'm really happy to be back in studio. It feels really good to not be casting from the Leaning Tower of Pisa anymore, but Hindu Man doesn't really walk in front of my camera shot at home very often. I think that's a studio exclusive thing that we have here at the SPL. So we're getting ready for picks and bans for game number 1. These two teams have been so locked in terms of what they want to take early on in their drafts. So Raijin is going to be a pick that we should be looking at for sure, as that is definitely a hotly contested between these two players. But Kukulkan also stands out to me, Taco, top pick for both the Titans and the Leviathans so far this year.
See, I can agree with you on the Kukulkan. He's such a massive lane bully, and when you have two fairly dominant solo laners like what we're seeing in this matchup today, it is, I think for sure, a definite pathway for the Leviathans to look for, but I'm honestly keeping more of an eye on Gilgamesh. He's been kind of a new flavor of the week, it feels like, and I think also Leviathans have already kind of displayed the fact that they're not really afraid to try flexing that god into something like the support role for Rangyu, and I think that when you have as much early to mid-game focus coming out of these teams like Leviathans, it can be difficult for something like Paul if he's trying to run back the Chronos, for example, and I feel like there's just not many mages that can deal too well with that sort of early game pressure.
Yeah, certainly that Gilgamesh has looked pretty strong. We've seen Mike take it into support and look really good on it. It looked good in jungle and solo lane. But some teams don't seem to value it very highly. Do you think Gilgamesh is worth a top pick, a top 3 pick?
For the Leviathans, I would be a little bit surprised to see Titans let that one go through for free. I think if anything, though, Leviathans are for sure going to just be trying to prioritize Julio's lockdown. Maybe the King Arthur could be brought into the composition as well. It's just so much easier, I think, for teams to get a solo lane pick locked in earlier on. That way they have a little bit more flexibility with where they want to actually direct their whole team composition, because you know how it goes. There's always burst, there's always AoE control, and a lot of these fights have honestly just kind of been centered around, I think, objective play.
So we're getting ready for picks and bans here. Of course, you're going to look at these players all locked in their Insight apparel jerseys. You can head on over to shop.smiteproleague.com if you want to be looking quite as good as these players. Look at Aurora there in his Titans jersey, as always, having a good time. That team always going to be pretty good smiles. As I'm looking at the stats here, Taco, something that stands out to me, the number one ban for the Tartarus Titans in Phase 1 has been Sobek. They've banned Sobek more than any other god, and that has been the top support pickup for Rongyu on the other side. They've picked it 6 times, but of those 6, they've lost 4. So the Leviathans have not found great success with this Sobek pick, but I think we might see the Titans ban it anyways.
I think that it's just smart for the Titans to look for that ban regardless of whether or not Leviathans have been able to find success on it, because Sobek really is just such a dominant support, and the fact that he can just initiate with very little risk is probably the prime reason why Leviathans like opting for that pick, because Rongyu doesn't mind if he sacrifices himself for the greater good of his team.
Well, it's also worth noting that Giannis is the second most banned god by the Leviathans. They do not pick it very often, if at all, and they ban it a lot, whereas Paul has played Giannis more than any other god in Phase 1, so I'd anticipate a Giannis ban coming here from the Leviathans. The Titans do look Rongyu's way, but it is not that Sobek we were just discussing. It is the Yemoja instead. As Yemoja's seen a bit of a resurgence recently, Taco. Guys like Rongyu have made her look really good.
Rongyu's got to have the best Yemoja in the SPL right now. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely some high-tier Yemoja players on these teams, but Rongyu's Yem, it just provides so much freebie pressure, especially throughout that early laning phase. You don't want to have to be worrying about being, I guess, restricted as well inside of that crushing wave. I'm loving the Tiamat ban, though. I think that is definitely something you don't want to ever let Shinto get a hold of.
Yeah, Big Man Tings, I think, proved once again that pick should probably stay in the ban column after his set up against the Jade Dragons last week. And it is not a Giannis ban here from the Leviathans like I was expecting. It is Fafnir. And Taco, we were talking a little bit before this set started. You and I in agreement here. Fafnir might just be the best support in the game.
I would definitely have to agree with you on that. He just has a lot of driving force in terms of being able to freely pressure towers, structures, even just walking inside of the jungle. You don't really want to get caught up because that hammer stun, you just get bursted so fast without even really having a chance to try and counteract it. And this is what I was waiting to see, is whether or not Shinto is just going to opt for the Giannis, strip that pick from Paul, but putting on Giannis early on, this is kind of out of character for Leviathans. They have a tendency to really try to solidify their front line before really looking to throw in the carries, but I do suppose that Giannis is flexible enough that you can still orient the comp pretty well around him.
Now, unless I'm navigating Gormizer's phenomenal sheet incorrectly here, which is quite possible, for the record, I do not believe that the Leviathans have picked a Giannis game yet this year, and that sounds right to me. This team is really focused on banning him. 12 bans by the Leviathans on Giannis so far this season, and this is their very first pick of it, certainly putting some respect in Paul's corner, but switching up Shinto's playstyle might be a little bit of a difficult task.
I do think, though, that Shinto is definitely someone who is very mindful of his spacing whenever he is in the jungle, and I like the idea of the Giannis in order to try and play segue for his team. I think all the Leviathans are going to be looking to do is just move this Gilgamesh around as quickly as possible. Gilgamesh already coming through, no surprises. I think that that's personally for Rongyu, and if I'm the Tartarus Titans, I'm under that same assumption. Although there is a chance it could be for Julio, I just think that god provides so much pressure.
Well, it's Ymir now, and that changes the equation a little bit. I think I was in your corner up until that Ymir pick got locked in. That has been a pretty consistent support pickup. Don't think that's going anywhere else. So now Gilgamesh probably relegated to the right side of the map. And with the Giannis taken away, Paul goes back to this Chronos pick. And like you were saying, Taco, a little bit hit or miss on the selection at times.
Okay, it's a chance. It's a small chance. But there might not necessarily be a Paul Chronos in this game. I do think that as far as the 1v1 direct matchup is concerned, Chiron is actually pretty insane against Giannis, especially with that ultimate. He can actually chase down Giannis should he try to ult out of danger. I also just really like the fact that Chiron has that masterful shot. It doesn't really feel as though Giannis would have as easy of a time getting away, and I know that Paul definitely has the ADC mid in his artillery. It's just a question of whether or not he thinks that he will feel better on the Chronos there. But I do feel as though Chiron could definitely be a nuisance for Giannis.
Definitely agree with you there, but I do believe 3 picks of Chiron so far for the Titans. Believe all of those have gone to Cyclone Spin's hands, but you know that these two very capable of switching it up should the composition demand it. As his Wukong ban tells me that the Titans believe this Gilgamesh is going to go into Panatom's hands in the jungle.
It's interesting to see the Danzabaru ban for the Titans too. So clearly not wanting to have to deal with any sort of rockets coming into the team fight, looking for that big stun. There is a lot of AoE control though between the Gilgamesh and Amir. I would like to see a little bit more of like hard crowd control coming from the rest of this Titans draft, but they're kind of in a tough spot right now because I suppose Artio is on the board. It's definitely something that Aurora likes to run. I'm just not fully convinced in the Artio versus Amir matchup.
Yeah, it's one that can be pretty volatile. That ranged root's such a nuisance for a character like Amir who doesn't have the range to really deal with it. You can stay out of freeze range that entire time and you're guaranteed to root him. But that wall on the other end causes severe problems for the Artio. So it feels like whatever lane gets ahead then shuts down the other support pretty easily.
I don't think it's even necessarily the Amir alone, but like that wall like you just brought up is a lot of dashes for the Titans.
Yep,
if
no leaps.
Titans need to try and avoid jungle fights as much as possible. This is very much screaming pick-based composition from the Titans to me at least, especially with gods like Chiron and Kronos. They can for sure pack a punch when they're lined up together, but this front line from Leviathans just looks absolutely brutal for Chiron and Kronos to try and deal with, and I'm just not fully convinced that Artio is really going to have that heavy peel that you would probably want for those carries.
Yeah, definitely just using that more of an initiation than necessarily a peel as Nike and Uller come through here. Uller definitely not near the top end of the hunters that everyone knows right now. Onher has been the top pick for the Leviathans, but he's seen some nerfs. Why do you think Yarkor is going to Uller in this matchup?
I think Yarkor just kind of wants to flex the Uller to look for just that big early game pressure. This is all that the Leviathans, have really drafted for so far. Is it just screams early game pressure, and the Giannis, while not necessarily all that for the very start, he can at least get his team from one side of the map to the other, and that's the main direction that I think the Leviathans that they're trying to go with this is they're just trying to swarm Titans early on, prevent this Kronos, prevent this Chiron from ever having a chance to actually farm it out for that mid-game battle.
Well, only one Uller pick so far during the season, and that was Vote, and it did not result in a win for the Oni Warriors. So this is Uller looking for his first win of Phase 1. And it's going up against a pretty fearsome composition on the other side. This Fenrir pick has been one that Scary liked a lot recently.
It's a little intimidating, though, to think about that Uller-Fenrir matchup, because not having a CC immune ultimate like the Onher or even like a Jing Wei, for example, just to have some sort of survivability. But I think the Leviathans are just banking on the fact that between Giannis and 3 pretty much tanks for a front line, they should be able to keep hardcore safe and sound.
I mean, we got Uller Chiron here, Taco. Is this kind of the sign, the show that Bluestone Hunters are back and dominating the meta?
I don't even think it's necessarily Bluestone outright as the overall best build. I think that it just has some nice assets early on, but I still feel as though the ADC build pathway is pretty open-ended right now.
Have a lot of options, and these are two gods that can kind of go with those options. Yes, they can go with the ability-based Bluestone Transcendence and things like that, but they can also build into crit if they so choose. It's kind of what hunters are good at. They can kind of do whatever they want once they get to the
okay, Mr. Midmain. I don't want to hear it from
whatever
this guy.
They want, for the record. Yeah, crit has been in the game. Yeah, listen, I'm not even... It's Desk 1, Taco. We're going to have a lot of these opportunities through Phase 1 and Phase 2. I'm not too worried about it. You're looking at these compositions. Which one do you think has the upper hand here?
Definitely Leviathans. I'm sorry to say, like, maybe I can be proven wrong here because I do believe that the Titans individually, there's a lot of talent on this roster, but we haven't really seen that unison from this team. They have kind of struggled with a little bit of their execution, and this is a very high execution comp in my eyes because you are extremely dependent on finding that initial pick, I think, if you really want to take out Leviathans, and I'm not even thinking that Leviathans are really all that pressed unless there's 2 Sunders going down. I want to see at least 2 Sunders probably from the Titans on this one.
And that has been the meta recently, has been going with Sunder pretty often. I don't know about 2 necessarily, but when you got a Nike on the other side, it seems to make some sense. This god really depended on not getting Sundered the vast majority of the time.
And don't get me wrong, Scary has definitely popped off on the Fenrir a couple of times, especially his most recent display of the Fenrir. He looked fantastic, but Fenrir into Amir, Fenrir into Gilgamesh, Fenrir into Nike. All of those gods have some form, I think, of self-peel and really great interrupt for the Brutalize, which is pretty much his centerpiece for damage early on, because Fenrir can definitely wreck a Giannis, just because if Giannis isn't playing too careful with the portals, but I'm not really expecting that to be the case with Shinto. just saying as a possibility. No, you gotta run through all the circumstances.
Of course, in the back line here for the Leviathans, a little bit unconventional, at least for them. Giannis Uller is not something that we've seen from them all year long. Let's see if that combination is a winning one as Leviathans try and take down the Titans in Game 1.
Thanks so much, Aggro on the desk. Joining me on the cast is going to be Mifflin for this one, as we're now in studio, Miff.
We sure
How's
are.
it feel? We
feels
get
like
loud
Worlds.
now.
It feels like Worlds, right? That's the last time I got an experience with this one. I'm excited, and I got a Hindu
That's
cast
not
as well.
Dave and with Dave and Gore. I'm with Dave.
I'm upgraded.
Haha! I'm a giant Chad, and everyone likes me because I work out very
I know
much.
stats.
Oh, this is a great cast. Oh, wow! Okay, that's my Dave impression. I feel kind of bad because he's not even here right now to defend himself.
No, that is explicitly toxic, I'd say.
Thank you.
Dave's got more than just yelling. You know, he's got some good stuff behind him.
Yeah, I agree. Leviathans all bead start this game, so they're a little bit worried about the Fenrir early on with the Ragnarok. Obviously, compositions-wise, you heard the desk talking about it a little bit. Myth, how are you standing between these two right now? Are you also leaning Leviathans for this with how the comp's set up?
I am leaning Leviathans insofar as their composition is a little bit less execution-centric. It's something Taco hit on the desk there, but I do think that the Tartarus Titans have the tools, if this game does go late, to just completely win out off a composition alone. If this goes to 30-some-odd minutes, double Hunter draft between Kronos and the Chiron, aggression across the board, a strong front line through Benji and Aurora, I think the Titans draft can work, but it's going to need a little bit of groundwork.
Well, you can see the pattern that happened there at the start of the game. Titans actually had Scary started the red buff and gave it that over to Paul, so they let Cyclone spin and Aurora early on, get that first wave, hit level 2, and he should be good to go. In terms of relic situation for supports, though, I did mention the beads with Wrong You, but once again, this Sunder, we've seen so much of it as of late, Myth. It's back in the meta again, and I guess it's really good for blowing up tanks, so considering Leviathans have 3 tanky targets here, that Sunder could really come in useful.
As well as just the ability to remove that health shield from Julio as well. I like Sunder in general. It's just CC in the win. That's essentially the plan when you have Sunder on your team. And the CC's there. Sure, Aurora can find that root from a range, as Aggro was talking about earlier, but even just the matchup up against Ymir, you don't need to find the root. If you just find that slow, Ymir can't wall under his feet and leaves him very exposed inside the lane. I imagine we see the Leviathan's jungler rotate over early to try and punish the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, Kronos in the mid lane, though. Very interesting to see a bit more of that again. But Kronos coming back to play, mainly, in my opinion, because of the Valkyries, first of all, with, you know, good old Emilito in the dual lane, but more players and teams starting to realize that there's a bit of viability to having that Kronos. The rewind's still useful. Not bad on the CC and escapability, but you've got to get through the early game and farm up, because late game, he definitely is a hyper carry.
He really is, and we got to see Paul last time around on the Kronos pick up that alternate timeline, essentially giving him double Kronos ultimate potential. Just got to kill this guy more times than going to kill the majority of gods inside of Smite. So I'll be excited to see how Paul elects to build this one, whether or not that's going to be a mainstay or just a meme for the Twitter.
Well, third game in each of the groups going on today, and obviously this one is Leviathans and Titans' second game so far. Big one too in my eyes, because it is not just for qualification of being top 3 to the playoff stage, but also for seeding for the playoff stage too. And the Leviathans struggling last week, that could cause a bit of a problem as we watch Benji and Scary D just manage to strip away this blue buff from Julio in the early game before you can see Paniton get over here to help defend that one too. So you can see there's a slight little advantage going on for Titans on this right-hand side for the time being.
Scary D's afforded that opportunity because of the jungle start. Having started on red, finally starts to work his way over to the right side of the jungle, which means that he's just going to be there before Panatom's capable of it because of the rotation of his own buffs. Imagine that we see the Tartarus Titans continually put pressure over here towards the solo. If Benji's able to pull ahead on this King Arthur, man's just going to be a bully.
I mean, King Arthur very, very dominant in the meta right now in the solo lane. Kukulkan alongside him and Sun Wukong, the 3 top ones. But Nike has been slipping in there every now and again. What's the reason for the Nike, though, overall?
Well, if I had to say, it's going to just roleplay very well with this Leviathan's draft. If they are looking to find early aggression through the duo lane, you want to have someone inside a solo who could just survive. If he's left alone on an island, and Julio on this Nike should be benefiting from a secondary health bar as long as Aurora isn't making a rotation over into the short lane. So for now, Julio's only job is to stay afloat, make sure he isn't falling too far behind, and then in the late game, rotate in and be that body to separate the back line of the Titans.
Paul at the moment going for that Warlock staff as well, as you can check in with his build there. Looks like he's going to be picking that one up again as this game continues. So he'll have a bit of health. He's got to get those stacks online. I believe it's 75 of those right now. So it will take a bit of time for him to do so, but it does give him a bit more survivability. Do you think this Warlock staff build is the right way to go,
Man, I'm a huge Warlock staff fan.
Really?
I've been saying it for the longest time. With it in Season 8, picking up a little bit of penetration. It stacks up a little bit more quickly than it used to. It slots into builds incredibly well. But I know that the Reddit wouldn't agree with me here. I'm sure the fans at home wouldn't agree with me either. Warlock staff is a contentious item, and Paul's really the only one building it.
We just after a contentious week. That's all we're really after here. Blue buff being looked at again then by Titans on this right-hand side. Scary D are raw now over here too, but so is Wrong You. Leviathans are here in force this time round to defend. Benji, though, going to clear out the wave to put some pressure on this solo lane and force Panatum to be left alone for a moment. But Scary D's watching on, thinking about engaging. But at the same time, they just don't have the range to do so. Pressure relieved for now as Julio will get the farm under his tower.
Interesting decision from Scary D there, or rather a good decision. He butts heads with Wrong You inside the jungle, realizes that if the fight does erupt around this blue buff, the Leviathans would have had the rotational advantage, considering Aurora hadn't quite gotten into position for that defense just yet. So that's why Scary D kind of plays it hesitation style, waits to see if maybe he's able to steal it away and disengage, realizes if he jumps in for the steal, he's just going to lose his life. Good discipline from the Tartarus Titans jungler.
Right, and Harpies go down there as left one still not available just yet. Checking in with the ult, we've not really spoke about it just yet, but he's been off the table for a while, not really seen too much play, as was mentioned. Vote was the only one to really pick him up so far in the Pro League. But I do like him into a Chronos if it was going to be a Chronos in that duo lane, and maybe that's why maybe you see Paul on it instead, potentially. I do like the old pick. I think if you've got Transcendence being a potential meta pickup here, he is someone that really likes to abuse them.
He really is. With Scary D going in, Panatom going to be the target of the aggression, but instead shifted on a Wrong You, forced to use the beads.
Yeah, but only got one set of beads though. Wrong You still under pressure. The Paul took it back the wrong direction. So it's a 1-for-1 trade as Panatom did at least pick up Scary D. Aurora and Paul can't make much happen on their own, and Benji's going to walk back towards the solo lane again after that rotation. First blood though, did that go to Panatom or Scary D? I didn't catch.
Went to Paul, I believe. Yeah, and getting a first blood onto your Chronos, that additional 400 gold bounty, a god who needs gold and items to come online, that is going to be a great start, a nice little stimulus for the Tartarus Titans. Now Paul can rest on his laurels for a little bit, going to that full farm stage, and should be able to maintain his lead, or at least match up to Shinto's farm, because we know Shinto's going to get all the back camps to himself, especially on a god like Yanis, able to rotate around so easily.
Right hand side, now you can see the engage on towards Panatom now, who's under pressure. He's got enough mana to potentially get away. Jumping from Julio to try and help out his teammate, but his ultimate just a little bit too late to help out his team and wait for Wrong You and Shinto to arrive, who are now on the way, but the pathing's awkward. Scary D took a ton of damage to Frost. Immune thanks to the beads out from Scary D. He'll walk away back to safety. Julio doesn't want that to happen though. He leaps on in, but in towards Paul, has to beads away as well, as the stun connected from Paul there, and Shinto's portal gets him away, but Titans find a kill.
And the Titans have been dragging the Leviathans into their own pace here. It's been fights on the right-hand side of the map, or towards the center, where the Titans have their advantage. They want to play around Benji. They want to utilize the lead where they have it. And so far, the Leviathans have not been able to drag the fight over to the long lane, where they would have the advantage around this early game god inside of Uller. I like this from the Titans so far, just dictating the pace.
It's interesting to see Paul making these rotations too, more than anything, Myth, right? From that mid lane against the Giannis, because normally you're expecting Giannis to turn up on the scene a little bit earlier in those situations, but Paul matching pace rather than just sitting in lane, farming the wave, keeping the pressure up in that lane. He is trying to match pace and also clear out the wave too. As Yorkor and Cyclone both are level 9, but you can just see the sort of damage Yorkor can really get off against this Chiron if he gets a window.
And that's a ton of damage. And I think you were right earlier on, Hindu, when you said that he was likely hedging his bets that it was going to be Chronos out of the dual lane. We know Cyclone Spin likes that god. And I got to think that you're also right in saying that the Titans may have shifted up their draft here. Paul picks up the Chronos, so that he doesn't have to take that Ull matchup. Panatom able to pick up the Greater Scorpion on the Gold Fury side, and that should help the Leviathans shift that match over towards the left-hand side. Fight around this Uller with a neutral objective spawning.
Yeah, you're looking to secure the Gold Fury. It's not the greatest in the world. I guess at this stage of the game, your Mir's probably your best one. Oh, or maybe the Chiron from Cyclone. So we'll have to just keep an eye on that, how that goes down. But if Leviathans are going to kill that Scorpion, gives you an idea they do want to Gold Fury soon.
It sure is. Benji taking him up to Avalon, letting Julio know he's not allowed to just sit in lane for free.
Is Avalon just in the air then? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, what was that?
You said you took him up to Avalon?
Well, I don't know, man. It's to Camelot. He's fighting for Avalon.
Yeah,
the Omni Slash, all right? He used the ultimate.
Okay.
If we just want to go ahead and get blanket statements.
Well, Panitom's over here too. Julio going to leap in and Benji gets pushed back towards him. So Panitom doesn't have to use anything just yet. He will leap in now and try and get the drop kick, but off the mark with that one. Panitom walks away. A lot of pings towards the middle area right now coming out from Leviathans too, as the failed gank attempt on Benji falls away.
That's going to be a hard gank for Panitom to pull off on this Gilgamesh. Benji on this King Arthur is going to be very receptive to these ganks, should be able to utilize that additional movement speed you get from auto-canceling, as well as just the CC immunity inside of his ultimate. Panitom's going to pick his fights well.
Blinking in, looking to try and steal this away, but the dropkick from Panitom makes sure he doesn't get that. And now Benji's still dealing some damage, knows he's got reinforcements on the way, but he's under a lot of pressure now. The damage is good, but not enough to find a kill. Meanwhile, back in the fight, Scarity's looking for a target, and he's going to end up picking up Julio, bringing him further closer to Benji, and drops the ultimate down. But the Sunder soon after from Aurora will remove the shield. Scaredy gets separated from the squad. Leviathans find a kill and defend their blue buff and might be able to steal one for themselves now, or even get a kill on Aurora.
Now Aurora on the retreat, dashes into a wall, but doesn't cost him his life this time around. Leviathans turn around an invade attempt from the Tartarus Titans and do it themselves, able to strip away that blue buff as well as picking up that kill. Scary D now at a level deficit, no beads for the next 2 minutes. This Fenrir is going to be put on point.
Confidence play from Benji there, though, honestly, like blinking in towards that blue pit, trying to steal it away, realizing he had teammates coming. I just don't think they realized how many of Leviathans were around that area. And that just made it a bit easier for Leviathans to go, okay, yeah, we can take this 4v4. We're in a decent enough position to battle you at this moment. And technically, in this early stages, we should be a little stronger.
They should be, and only inside the early stage. But again, that early stage is around the dual lane. You want to be playing around your core, and the Tartarus Titans for 10 uninterrupted minutes have been forcing fights on the solo side of the map. Once we start to see this, we'll make some rotations out of lane. Once the team fight really erupts in earnest, 5 versus 5, around the 15-minute mark, the Leviathans should be favored. But this game is on a timer. Let there be no question about it. Paul on this Chronos is going to be the conversation piece in about 10 minutes.
Well, it's Paul versus Giannis, too, which is the interesting. Chronos versus Shinto is the way you look at it as well. I mean, when you look at the Giannis and the Chronos, too, there is a chance for the through space and time to delete people. We've seen it happen a couple times. But not the same way that Paul can really take down towers and also rotate around the map very quickly, too. Aurora on this right-hand side, just going to try and pick up some farm. Will eat an axe, and immediately gets cleansed by Cyclone there. Good use of that cleanse from Chiron, and that's one of the things that Chiron brings that people do sleep on. The bad news is, if you use it for the cleanse, though, you're not dealing any damage with it.
But you've got plenty of damage left in the kit, right? The second ability, the ultimate, is essentially got the same damage output as a ROM ult. Should be able to start off fights incredibly well. You've got the utility from the death immunity as well. I think Cyclone Spin's in just a fine spot, especially considering just ticks over to 12.
Blinking from Benji over the wall, picks up Romyu, dunks him on down into some damage. The dog's looking for a bone, and he's going to find Panitom who beats it away. Romyu's still alive on the backside of this fight, though, but for how long is the question? Scary thinking about committing, but it's Benji looking at Panitom and finding the kill there, while Scary still survives for now. Yorko hunting down, won't find the target he's after, and in the end he's going to run right in towards Julio. Yorko has to beat away the stun from Paul, though. Good axe onto Benji to give him some separation, but not enough as King Arthur claims another life. And now with, well, the first life I should say, now over to the Gold Fury Tartarus Titans, who started up this engagement.
Man, Benji comes up in a big way there. The double stun to set up for Scary D to find the kill, and he just survives for too long to Scary D. The rest of the Leviathans had to scramble, trying to finish off that kill, and when you're scrambling, the Tartarus Titans are going to be able to pick up a clean fight and the Gold Fury on the tail end. Finally, some separation 12 minutes into this game. Just about 1,000 gold between these two teams, but it's not the team that you'd have expected to have the lead this early on. Tartarus Titans are priming themselves incredibly well to transition into the lane.
Well, the window of ganking the Ymir over and over again is slowly closing, though. He's getting some of those tankier items online, is wrong, you. But that's exactly where that fight started off again. His beads were already on cooldown, I believe, from the last fight, and then beads again during that fight when they came available. Still ended up falling down there as the focus was towards that Ymir. That's the first focus Titans have done towards the left-hand side of the map, and it was very fruitful.
It really was. goes, and now take a peek at those relics already on the side of the Leviathans. Just about every single bead's going to be down for the next minute. There's going to be a huge power play opportunity for the Tartarus Titans, who should be able to force a fight around this Pyro. I mean, their relics are good. Might as well take an engagement.
That's a good point, yeah. All the relics still available for the most part. I mean, you're only really missing out on Benji, but he'll be alright. He's King Arthur anyway. You did see Titans there take a little look at the Pyromancer. Not going to bite off more than they can chew just yet after that little victory there. Obviously, killing Yorkor for a second will put him behind for a moment or two, as Transcendence now fully upgraded for Cyclone Spin, so it'll get that extra cooldown reduction in there too now, so expect to see a little bit more use out of him. But Pyro now started up by Titans.
They've already started to reset it as well. They want to take the fight. Stun does find its way onto Julio, and he's left high and dry.
But he's going to get his ultimate off. Oh, will he? No! Deleted as he lands on down. Panaton leaps away to safety, leaving Rongyu and Shinto alone. And Rongyu just used his ultimate. Great portal out of Shinto, though. Good double use of the portal there, if I'm honest, to get his teammates away. That was through space and time use. And that just opens up Titans to get this Pyromancer. Myth, we were talking about Titans all year of like, on paper, they're a great squad, but how will Scary do in transition? They're starting to find an identity now.
Yeah, it just took them, what, about 6 months here, but better late than never, and the Tartarus Titans are looking incredibly strong right now up against the Leviathans, who have been hailed recently as the top-seeded team, one of the better teams in the league, a very consistent squad, but in recent weeks they've been stumbling, and they really need to find a win here today after falling against the Bolts in the group stage. Look, every single match is going to have some added weight to it for this roster. The Tartarus Titans, they're looking to put an end to this run.
I mean, honestly, Biff, the hardest thing is when you're at the top, the only way is down. Right? It's hard to sit at the top and sustain that because teams aren't going to play you as much in scrims.
Yep.
They're not going to show all the strategies to you as effectively as they once did. And that just adds up even harder because everyone's trying to chase you and steal your spot. It's a hard task to expect anyone to stay at the top of the league all year. Although Leviathans, they're not out of it yet. We are talking minuscule amounts so far. Sure, that loss last week. But up against Titans now, this is still anyone's game. But we are leaning Titans as this game continues with their composition. I am concerned as to whether, though, Titans do looking for some things like Chins, the Soul Reaver even, just to bring down some of these healthier targets in these engagements. Because that is a big tanky frontline the Leviathans have presented here. Although so far, you're not really seeing it because Julio got blown up in that last fight.
Yeah, I think that you're right to highlight some of those HP shred items. Already Telkine's ring getting picked up by Paul should help out with that a little bit. Essentially, the magical equivalent of Kins. And then with this tank shredder build coming through from Cyclone Spin, I'm sure we're going to see some Kin size come through there as well. So Rongyu going to have to play very intelligently around these fights. Those walls still going to be very good inside of the jungle team fights, as Taco alluded to on the desk. Yep. But it is going to leave him exposed. You wall off a couple people, well, they've only got one direction to walk, and it's at you.
Definitely, and thinking of that, you know, it was mentioned about the Titans not having too many leaps in this game. They did Rafemre towards the end, but I think it's also why Benji's blink initiating quite a lot through those walls. He's showing he's willing to dive in if they're going to try and put a wall down, but they don't have a load of blinks on this team either. So these walls out of Rongyu could be interesting. However, look at what a Raw picked up there. The Phantom. The one thing we don't really talk about too often, but me and you, Myth, definitely know that upgraded version's pretty strong, right?
It's so good with the damage mitigations, man. I think that it could eventually just wholesale replace Shell with how it works out as well. And taking a peek at those relics again, Taco called for the double Sunder to deal with not only the shielding from Julio, but this incredibly tanky front line inside of Panatom and Rongyu. Tartarus Titans already delivering. Scary D sacrifices that blink in order to get that relic.
Gold lead about 3,000 then for the Titans at the moment. The Cyclone at level 17 now. Will pick up his own purple buff, has the Assi online, equal pace in terms of build as Yorkor in that dual lane. Meanwhile, the mid laners as it stands, as we mentioned, the Warlock staff online alongside the Telkine's. Cooldown reduction, the focus from Shinto though. A lot of cooldown reduction in that already at max cap, I would say. And now working towards what I'm expecting is going to be that Staff of Murden, which we've seen a little bit more of as of late.
Yeah, that's just the Yanis special. I mean, every single Yanis player is going to take this build. You want to be able to portal consistently. You need a little bit of additional burst. So Myrmidon's going to be able to make up for that one. Tartarus Titans aren't able to get in towards the Oracles, but are at least able to dissuade the Leviathans from pulling the Gold Fury itself. And it seems like already Paul, level 17, has a couple of rings under his belt. It's time to start hitting that gas pedal. 17 maybe 18 or so minutes into the game. I don't think the Tartarus Titans have to wait much longer. They're starting to approach late.
Yeah, they're already looking very confident around this. They know it's warded up from Leviathans with the Oracles going down too, but I don't think they really mind. They want to try and take a scrap here in this area around the Primal Fury. Wrong you, first on the scene, going to get rooted by a wall for a second. Yorkor stood in the wall, so they know where he is, and in goes Julio. Great wall too. Freeze on Paul, beats down, Aegis down. They get hit by space and time, but rewind all the way back and into the mix, and eats an axe straight away from Yorkor to his mush, and that takes the life of the mid lane of Paul, and the Primal Fury that Titans were baiting started up by Leviathans.
And now the Titans want to step forward. Benji thought about it, using that blink aggressively as he has been all game, but thinks better of it. Paul is at least able to burn off the beads from Shinto in that engagement, so once he respawns in about 30 seconds and the Leviathans want to continue up this pressure, take a fight around the Pyro, he should be the name of the game. Shinto should be the target of the entirety of the aggression from the Tartarus Titans going forward here. But for now, both teams starting to spin their wheels, want to head back to farming. Leviathans trying to close up that gold gap. Might as well not take a risky play.
Full credit from Julio there, and Wrong You following up. The wall from Wrong You is amazing. Julio leaping on in to set that up, and then the frost afterwards. That's what put Paul in so much danger. And with Shintos through space and time, whipping on through too, it forced that rewind and put him in an awkward spot. And if you notice, as soon as that happened, Titans immediately fell back. They're like, we don't have the Chronos. I think we're out of this fray for now. We're going to have to surrender this one. And that brings us a little bit more towards an even game again. We were mentioning it was about 3,000 gold differential. Well, it's only 1,000 now. But Titans aren't done. They're looking at the blue buff again.
Benji, first one forward. Julio trying to act as goaltender here. Panatom able to secure this one away, and now the fight starts in earnest. Wrong You's here.
But there's Scary to use the ultimate to dissuade him from going aggressive on him. He's going to take Wrong You away from the fight. Shinto space and time. Didn't really do too much damage in that. Good stuff from Aurora though to try and separate them. Trying to slow them down, but he's getting whittled down. The bear is in the woods. No longer. He's dead. Yorkor leaping on in towards for the kill. And now looking at Scary D, who will lead back to safety. Benji trying to separate the pool to the backside as Panatom very low in health. Paul and Cyclone turn up to the fray a little bit late. Ultimate already used by Cyclone in that engagement as Leviathans stand strong at their tier 1 for the time in this right-hand side. Cyclone and Paul, well, not going to find much more on this right-hand side.
But the Titans have done so much HP bar damage to the Leviathans here that despite losing out on a roar, despite being at a numbers disadvantage, they can move in towards the Pyromancer already stripped away. Leviathan slow on the rotation, at least able to burn the beads off Benji.
Benji a little bit concerned there, as you said. Burns the bees. Wrong You with that wall placement too. Fantastic yet again. As the game continues on at the 20-minute mark, we've got our first level 20 of the game. Pretty good pacing from Shinto there, who now is level 20. So we'll be looking at that starter relic as an upgrade probably sooner rather than later. The pace of this game, though, Myth tells me, one Fire Giant fight, this could be in the bag for one of these two teams. Especially when I'm looking at, well, let's be honest, Tower push and Phoenix push, both teams have a decent enough composition to burst them down quickly.
They do. Panatom taking a ton of damage, feeling that burst from Paul. That, what was that, 3 auto attacks, a couple abilities, and 80% of his HP bar gone down instantly. And I think if we're going to talk about edge with Fire Giant, Tartarus Titans have it. Double ADC, always going to be nice.
Damage checking mid lane from Shinto on a Raw. They did pretty good and taking away a third of his health. But at the same time, the grouping on the right-hand side continues. Wall coverage around the Fire Giant at the moment is in favor of the Titans at the moment. These sentry wards and deep wards down, and Benji 2-level lead over Julio so far in this game. This King Arthur has been a nuisance consistently and also escaped the clutches of death consistently, which is quite surprising by some of the positions I've seen him in.
Yeah, he is willing to commit his body to any singular engagement. It doesn't matter if it's just him or if he's got his team behind him. Benji is always going to be the first one in for the Tartarus Titans. Now, it's up to the Leviathans to try and reestablish that vision dominance, and already setting up an ambush inside the jungle. Wrong You forward first. Aurora, no leap, stuck behind the wall.
But he did get cleansed out by Cyclone straight away, so he was able to return fire. Paul, though, casualty of war there a little bit and took a bit more than bargained for from Shinto's damage through the wall. And with that, Leviathan's got a bit of pressure in mid lane. Paul going to base, and that tier 1 being very low. Won't take long for Leviathans to bring that one down. And they head right into the jungle, more than likely for that Scorpion on their side.
The Tartarus Titans just are not willing to take a fight unless Paul is there, and they're right to do so. Paul heads back to base. Well, I'm not even going to put up a soft defense on this tier 1. It's already low HP. Let's just go ahead and let the Leviathans have it. And then the Leviathans split up into the jungle, so that doesn't generate enough threat for the Tartarus Titans to follow them. 3 people headed over to the right side. Well, 3 people aren't going to do Fire Giant, so the Titans can just go ahead and reset.
Nice bit of a dance-off as Titans got a bit of pressure towards the middle lane for the time being. No team feeling overly confident in this one. I will say, keeping an eye on a Raw's build here, Leviathans have got a lot of slows in this game. I really do like this Wingblade pickup. A lot of inconsequential ones too when you think about it. You've got the Threshold from Shinto as well on that. And then Palitom too. And then not only that, you've got Nike. Plenty of slows in this team. No surprises to see a couple of Wingblades picked up, at least one so far, for that front line Artyom.
Yeah, but still trying to finish up his stacks on the Thieves. Needs 8 more until that defense comes to full fruition, so Aurora likely going to be looking to head into a lane before one of these fights starts around the neutrals. For now, vision dominance is going to be favoring the Tartarus Titans around the Fire Giant, but Gold Fury spawning very soon is a much more likely point of contention on the map. Imagine we see the Leviathans try and start a fight off there.
Warrior's Bane picked up as well now for Yarkor in that duo lane on that ult. Making sure he's got a bit more penetration added up to make sure he can whittle down these tanky health bars of the likes of Benji and Aurora too. Also picked up the chins as well, just keep an eye on that one. Although I don't see one on the side of Titans just yet in terms of health. Shred on that side. Definitely an even game though, Myth. I don't feel confident if I'm either side right now. I guess if you're Titans, we talked about the late game a little bit more. This Kronos can get into that later stages now at level 20, but he's going to have to show something soon because Leviathans are taking a Gold Fury right in front of Cyclone's face.
And they shouldn't have, because Cyclone just takes it away immediately. The Leviathans allowed Cyclone to just straight up walk in there slowly and drop that training exercise.
Oh, he got it. My
Yeah,
apologies. I didn't even notice that. I was like,
nuts.
okay, he's not going to get it. That's ridiculous that he just watched on then. My apologies for that. But grouping now on the right as Fire Giant is the dance again. Julio going to frontline to the best of his ability, but gets poked out by Benji. Both teams want to hold this sort of area on the right. And Fire Giant is definitely the thing they're after here, just because it's going to give you ridiculous regen and ability to take down these towers quickly.
And it's going to burn very fast. Leviathans have to show up sooner rather than later. It's Julio in first, and he's the target.
Takes a bit of damage. The wall going to prevent some follow-ups, though, from Rongyu there, as he takes a ton from Paul over the wall. And it's on position around the right-hand side as Julio leaps away, trying to get back to safety. But he keeps getting collapsed on. Has the shield, goes back into the wall. And Cyclone gets left alone. Paniton found the angle alongside Shinto there to bring him down. Both relics were used by Cyclone too. Meanwhile, Benji trying to frontline. He may fall down for the first time this game. And that's 2 kills for Leviathans. It's now Scary is a dog without a bone running through the jungle for his life. Will leap away again. Can a wall come through? Well, you might not need a wall if you've got portals like that from Shinto. Rongyu blinking in. Shinto getting the kill. And that's 3-0 in favor of the Leviathans.
Man, the Leviathans playing around Shinto so well inside that engagement. Tartarus Titans were running it down 100%. Pedal to the metal. They said, all right, we're winning this engagement. Great start. And then immediately we see a turnaround from Shinto. Drops the ultimate through the wall and dropships his entire team on a Cyclone spin. Tartarus Titans 3 dead. No one in range to defend. Fire Giant going to be on 5 members of the Leviathans.
Still a 2k lead for Titans now. So even after this Fire Giant goes down for Leviathans here, there's a bit of work to be done from them to gather their momentum back in this game. These tier 2 towers worth about 1,500 gold apiece. That should swing things in their favor. Pyro will help them a little bit there too. But what went wrong in that engagement? Was Cyclone just no man's land, or was that really just good position from Leviathans more now?
It's just a great turnaround from the Leviathans. Cyclone Spin was so far back there that he had to think to himself, all right, I'm not in any real danger. And then a portal delivers 3 enemies right to his doorstep. That's a tough one. That's hard to predict. The Tartarus Titans were a little bit too eager to get inside the back line there and immediately get punished for it, but all is not lost. The Leviathans still have a harder time looking for these sieges. They've got a non-standard mage inside of Yanis. Panaton being so close range as is Julio means that really the majority of their damage is going to be coming from Yarkor, and he's got damage in spades. Looks like he's moving in towards that Titan's Bane. Should help him shred these towers relatively easily. And the Tartarus Titans, on the other hand, having a non-orthodox mage in their own right with this Kronos, are going to have a harder time keeping these minion waves out of their structures.
And now this tier 2 on the left will fall quickly. Titans grouped up towards the middle lane, presenting the option of defending this tier 2 if they'd like to. However, if you lose this fight, Myth, on the tier 2, you could have a bit of a problem. But look at this, Leviathan's not really that interested yet. They're still held to this left-hand side for a second to see who turned up in that engagement. Cyclone came back to defend, so Leviathans will head towards this middle lane.
Now they're just spinning their wheels. Looks like the Tartarus Titans are going to set up a soft defense here. Don't imagine they commit too much. Instead, just going to try and buy a little bit of time. Only 2.5 minutes left on this Fire Giant siege. Means that the Titans only really have to hold out softly. If they're able to just slow down this push, they'll have found value.
Very respectable from Leviathans there, not to just commit all in there using the Fire Giant at that tier 2 tower. Instead, it's going to be a bit of a dance-off for a second. And Leviathans are like, well, do we stick around here, or do we try and get something in the jungle? But there's something really to take. Instead, they have sent Yorkor to the right-hand side, who should be able to whittle down that tier 1 relatively quickly, and then maybe look at the tier 2 and split the difference with the Titans.
Yeah, and the Leviathans already with the 4 men grouping inside the jungle, they realize with Yorkor pushing that it might kind of bait the Tartarus Titans into walking over, so they set up an ambush. Unfortunately for the Leviathans, the Titans were privy to it, but it is a slow rotation this tier 2. Only 3 members here, Cyclone and Paul holding up the rear, but the Leviathans don't have that overhead view. They can't see what we do. It's a slow push.
Good stun from Benji, prevents the cross for a second there, but still has to turn it around. Did hold on to his beads. That was a cleanse out from Cyclone there after that Frost Breath connected from Wrong Yu. New minion wave coming in though. Can Yorkor get a window to get some tower damage on? Is a question. His positioning very, very key in this engagement. The front line though, doing wonders. A scary jumps to the back and forces Yorkor for a second to feed back on the backside. Julio taking a ton of damage, however, but the damage towards Titans is pretty brutal there too, to be honest. However, Leviathans don't want to take more than that. That's pretty good for Titans.
I'd say so. They essentially trade out a tier 2 tower for the entirety of this Fire Giant push. I think the Leviathans may have missed an opportunity there with the entirety of the Titans being sub 20% HP. Hadn't had a chance to go back to base. They could have maybe moved in and at least damage checked on the Phoenix, but don't want to take the risky play. The Leviathans are a very methodical team. They're always going to cross their T's. They're always going to dot their I's. They're never leaving up to a coin toss.
You can't,
but that has come back to bite them.
I was going to say, don't cast a curse yourself by saying that, because next minute they're going to throw this game.
Oh, okay.
You watch.
All right, Leviathan's going to throw this game pretty soon because the Tartarus Titans are getting the Primal Fury.
There is a Primal Fury going Titans' way, but let's be honest, this is still an even game. With all Phoenixes still being up, the gold differential isn't much between the two. We saw a 3k gold lead for Titans earlier on swing back towards Leviathan's favor. And honestly, for Titans' view, if they can get a tower or two here, we'll open the map up a little bit more. That's the only real difference between these two at the moment. That wall going to prevent some of the auto attacks, forces the carries to move for a second. But tier 1 now down in mid. Panitom on this right-hand side has to be careful, but they're looking at an engage maybe. Panitom going to go in, drop down the ultimate, looks towards Paul is the focus. Great Frost Breath, and the Yarn is damaged too! Paul's still alive for a second though, not long enough. The ultimate came through from the amazing work, but it won't get a kill at all. Benji now forced out, and Shito Yorkor will pick up that kill for sure. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Aurora is going to be another sacrificial lamb here, dealing with these big tanky frontliners. This fight all started off with Panitom.
If Cyclone dies here, that could be the end of the game. Has to find the revive. Yorkor gets credit for that kill. Alternate timeline kept Paul alive for 2 more seconds, and that's all it did.
So we don't really see much Shinto Giannis, but I guess he's got it.
Yeah, he could do it.
But also the fact that you can listen to you can't hear the comms, but I can tell by just watching the game that when a CC chain is coming, he is ulting early in that engagement. I believe that's what caught Paul and the rest of Titans in that last engagement. Right, and Phoenix gonna fall down, and Leviathans aren't done. They smell blood in the water, and they're looking towards the Titan of the Titans, but instead they're gonna turn their attention to Aurora for a second, zoning away. Wrong you going, boys, please come on in here and hit this. Instead, they'll hit Aurora first of all. Scaredy gets 1 kill, and the respawn of Paul won't be enough to save the day. Leviathans take Game 1 in this best of 3 group stage.
But it wasn't as clean as I was expecting, was it, Hindu? I mean, the Leviathans were losing out pretty handily in the early game, and the Tartarus Titans look like they've really revitalized how they're trying to approach the early themselves. Very aggressive play around the soul lane. Keep your eyes on them.
Yeah, and keep an eye on them for sure, because how that played out is, I mean, the whole composition that we saw Titans draft, loved the late game for it, but they were really struggling a little bit with the whole idea of this wall preventing them. No leaps on this squad, only really scary D, so they had to rely on those blinks.
They did. There was a phantom pickup at least to try and alleviate some of those walls, but that was a composition where Rongyu really was primed and ready to just hit the ground running. That was a ideal Ymir composition.
Game 1 down. We'll be back with Game 2 after this break.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally
anything
with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs. That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
And you're telling me an alien wore this?
The Atlantis Leviathans, but it looked like it was going to be the Tartarus Titans game for a little bit. That mid game was going pretty well, and then all of a sudden, just team fight after team fight started going the Leviathans' way.
That was for sure a little bit more pushback from Titans than what I was expecting that both those team compositions to break down. But for me, it really comes back to that Gold Fury fight right around the 17-minute mark, I want to say, where Paul gets a fantastic rewind off on the Chronos, but everyone else is just a little bit too far pushed back, more towards their red buff territory, and it didn't really give a whole lot of bounce back potential to really salvage that fight. Paul just kind of gets left out in the open, and from that point on, it's just, we know what Leviathans love to do best. They swarm, and they come at you in numbers.
And Shinto on this Giannis pick, we were kind of wondering if he would be able to make it work. Was it really just taking it away from Paul? He made it work, man, and I think it's time to call it. Not that Shinto isn't a fantastic player, but certainly when you're trying to take this pick that is so different from the traditional mage and use his utility properly, that used to be the real benchmark for this pick. Are you using your portals properly? Are you positioning your ults not just in ways to hit gods, but also provide portals for your team? This pick has really reached the point where it isn't just the Giannis specialists who can take it anymore. It's really any mid laner in the SPL level is looking like they are going to change the game on this pick.
So Giannis as a mid god, right?
Yes.
Just clarifying that right here. You know, that's a mage
Yes.
that can move his entire team around the map in an instant. And yeah, we like to think that's pretty good at competitive level play. It's almost like mages are just kind of inherently busted.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we're comparing Giannis to Ullr, I'll agree with you on that front. But I think that has more to do with what Ullr's doing than Giannis, to be honest with you. 27,000 damage for Shinto on this pick. Rongyu impactful on that Ymir as well, really providing those walls very, very neatly. I thought that Cyclone had a pretty solid game, except for getting one shot there by the Fire Giant on that clip we just saw. He stole away a Gold Fury, which was pretty critical for this Titans team. But Scary D had trouble finding priority targets. I mean, all of these frontliners picking up beads. You didn't see that many beads burners on the side of the Titans besides this Fenrir, so I felt like a lot of times Scary was walking around in Ragnarok looking for someone he could pick up that wouldn't instantly beads it and finding nobody.
I think that's the tough part, too, with the RDO pickup for me in that position, because I do like the mindset for Aurora there. You look for the cripple, you try to prevent some of that heavy mobility swing that the Giannis is going to be able to provide for not only himself, but the rest of his team. It's just that even with a cripple field coming into play, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a guarantee of a beads burner. And I think that was the prime issue that Scary D kind of struggled with, is there just wasn't really any solid initiation that could stay alive long enough to really burn relics in a manner that would have actually allowed that Fender to pop off a little bit better.
Well, Titans back in second pick. Remember, they have choice coming off the loss, and they decided to go back to the second pick, which surprises me a little bit because of the strategy the Leviathans employed last time. Maybe the Titans are going to leave open something a little bit different this time around in order to try and keep that Giannis out of Shinto's hands.
I would like to see Titans ban Amir. I actually think that Game 1 looks a whole heck of a lot different if Rongyu isn't there to literally stop an entire team with one ability. Having that much restrictive movement in these tiny little jungle corridors, even fighting around the objective, it just eliminates so many escape routes. And so I do like Benji on the King Arthur. I like Cyclone with the Chiron, but I'm a bit surprised to see Chiron as a third ban outright.
Yeah, me too. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense if the Titans are going to try and run back something similar. This is where they banned Raijin last time around, and you should assume that the Leviathans are going to take Giannis next up, which they do.
Raijin for Paul?
But now you go Raijin for Paul, sure, but that didn't have to be Chiron in that slot because Chiron was open last time. The Leviathans still top-picked the Giannis. So why don't you could ban something like the Ymir, like you're asking for, and then still go, Chiron plus whatever you want, King Arthur in this instance, and then still get the Chiron later on potentially. I don't know. I'm a little surprised. Maybe the Titans are planning to take the Ymir here for themselves, but they aren't. It's the Gilgamesh instead.
Gilgamesh is a decent flex pick. I like the fact that they're going to at least prevent Leviathans from having that open-endedness, because even though they went for Gilgamesh Ymir for that second, third pick in Game 1, Leviathans, no issues whatsoever. Rongyu looked great on the Ymir. Of course, he's just going to run that one back.
Right.
But so far, Titans, not a whole lot of reveal. There is a chance for this Gilga to be flexed into jungle or support still. I can definitely see Aurora's playstyle meshing fairly well with something like the Gilgamesh. But the tier acquisition, we've seen a lot of Julio tier and a lot of good stuff from Julio tier on top of that. And I'm already looking, and it's just so much mobility. One more time, Leviathans just trying to do whatever they can to make sure that they have a heavy dive composition, I think, for that backline from Titans.
And it is going to be the Raijin for Paul, as expected, with that being left open. Something a little bit different for him this time around. But certainly in his God pool, historically, that's been a consistent pick in his career. He's only 1 for 3 on it so far this year, though. 1 win, 2 losses on the pick. And you mentioned the tier there for Julio. 4 picks for tier for the Leviathans on tier. They've won 3 of them, so you know that is a comfort pick for Julio, even if you aren't very familiar with his SML or SCC career, where he really piloted that pretty consistently. As it's time to take a look towards the junglers, at least in the Titans ban column, as they take away Serket and Nemesis, 2 of Panatom's more comfort picks.
I also find that Ares ban to be not necessarily a surprise, but Leviathans are clearly concerned about Aurora having any sort of option for the guaranteed beads burners, Aegis burner type of supports. A lot of aggression, I think, being removed. The Mirror, by far, I think, one of the top standing members, and RDO is just going to be the run-it-back system here for the Titans, and I'm not going to lie, Aggro. I like the Arthur, Gilga, Raijin. The RDO is where I draw the most question marks. I have to assume that this is purely to try and prevent Shinto from having as much mobility.
Well, the RDO looks better against the tier at the very least,
True.
right? That cripple field is much better against him than it was against Nike.
I definitely can agree with that. It's just, if this is actually going to be, there's no way that we actually see a Neath sliding through when we've already got a Heimdallr in lock. And Heim actually, I think, could encounter some struggles here for Leviathans. I don't think that Hardcore is going to necessarily be as free to kind of push up. We saw him a lot of times around those objective fights. He was willing to be a little bit more aggressive with his positioning, but Heim, people believe that the Bifrost is like the end-all be-all. It's the great survivability metric, but in my honest opinion, I don't actually chalk Heim up to be all that great right now. I think those Heim on her buffs were actually pretty steep, and I'm loving the on her pick still for that Heimdallr matchup.
Yeah, definitely one of those classic picks that you've seen basically throughout the entire SPL phase. Those two picks have been very, very prevalent in that long lane. But I want to talk about this Dodgy pick for Panatom. It's one that I'm a big fan of, especially when you look across the way at the draft here for the Titans. What does Gilgamesh do against Dodgy? She's knockback immune in the 2. She's got her ultimate, and Gilgamesh doesn't have CC immunity. She loves that pick in RDO because, yes, it has that cripple and the stun, but no CC immunity there for Aurora. I think Panatom could be setting up himself up for a really good game.
But I also have to factor in the outright 3v3 core for that early to mid game, and I'm really liking the thought of Gilgamesh, Raijin, and RDO because while I'm not super keen on what RDO can actually provide in terms of peel, she does thrive fairly well in the early to mid game portion as far as damage is concerned, and I think that they might just have enough burst with those 3 gods, knockback immunity or not. Doesn't matter if your HP bar is non-existent.
And the area control for the Titans is much better this time around than it was last time, right? I mean, you got Kronos in the mid lane in comparison to something like Raijin that's way more AoE damage for the Raijin. You've got On Her there still controlling a lot of space with that pillar and the Desert Fury. And now you have the Winds of Shamash on your side with Scary D piloting this Gilgamesh.
It's also just the outright burst follow-up, right? You think about Desert Fury, you think about Taiko Drums. Those are some big hitting ultimates. Even after On Her's nerf to that ultimate, I still feel as though that'll be more than enough damage to take out a Dodgy, a Heim, or a Giannis. This is a very high execution comp, though, from the Leviathans. I do think that it's something that can for sure work for them, and these guys have a lot of synergy as a team. So I can definitely see them being on the same page as one another. I just think that in terms of follow-up for a tier and a mirror, Giannis High might not necessarily be what you're looking for.
Maybe not, but the one thing I do like about the Leviathan's composition is they put great pressure on purification beads. Not like what we saw last time with the Titans, where you've got a jungler that really wants the enemy's beads to be down, but no one to really grab them. Ymir can get beads, Tyr can get beads, Heim beads, and Dodgy is the same. And all of those characters insta-kill you if you don't have beads. It's a death sentence to be hit by Dodgy ult or Heim ult for any frontline.
Very true. Dodgy definitely slams. I would say she probably starts ramping up closer to like level 7 and onwards. That's where you're really going to start to feel some of her shred damage coming through. But as long as Paul and Cyclone, I think, are respectful of their positioning in the early game, I could actually see this going to a game 3.
I mean, the Titans have a much better composition, but they need to find a way to get onto Shinto. Who's going to do that here for the Titans?
That's got to come down to Raijin Gilgamesh in my mind.
Got to have that mobility and that distance from those guys. We'll see if they're able to do it this time around. The Titans looking to bounce back here in game number 2, and it's going to have to be on the back of this Gilgamesh for Scary D. Gilgamesh, is he one of those premier junglers? Scary D's going to try to prove that he is, as Panatom did in game number 1. Titans looking for the game 2 bounce back.
Oh, and it's going to be an interesting one, Myth, because when I'm looking at this has to be a beads for RTO this game, right? Like, yeah, okay. I was like, he has to go beads if you're playing RTO against this composition. He's not going to be able to go the Sunder again. This is the only real opportunity he's got. But look at this grouping early from Titans here. Wonder if they'll be able to find a pick. Julio did sense the pressure for a second there. Hey, it's us casting now, not Dave and Gore. That's great.
Feels good to be on the cast here, especially now that we're in studio. And I think you're right, especially considering the Leviathans have so much more pressure on beads with this composition than they did the last one. Between the freeze from Rongyu, the Pow Lao from Panatom, even Julio's Fearless is going to be a very consistent beads burning tool. If anyone gets relocated on the side of the Tartarus Titans, burst potential's there as well. With the recent nerf to Shell, now Panatom on this Dodgy is going to have a much easier time finding his burst potential. In particular, Paul is going to have a very hard time performing this game. You blink in on Dodgy, you find the one, you auto-attack once, and then Paul thunderclaps away. Well, you've got the dash to chase him down there. I think that Panatom's going to have a lot on his plate here.
Oh, Benji already on this right-hand side, getting aggressive and invading on his own. But Julio's really punishing for it. You can see Benji trying to just use those lunges to escape as quick as possible. And he did have Blink, as you said, but don't forget a full Fearless combo available at only level 1. The blue buff, however, stolen away. And that is a huge detriment there for that solo lane. Bit of trouble then for Julio to hit in this level 2 now for a moment or two.
That should make it so much more easy for Benji to get his footing under him inside the lane. Now if he's able to poke out Julio before he's able to tick over to 2, should be able to deal with that sustain relatively well. But Julio getting the lane first, having not had to clear his own blue buff, is going to get over to level 2, so that is going to still pan out as a slight XP lead for Benji in the lane, but maybe not enough that Julio has to be too concerned.
With Chiron not involved in this game specifically, you can see that both junglers did start their speed this time round, which means They're all here at the same time around these left-hand Harpy camp and the Oracle Super. Wrong using an awkward spot between the pair of them. Looking for a dropkick in the wall with Scary D. Missed that though, and then Shinto with the portal to escape. That's the use of a Giannis we don't see enough of, in my opinion. This utility in all stages of the game as Julio is putting some work in on Benji early.
Man, Benji has got me so concerned as how he's played out this lane so far. And take a peek at the consumables there. Benji already running low on both Chalice and Potions, whereas Julio still has a multi-pot, still has 2 ticks of the Chalice. Sustain is the name of the game, and the Leviathans are winning.
I'm taking into account as well, you can't pop a health potion and the Chalice at the same time and have them both tick away. The multi-potion you can.
Oh yeah.
So you do have a little bit more sustain, as well as the fact that Tyr has sustain in his kit too, to keep this pressure going. Oh, just off the mark there. What's Julio's face say to me? Didn't even move a muscle. He was fine with it. He was like, okay. I didn't find that lockup I was looking for. Don't think he would have found a kill necessarily, but there was a lot of minions there to assist over in that solo lane. Blue buff now spawning soon for Leviathans on that right-hand side. You could already see Panitom with his speed buff heading that direction now to make sure nothing crazy happens this time round as Benji now hits 4 up against Julio's 3.
Yeah, very low invade potential from the Tartarus Titans. Scary D just now starting to work his way out of base, so instead he's going to be looking towards his own buffs. Both teams now able to reset back to neutral, and Julio, despite losing out on the first blue buff, has not been feeling it too much inside the lane. Sure, that XP lead has reared its head as about a half level in favor of Benji, who's able to tick over to 4 before he rotates into his blue buff, but Julio staying afloat just fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine for the most part. As the left-hand side now, once again, we're going to see the Heimdall and the Ymir for Leviathans up against basically the RTO and the Anher. This matchup, we've seen it quite a few times. I mean, maybe not with the RTO as much as of late. I am interested in how this RTO gets played out by Aurora, though, because it's a rough situation with so many beads burners in this game.
It really is, and that's why he had to pick up beads so early on, that threat on his own life. But
would you go Magi's as well here, do you reckon?
Maybe a little bit later in the build, but if Aurora's going to be the initiator, Magi's is such a sacrifice insofar as the defense potential, so maybe he can slot it in around 4th item, but I expect to see him go a little bit more so standard early on in the build. But highlighting the dual lane in its own right, Cyclone Spin takes the on her despite it getting nerfed recently. It's a couple of seconds added on to the Desert Fury cooldown. It's still going to be incredibly favored towards him in the 1v1. You can just use the Impale to knock someone out of Bifrost. If they have to stand still for a long channel Bifrost, well, 9 Desert Fury Spear is going to do the majority of an HP bar throughout the entirety of this game. So Cyclone Spin's in a good position once supports rotate out to start looking for a 1v1.
Could be an opportunity to maybe put some pressure on Scary D through these first 12 levels here. Did start off with Blink in the jungle for Gilgamesh this game too. So just keep an eye on Panitom and Rongyu combining a little bit here. The power loud could come up big in some of these engagements, especially as Agro was saying on the desk there, how the matchup would be between Daji and Gilgamesh on paper.
And it should favor Daji, especially considering Mans decided to pick up Blink Powwow. We've been able to find pretty decent value, and the combo's there. Sure, you don't have a standard mage. It's not a Kraken or a Searing Pain following up, but get pulled into a portal or get pulled into a Shards of Ice, that should be able to spell the end of Scary D pretty consistently. He should be the target of aggression going forward, considering he's the only one on the side of the Titans who doesn't pick up a defensive relic.
Speaking of going forward, Benji in the enemy jungle again for a second, sees the blue buff has spawned, but Panitom is here. Benji going to stay at distance and consider looking for a shot to steal it away, and does so, but will he get punished for it? The answer will be yes, because Rongyu turns up in the nick of time, and they should be enough here. They've got a power off they need to. They're trying to save it. They bait Scary D in, and Scary doesn't have any beads. Well, guess where you're coming, son? Back to town and back to Panitom. 2 kills the way of Leviathans early on.
That is such a tough one. Scary just trying to step forward, just trying to peel out for his homie, but no defensive relic spells the end of his life here, and that should be the name of the game all the way up until level 12. Scary D has now realized that he may have made a mistake.
Maybe, but at the same time, if he's going to be the focal point of the team, then the team can maybe play around it in the team fights, or focus on the early game, get to that level 12, and get that second relic online.
But level 12 is a long way off, considering it's about a level and a half lead already in favor of Panitom. Scary D just now ticking over to 6. Panitom's been 7 for a couple of seconds here already. Daji off to a roaring start, and the Leviathans have already established themselves a 1,000 gold lead 6 minutes in.
Yeah, not too bad at all, really, with how it stands there. The blink available for Rongyu as well wasn't actually utilised in that engagement too, so there's plenty of options for initiation out of the Leviathans this game. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Paul just treading water for the time being, goes back to base, picks up, what's that going to be, restored artifact, so more than likely the Rodder Tahuti rush is what we kind of see these days. Fearless in the jungle though on Scary D, remember no beads, and the collapse is on. Blink freeze from Wrong Yu, and the follow-up's there with a wall too, just to separate me. You notice Shinto didn't come too deep there either, just puts the portal down and gets away, but Wrong Yu could be a casualty in response. Leviathan's getting a little bit too deep, and it's a 1-for-1 exchange.
Hey, trading your support for a jungle feels pretty good almost all the time. Scary D now 0-2, Wrong Yu 1-1 in trade. And just to show how this game has already started to separate, Wrong Yu's level 6, Scary D's level 6. That is a tough start for the Gilgamesh, and Gilgamesh can run into similar issues as Erlang Shen. If you fall behind in the early, he's got a pretty hard time catching back up.
We're back to the same old thing in the duo lane though, where the Hunters get left alone in this matchup. And we're in game 1 too, so expect them to hit critical mass a little bit earlier this game. Do you expect any crit out of these two, with it being these two specific Hunters in the game?
I could expect crit just because of the itemization that we're seeing already. Instead of that Bluestone Transcendent start already, Cyclone Spin is elected to go for the Devourer's Gauntlets with Death Toll. Has a ton of sustain in the lane, and it does lend itself pretty well towards that Wind Demon build, but it seems like Yarkor is going for a small adaptation. Instead of Bluestone pickup, it is going to be the Death Toll, but it seems like he is still keeping his eyes towards that Transcendent. So keep your eyes on his build. Very interesting.
A lot of wards going on in the jungle right now. You can see it's littered on this right-hand side, but Leviathan's 3 strong here, and Paul does want to rotate. Keep an eye on Shinto in mid as well. He's on that Giannis with the space and time, so he could always turn up late. And the pressure is on Paul, who has to bead and get away. But Panitam's still giving chase. The drums of war popped up for separation. But there is the through space and time from Shinto. Perfectly on target and gets a kill.
And I was saying this to you backstage between matches. Now that Shinto has shown that he's got the capacity to play this Giannis, he's essentially tripled his God pool. He's put so much threat on the table that these teams are going to have to keep their eyes on him. If you have to toss a ban towards his Giannis, once Persephone's available at competitive play, well, maybe Shinto's opened the door to get that for himself. Or if he wants to go towards his signature Merlin pick, it's going to be very hard to target him out there. Shinto having this adaptation with this pick is going to be very big for the Leviathans going forward.
I mean, being real, at the SPL top level, there's not many players that can't play a specific god. You know? You like to think, for the most part. But it is true, until it's actually shown, people still have that question mark of, like, is it viable this year for him? And Shinto clearly showing it's working out well with the Leviathans here. Great Scorpion looked out for a second there, but as you can see, Cyclone was well aware and just dissuaded them from trying to continue the pressure on that left-hand side. Red buff is available. A lot of the Leviathans jungle up right now, so expect them to just look at farming for a moment or two.
And with the pace of the match going as it is, I think I've got to favor out the Leviathans' composition come late game just because of their CC core. The ability for Julio to disrupt the backline, Panatom's ultimate as well, all going to be very hard to deal with for the Tartarus Titans. And you have to already take into account that gold lead that was just 1,000 is slowly starting to balloon out. In just the last 3 minutes has gone up by another 500. Once this Greater Scorpion falls on the Gold Fury side, that could spell the beginning of the team fight phase. Around the duo lane, you're likely going to favor Cyclone Spin on this on her Desert Fury, one of the better confirmation tools on the map right now, as well as just great burn potential. Tartarus Titans could try and shift their focus towards a more neutral objective style to try and close up this gap.
Well, with Panatom's positioning now, and where Julio just placed that ward of the blue buff, expects another invader temple. Panatom got spotted by a roar here. Stunned for a second, looks for some damage. Won't get an opportunity to do anything. He has no beads either, remember. And now Julio has the Lawbringer away as the damage relieved from the Titans there. They also pick up a big kill on Panatom.
That is so huge, and that gives Scary D time to catch up in farm. It gives them a little bit more gold as well, and already what was a 1.5 level lead in favor of Panatom has been largely eliminated. Scary D might even be able to pull forward and ahead in the next 3 seconds while Panatom is still in the grayscale.
Shinto being pressured by Aurora, just keeping the pressure on as Shinto tries to return some damage. Got to be careful though, because the wrap is coming in, and Aurora realizes the direction he should be going. He's low on mana here, but look at where Wrong Yu and Julio is. But Wrong Yu goes on Benji, and they leave Aurora exposed still for Julio to follow up, and Wrong Yu to get claim for the kill. Benji knocked into the air, prevented by the wall, and in comes Panatom after the respawn, and Benji could be under some pressure. Still has beads available though, and will be trying to hang on to them as long as he can for that powwow coming through. Drums of war out from Paul is good, but Panatom will get kill on Benji, and now it's Julio looking at Paul, and Paul just used a lot there to try and help out. I don't think he's actually got beads from the last engagement. Talalai does, so he will Thunder Crash away and not have to use it, because I wouldn't have been surprised if Panatom kept being aggressive there and joined his teammate.
Look, I gotta say it, man. Shinto just doesn't miss. He plays that fight so intelligently. Normally, when someone's close gapped on a Yanis players will knee-jerk reaction. All right, I gotta get out of here.
Gotta run.
They shouldn't be next to me. Shinto sticks in, digs his heels in, fights Aurora, lines up the ultimate, finds that as well, and just sets up his team for a great engagement. Quarter health, low mana, doesn't matter. Shinto goes back in to find the secondary pick as well. The Leviathan's looking so good right now.
And for me, for that, it's more like Shinto's like, let's do a damage check. How much can RTO do to me? She's 3 levels below me right now. RTO hit her, and he went, okay, cool, I can eat that for a bit. I've got teammates around, and holds his position, like you said. And then the collapse just happens, and Titans don't get a big benefit out of it. Instead, it's a 1,000 gold lead for the Leviathans now as they take the Oracles, and maybe look at this Greater Scorpion next.
And somehow, slowly, sneakily, Yarkor is establishing himself a slight lead inside the long lane. 14 to Cyclone Spin's 13. But itemization is favoring Cyclone right now, who's already picked up his Executioner, has his second relic available to him as well, as Yarkor has not made his way back to base. So this could be an opportunity, if the Titans spot it out, to move in towards this gold tree that's going to be spawning very soon.
Yeah, a minute after that Greater Scorpion goes down is when you'll see it come up. But there is already 2 members of Titans on this left-hand side right now. Ping just going down there to show where Aurora was going, and Aurora meets Panitum in the jungle. Aurora not scared of still keeping the pressure going, though. You can see him still stepping up, looking to box out and force them back out of the jungle where possible.
Yeah, Roar going for such a quick start to his gameplay has been getting involved not only inside of fights in mid, but has been making rotations over to solo. I'm surprised to see that he picks up Thebes so early on. You got to think he might have been benefited better by something that comes online a little bit more quickly, something you don't have to stack up, like Sovereignty or Heart Ward, but instead it is that standard Thebes pickup, which could come back to haunt him if he maintains his aggressive style. If he doesn't go into lanes, well, it's going to take a very long time to stack.
I mean, I think the difference is, though, it's all procs, isn't it? You get both bits of procs from those Thebes once it's stacked, whereas Sov, you know, you're going to get blown up by the Yarn and still in the Ymir, or, you know, you go for Heartwood and then, well, you're going to get destroyed by Yarkor or anybody else, or even, you know, Panitum on that Darji. Ward's being cleared out at the moment, or attempted to there by Rongyu in that Gold Fury pit area. Not attempted yet between the 2 pings again. And those pings that you keep seeing is just Leviathans communicating well. We don't get to hear the verbal, but you can see by the pings, they're like, hey, this is where the positions. You can't look for a blink right now, but you know exactly where they are, Rongyu.
And it does hedge the bets as well. Every time we see the Tartarus Titans even start to work their way into that left side jungle, if the Leviathan spot it out, it's ping. This is where I last saw them. They could be rotating. They could be going for the purple. I don't know right now. I don't have a ward on them, so play wary. And every single time we see those yellow pings come through, where does Shinto go? Well, to a back camp or back into his own tower. He doesn't want to risk falling down in the early, and that is a style of gameplay that the Leviathans really honed back in Season 7 when they were going by the name Sanguine, that late-game team monster, or team fight monster strategy. Seems like that's the strategy here in Game 2.
I think the funny thing about Leviathan / Sanguine, there's a whole, everyone used to always say that they just play Smite effectively because they pick the best gods available at that moment in time.
Still doing it,
and this is another one where it's kind of showing you that, but good leap away from Scaredy from danger, is level 13 now, and does have his beads, so those 2 early calamities haven't come back to haunt him because he's caught up in experience too on that of Panitum in the jungle. So it's not doom and gloom for Scary D just yet. The level differentials between the 2. Big lead for Shinto in mid, as Paul needs some help again, has to beads himself and Thunder Crash away. But I don't think Leviathan's necessarily done. Got to be careful of a flank around the back though. It's only RTO here for a second or 2 to help clear out this wave and make sure the tier 1 doesn't get brutally taken down. But there was a lot available in the jungle there from Titan. Soon you can see Cyclone working hard to clear out that red buff and then get involved in Rongyu. He's eating a ton of damage there, but the powwow's up from Panitum. Wow. Where's the target's going to go? Nowhere in the end. He comes back down straight after. Weird engagement. Big pick onto Rongyu, and now Benji might be able to look towards Julio, but that's a tanky tier in the mid lane.
Through space and time from Shinto does tear into Paul, who makes it out at sub 100 HP, luckily for him. I like the idea from Rongyu to step forward. He knows that Paul doesn't have the Thunderclap available, tries to catch him out, but Paul is able to use his own ultimate, the Taiko Drums, to immune the freeze and then immediately turn the fight onto him. Leviathan stepping a little bit too far forward, but you can see where they're trying to find those plays. If they do find the pick on a Paul, could have very easily backed up to the Gold Fury. So I like that they're trying to make these proactive plays in the early.
In fairness, those Taiko Drums, I mean, the thing about the through space and time in this game is Taiko Drums, you are kind of a sitting duck for a while. You don't move very quickly at all. And that does give a big window there where Paul's going to play around the space and time, probably fire directly like a laser at his head from Shinto. And the fact he survives there, big for him. I also like the fact he's gone for some sustain after that Karen's coin.
He has, and we were worried about Aurora finding stacks. Well, Rongyu has fallen into those same trappings, been trying to get aggressive inside the jungle, and Aurora has actually lapped him on the Gauntlet of Thieves. Only 10 stacks away from getting that one fully up and ready, and it is a Sovereignty. It looks like he's moving in towards that next slot. So Aurora should be able to get a little bit more value inside of these team fights, and we were right. Cyclone Spin electing to go back to that tried and true crit build. Looks like a Rage pickup in that first slot. Would be overly surprised if we see Wind Demon get picked up next. And then up against this draft of the Leviathans, Panatom's going to have a much harder time getting involved if he gets into Cyclone Spin's LOS. Very easy to shut him down with a couple of crits. Yarkor and the 1v1's going to have a much harder time as well, as he isn't picking up crit himself. Cyclone Spin may have got a nice bit of itemization in his favor.
Meanwhile, though, Yarkor went for the Transcendence as he starts, so doing plenty of damage in these engagements. Wall to prevent the wraparound. Panatom in the back, look at the Cyclone Spin. Cyclone Spin leaps away as the Powwow used, the beads consumed. Gold Fury at half health, Rongyu at half health. A Scary D has to deal with Julio in the back and drops down the ultimate there. Unfortunately, Julio just walks on out of it, no pressure at all. But Leviathans took a ton of damage there, specifically Rongyu, and have to surrender the Gold Fury attempt.
But the Titans on the other end use a lot of resources just face checking already. Scary D beads, Aurora beads, Cyclone, all use their beads there. The only one CC immunity left available is Paul. Both relics still standing for him. So if the Leviathans are able to reset, get their HP back under them, regroup, look for the fight.
It's a good point, especially if you look at Panatom's build as well. Jotun's Wrath online, 20% CDR. Yep. That could be the play from Leviathans here. Take an engagement, force the relics, and then wait a second and go again.
And it's more than a second, still 2 minutes left on those defensive relics from the Tartarus Titans, but the Leviathans are playing it a little bit slow here. Panatom pathing over to the right-hand side tells me that they're not too concerned with this Gold Fury. Could be a bit of a missed opportunity here as he's just trying to clear out his own jungle.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening there, because Julio is hanging around the right-hand side, as you said. Blink and beads for him, same for both solo laners here. And realistically, the dual lane has been left unchecked so far, as you see those beads on Paul in the mid lane. But both the Hunters not seeing any sort of focus at all. And you saw Cyclone getting a kill from the Desert Fury in that little skirmish around the red buff there. This is working out in their favor. And we were talking about crit maybe for both Hunters. Yarkor has gone for Chins this game. There is a couple of tankier targets, though. You know, Gilgamesh, 3 frontliners is the best way you can look at Titans. So Chins and the power of what you're going to get out of those swings from Heimdall could come into play.
And Yarkor on Heimdall is going to have a much harder time getting aggressive, right? He's got to wait a little bit. So tank shredding, good start.
Well, just trying to shred down Rongyu for a second or two here, but he's not taking a ton of damage. Good portal blockage from Benji for a second. But now he's a little bit far forward, and he took more than bargained for. They ignore him. His Panatom gets the kill. Space and time did hit Cyclone. Wasn't huge, but the positioning is the bigger story, and the chase is on, or is it? Instead, they turn back around Leviathans, look towards Aurora and take the confirmed kill. Knowing that they've taken out 2 of the frontliners, they can fall back here towards the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Benji got a lesson on how much damage this build can do as Cyclone Spin finds Yarkor. Best of luck, bud.
It's not a real 1v1.
I'll call it a 1v1.
But a double gun. You will. You always will. Gold Fury also going to go the way as well. And that was the beads forced earlier in the engagement on Cyclone Spin. And coming full fruition as Yarkor steps on up, realizing he can take a fight. And that makes it 9-3 with a 4,000 gold lead at this stage for Leviathans. Yeah, Giannis might need to be put away for the rest of the year from everyone, I guess.
Yeah,
too many teams with it.
Shinto's looking so good on this pick. That portal to reposition his entire team to make sure that chase goes their way. No way is Aurora able to run away from that one. Cyclone Spin sticks around too long, trying to get himself a purple buff, loses his life for his efforts, and Benji steps up inside of that team fight, trying to create some space, did not realize how much damage that tank shredder build from Yarkor is able to do. 3-4 auto attacks, 60% of his HP bar. It's looking like a great itemization path for these Hunters in Season 8, because although Cyclone Spin is going to have an advantage up against Squishies, Cyclone Spin has not been able to make his way into the back line of the Leviathans as of yet. He isn't taking fights up against Panatom or Yarkor. It's been Rongyu and Julio every single time, making sure that he isn't able to use that build.
I'm not a big believer in looking at player damage as a sort of telltale sign, because in the early game, it doesn't matter if you don't fight in the early game if you're farming up. But when you look at the team fight stage we've seen now, we're 20 minutes in the game, when both of your carries are below the Ymir and the enemy team, you are in a bit of a concerning spot there. We've got to find Titans, get an initiation off on their terms. I feel like every initiation so far in these fights is based off Leviathans for the most part, choosing to take them and wanting to take on this opportunity.
but that's because the Tartarus Titans draft is lacking in engage factor. Sure, Aurora can engage
blinks,
from
right?
a range, you can blink in with a stun or something along those lines, but if it's not Benji, hard CC is hard to come by for the Titans. Scary D can use the Winds of Shamash just to make a no-play zone, make it harder to retreat, but outside of that, they're really lacking in hard CC potential.
Jocko on the left-hand side, now level 20, hasn't upgraded his starter just yet. Neither is Cyclone, who should be hitting 20 relatively soon as well. Keeping pace there, but it is the 2 carries out of Leviathans that will ding 20 first. And that is just going to give a bit more pressure, as now you can see Leviathan starting to rotate more towards the right-hand side. Nothing available in the jungle on the left, so why not look over here, get some wards down, and get a bit more control in this area.
This is the most ADC play I've ever seen. Yarkor hits level 20 and then finally decides to rotate out of lane for the first time. And it is towards the Pyromancer. He's caught out by Aurora there. Root comes through, but not enough follow-up. Means that Yarkor can walk on for free. And when you got this kind of positioning, Pyromancer looking kind of easy.
Yeah, nobody on Titans really around to contest this one at all, especially when you look at Aurora here as well. I mean, both the supports are only level 13 and 14, but level 20's up against you. You're going to die pretty quick. You don't have many items online at that stage, specifically Aurora still working what looks like Stone of Binding next to help out the team more. And I think that could come into play a little bit. That extra protection shred will be useful in these engagements.
It sure will be, especially considering the Tartarus Titans don't have a single Sunder on their side. So that defense shred should come into play. Whoever Aurora is able to hard CC has to be the initial target. You need to find the initial kill if you're a Tartarus Titans fan right now. The longer these team fights go, I just gotta favor the Leviathans. We saw it back in game 1. These fights that it looked like the Titans were winning handily immediately get shifted by Shinto's ability to reposition his entire team. That doesn't happen if the Titans are able to find their kill very quickly.
Well, the loss last week from the Leviathans doesn't seem to be impacting them too much here today at all. They're bouncing back in good stead, in my opinion, Myth, with how they've looked in game 1, and now this game 2 is looking comfortable so far. I'm never going to write it off, though, knowing the caliber of players the Titans have here and how things can change in an instant. But for now, Leviathans are controlling the pace of where they want to go and what they want to do, especially with the extra mobility they've got from this squad too. Big ash from Titans in this one. A defense in mid being set up, but look at Julio around the back.
Rongu working his way forward, trying to find a Paul, and he does force out that jump. Julio finds the Fearless and lands a roar into a portal, but that all just to buy time to take away that tier 1 tower in mid, and that is one of the most important towers in the game of Smite. Remove that tower from the map, and then all of a sudden it's so much easier to do Gold Furies, Fire Giants, Pyromancers, because now the Tartarus Titans are going to have to run much, much further away to get a bastion of safety.
Yeah, definitely, and that just makes it harder to defend your jungle camps a little bit more too, specifically the red and maybe the speed if you get an opportunity on that right hand side, but mainly the red and purple are a little bit more exposed now for sure. Greater Scorpion down again, and that's something consistent I'm seeing as time has gone on here. You can just see the upgraded buffs in the jungle Leviathans have on your left hand side of the screen there, really making full use of them.
They really are trying to utilize it while they still have it in their favor. Rongu catches out Benji, who dashes forward, gets the blink off of him, and that is a large piece of the Tartarus Titans engage. And already lacking engage based on composition now gets a little bit harder. Leviathans establishing the defensive positioning around the Fire Giant, just generating threat, and you can already see how it's affecting the Titans' Aurora and Paul. Scary D as well starting to rotate in, but it's just Julio here. He's going to have to play safe.
Problem is, though, I'm seeing, Myth, is that for the last couple of minutes, Leviathans haven't really done much with their lead, and they've kind of allowed Titans to just keep farming, catching up on those levels a little bit. And you can see that everyone's starting to approach level 20 now, and the itemization won't be too far behind. You know, 5,000 gold seems like a lot, but when you split it amongst 5, that's 1,000 each. And at that point, it's not even half an item. So just keep an eye as this one goes on, as Julio frontlining up against Benji there, who eats that damage and makes it tickle, especially because of the fact he's picked up that Stone of Gaia this game. Very, very impactful on sustainability and also some of the repositional tools that Leviathans have.
Yeah, it should be. And now both teams a little bit lacking in confidence here, not willing to start up a neutral objective in earnest. It is the Leviathans again establishing the defensive positioning, this time around the Primal Fury. Julio catches out Benji in mid, lets his team know that he's got him locked down there, but the 4-man core of the Titans have already gone and dissuaded the Leviathans from pulling it. But now that the Leviathans had to head back to base, the Titans could have potentially started to look towards the objective itself.
Sneaky fire. There is a ward down, though, from Titans here. I just saw the trajectory of a lot of the people coming from base there from Leviathans heading towards the right-hand side, leaving Rongu on the left to present that they were looking to do this again. But at the same time, last time we saw this Gold Fury fight, it was a good wall from Rongu and a wraparound from Panitom. Can Titans adjust this time round and not allow Julio to also cause them a nuisance too?
But Gold Fury pulled up. Julio says, hey, look, I got them all here. Might as well just do the objective. And the Tartarus Titans, it has been continued reactive play. They haven't grouped up on an objective themselves. Instead, the Leviathans grouped up around Fire. 5 members of the Titans show up there. Group up around the Gold Fury. 5 members of the Titans show up there to try and stop them. Not in the last 20 or so minutes has the Titans really been the ones initiating. And that's to speak to your point earlier. They haven't got a fight on their own footing. They haven't been looking for it.
Yep, but like you said, though, they don't have good engage. They kind of have to wait for the most part for either Leviathans to be out of position and a blink initiation to play off, or other option is let Leviathans initiate and turn it around. Because I will say, one thing from Leviathan's squad here, Myth, that composition they've got is very much an all-in situation, it feels like for me. Once you get through your first rotation, you do get a window to react or like reinitiate potentially. So if Titans can survive the initial engagement, things could get interesting.
Yeah, once the PAL out and the through space and time is used, that's the majority of the Leviathan's gas to run through inside of these engagements. If the Titans are able to survive that, should open up the door for Scary D to take a favorable fight up against Shinto if he's isolated, or even Yarkor if he's able to close gap there. Burn away those beads, got a long stun, and Scary D's got decent burst potential with his build. Looks like a Magi's Blessing is being looked at, this time by Gilgamesh, as he sold his starter item, or not starter item, rather, the item he got from his quest.
Yeah, those quests are pretty dope. They're kind of OP in a sense, you know, you get 2 of them through the game, especially if you can get 3. Well, I mean, he's only got 1 of those items so far, I guess, because I don't know if he's been involved in 3, but Benji blinks away from the freeze, straight in towards Panitum, gives him the up down and makes sure he forces the beats. Panitum goes straight to the backline, looking towards Paul. The Powwow is out, and nice. 2 Benji and Cyclone. Aurora pulled in 2. Law bringing to the backline, looking at Cyclone, who leaps over it away from Julio. Shinto, meanwhile, under pressure from Scaredy, but Scaredy's very low and isolated now. Leaps back towards his team and eats a Frost Breath, and Yorkor's axe to the back of his head. Fearless onto 2. Aurora and Benji juggled through the air by Julio as the chase now on for Benji, who can't get back towards his team at the tier 2 tower, but the damage is pretty good so far. Cyclone and Paul trying to get involved and battle back, and Cyclone threads a needle onto Wrong U. Benji's still alive, by the way, as Aurora ducks on back from taken out by Yorkor, and Yorkor trying to get through the Bifrost. Too little, too late. The Aegis bought him too much time of standing there, and the Titans whittle them back, and that's what I was talking about, Myth. The initial engagement, if they can survive it, there's a chance.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that you write the scripts. Shame on me for ever countering what you say. Julio tried to stop the Fire Giant, finds a double Fearless Paw, forced to use beats and Aegis as Panatom goes in.
And there's the leap from Cyclone. I was expecting, but he can't get the Impale off before Shinto slips the noose through the pull. In comes Julio, though, but the cripple field causes problems. Space and time did decent damage, but now Shinto got caught by Benji as Benji returns to the fray, makes a big play, and now it's Titans at the Fire Giant, and I just don't see a way Leviathans can stop this.
There's no way. Panatom on the retreat as Benji chases him out. Cyclone Spin never reset at any point. The Fire Giants, the Tartarus Titans, able to pick that one out pretty easily. Pyromancer should follow as well and take a peek at the map, Hindu. I'm talking 5 towers and 3 Phoenixes left standing for the Leviathans. That's a lot of gold just to be farmed up. The entirety of the lead that the Leviathans have built for themselves, and then some.
And that was my concern with them holding around that Fire Giant attack so long, from my point of view. And we said it in game 1, you know, this Fire Giant will bring it back to an even keel for Titans, and make them realize that they can take on this squad in these later stages now. They are in a pretty solid position at the moment, Myth, to be like, okay, cool, Leviathans may be on the back foot for a moment or 2, and that's the awkwardness I see for Titans now, and the aggression, because as we said, it's a lot of blinks that they're required to try and force initiations.
And the initiation is going to be so tough once you have the game simplified on Phoenix defense. I don't imagine we see the Leviathans step up to a tier 1 tower, soft defenses on tier 2s potentially, but if the Tartarus Titans are forced to use a blink to get into a tier 2, well, Phoenix is going to be way harder to get into. If they're forced to use anything insofar as they're engaged, every singular piece is going to be needed on top of a Phoenix siege. So, for now, the Leviathans' only stratagem should be to slow down the push. As of yet, they have not grouped up and instead have been splitting the map, making sure the minion waves are pushed up. The Tartarus Titans are going to have to go collect those if they want to strip away the backdoor protections.
So time to take down the left-hand side. Leviathans surrender that, but they keep the pressure in mid for now, keeping that tier 1 and tier 2 alive. All the while, Panitum now trying to get a bit more farm on the right-hand side and keep the pressure rolling in, and keep Titans pinned back from pressuring all 3 lanes is really the goal here. But with Titans now, with another 3 minutes of this Fire Giant buff here, they should be able to look for this tier 2 in mid lane if they'd like to, and that's what I'd be looking for right now.
Panatom, with his pressure, was at least able to force Benji back to base, so now it's a 4-man core from the Titans trying to rotate over and catch out Panatom, who's privy to it, goes ahead and heads back on towards base, and the Leviathans, without grouping up, without having to defend with their own bodies, have instead split the map enough that the Tartarus Titans are really starting to run low on Fire Giant time. About 2 minutes left for them. I don't think they could step to a Phoenix, but stripping away 2 tier 1 towers, a tier 2 and left, they've already found a good bit of value.
You got a Primal Fury as well available, and if they do get that, it will help them out the next Fire Giant dance that will begin, and that will be an enhanced Fire Giant now as we approach past the 30-minute mark. So just keep an eye on how this plays out, because the Leviathans on the right-hand side are just setting up wards, keeping the pressure going. Now it's Shinto's turn to head here, try and cause some drama a little bit, keep this pressure on the tier 2, and keeping Titans pinned back still on their half of the map wherever possible.
Fire Giant spawning in 2.5 minutes, and Tartarus Titans have head back to base. They spent up all their gold. Take a peek at the builds. They're all largely finished. Relics starting to get upgraded as well, and every single relic available to the Titans themselves. So this is going to be a favorable fight for them, whereas Panatom still got a minute left on Blink. That's the only relic expended by the Leviathans here. Been a lot of team fights starting off with both teams having every ultimate and relic available, but that's just to speak to how seriously they're taking this set right now. Neither team willing to take a risky engagement.
Tier 2 right hand side being looked at by Titans right now as they pressure the wave. Looking at the starter items real quick. Both animosities for the supports. I love this item. I think it's very, very strong. However, it doesn't let you blink. And that's one thing that I'm really surprised that I see supports go in Animosity and also Blink, because you can't really get it off in engagements because someone in your team's taking damage from something. Speaking of something, Julio's up in the air from Benji for a second. Nothing to write home about, it's just separation of the squads to allow Titans to get the tier 2. And the leap over the wall from Scary into Panatom. I don't think he recognized that was going to be the case there, but both players walk away from each other for now, as now Leviathans are on the defensive still for about another minute.
It's all up to Rongu to strip away that Magi's from Scary D. You can't really trust Shinto to do it with the portal because that's such a risk. You don't want to have to use Pal either. So the only low commitment, Fearless maybe from Julio, but the freeze from Rongu should be easier to find. Scary D getting a lot of value from his Magi's pickup, as well as the Wing Blade for additional utility. And as that HP builds up, it synergizes incredibly well with this kit. That first ability giving you percentage damage based on Gilgamesh's own HP bar. One of the more interesting kits in Smite right now.
I mean, for the most part, I really like Gilgamesh. I think the dropkick's just one of the coolest abilities in the game. It just feels good, you know, when you actually do connect with it. And the fact that you can boot minions into people.
And stun them.
You know, Comba's upset. That's all I'm saying, right? I'm a Comba main. Why can't I do that with my belly? That's not fair.
Well, because you've got Groggy Strike Root, plus a Mez, plus Epic Uppercut to remove people. You can't have 4 CC abilities.
Yeah, I can. Why not?
Fair enough. You're right. Supports do need something. They've been slept on a little bit.
Yeah, poor supports. I'm not really going to get down that path, you know. Let's just focus on... No one likes mid laners, just remember that. Pyromancer is respawning, as is Fire Giant at the same time. Pressure on the left-hand side should be relieved from Shinto here. That's the benefit of having a Giannis on the team too, especially when you've not got teleports in the game. Having someone able to still influence the fight while also not being there.
Elixir of Defense picked up by Paul should have a little bit more survivability to survive the dive from Panatom. And Yarkor, on the other hand, picks up an Elixir of Power. 3,000 gold spent by 2 carries so far. Neither one having popped it. Don't want to go ahead and use it before they're going to find the value. And it is the Tartarus Titans establishing the defensive positioning around the Fire Giant. It's going to be hard for the Leviathans to work their way in.
And that's the engagement the Leviathans were looking for there. Drop the wall and the blink, but it wouldn't work out. Julio traps in place, has to Lawbringer away. That looked cool as anything as that went off, if I'm honest. Powell out to the back line, though, from Panatom. He needs to come back down to safety and has the portal still. These uses the portal, the boom from Ymir is going to be good damage, but the tanky targets don't really feel it too much. Paul still stepping up to the front with Cyclone working on the Pyromancer at the back. Not a terrible play from Titans again. They survived the initial rotation one more time.
But on the left-hand side, minions working their way in towards the Phoenix already dropped down to half HP. Rongu forced back to base, off of losing 80% of his HP bar. He's going to have to slowly waddle his way back towards the Fire Giant. Tartarus Titans are benefiting from a stronger wave on the duo side of the map. It's not enhanced by anything, but is slightly stacked up. And if that threat continues, someone from the Leviathans is going to have to head over there and deal with it.
You are seeing a bit of an issue in the later stages, though. Aurora not dying as quick, at least against Shinto, but he is against your core here. Fire Giant at half, but relieved by Titans for now. Julio in the back looking for the Fearless on Cyclone, who uses the beads defensively to escape that Fearless chain. Aurora tanked up the front line as long as he could. Has to fall back to the safety of his team, but the Fire Giant still stands, and that's important for both both sides.
It is neither team able to really establish a good positioning around the objective itself. Still, Tartarus Titans benefiting from the ward advantage. That's a normal ward from the Leviathans there. So the Tartarus Titans are going to have at least a little bit of an advantage moving back in. Take a peek at the wards across the board, too. Just a smorgasbord of wards over there, but all normals from the Leviathans, not stripping away any vision from the Tartarus Titans.
And meanwhile, Titans have sentries all over that area littered as well, so they should be able to clear out a couple of those once they arrive on the scene, if they want to, because sometimes it's wise not to always kill every ward you see, with a sentry, because it makes them give that false sense of security in that area.
Yeah, I can see that. And then if you don't drop their normal ward, they won't get rid of your own vision.
Some
mind games there. Yeah,
mind games.
You're really playing 4D chess right now, Hindu. 36 minutes into the game, 16 kills.
How does 4D chess
on
even
the
work?
board. I don't know. I don't know what the fourth dimension is, if I'm honest.
Is it smell or something?
I do not think so.
Okay, I was like, I'm so confused what the fourth one was. On the left-hand side, though, look at that. A bit of a window for Cyclone Spin, and that's actually really big for them. Taking away that Oni Fury at this stage of the game when the Fire Giant's up, this puts pressure on the left and the middle. I did mention there's a Giannis, though, with Shinto, who could effectively impact those lanes a little bit, but they've got to be careful about this pressure that these minions will bring.
They do, and you don't want Shinto to be the one to have to rotate over to these lanes because he's been so important inside of these team fights for finishing off kills. Through space and time has been the majority of their kills so far here, be it through repositioning or just finishing off a kill in his own right. 1, 1, and 7 is Shinto on the Giannis right now. Tartarus Titans, again, starting to step forward towards the Fire Giant, trying to utilize the pressure that they're afforded by these Oni minion waves. Not taking your advice, Hindu, they do clear out that normal ward from the Leviathans.
The Fire Giant on the actual buff,
on the buff itself.
Come on.
Yeah, don't want to give away that info.
Maybe some of the deeper ones, though. We'll see. Big grouping from Titans, though, and just keep an eye on where everybody goes on the side of Leviathans at the moment. RTO dueling with Dargy in the jungle at the moment, as Benji gets aggressive on Rongyu, and Rongyu got left alone for a moment or two there. Tanky enough to weather the storm, though. Julio going to bring Benji back into danger, and Benji took way more damage than bargained for. Great wall again from Rongyu. Panitom coming in too, going to force the Powell out and get credit for the kill. Also gets the beads out of Aurora. Julio leaping to the back as Paul's ultimate now on cooldown as well. Desert Fury still available from Cyclone, though, and he may need it. The beads has been consumed. The portal dropped down. The damage is good, but return damage from Cyclone is huge. Fearless power cleave on towards Cyclone, and your cause there for credit for the kill. And meanwhile, Paul is out, Aurora is out, and the only one left standing near the FG is the Gilgamesh. But what a great fight from Leviathans.
And he's been spotted out by Panatom here, and aggro set on the desk. That is a 1v1 that is going to favor the Daji just about every single time. Julio acting as goalkeeper, making sure Aurora is able to work his way in. But take a peek at the ultimates of Leviathans. No confirmation available.
Yeah, but a lot of relics used. Blink still available for a couple of people, specifically on the tier 2. And that's what I think we see just going off there on the backside at Julio, who had the Lawbringer available. Fire Giant regen will help him out. But the damage was done, or was it? Left Hand Phoenix is in trouble. I'm not sure if anyone's going to get back there in time, unless those minions come into the play. There's an Oni wave there too. That Left Hand Phoenix is going to survive because of minion spawn, I feel.
Nice
just
little
to help it out.
play from Julio there, Hindu. Switches into defensive stance before he uses the ultimate just to get a little bit added protections. Doesn't use the power cleave, doesn't use the fearless. Instead, just utilizing that passive from it to make sure he makes it out alive. And it was about 90 HP before the Fire Giant heal gets through there. Had Julio fallen, the Leviathans would have taken a major hit on their ability to siege inside of the tier 2s, inside of the Phoenix. So that is huge for them to be able to survive.
A lot of respect out of Titans there, because it was Benji that was the initial pick there in that engagement for the most part. A lot invested into him though, Myth, but the gap between him and the rest of the team was too big for them for him to fall back safely, and he walked right into the clutches of Julio there, and that just allowed Leviathans to go, okay, we can take this fight now. And that's an example of Titans starting a bit of a skirmish, starting a bit of a fight. It's not always going to go the best way. They need to hold off, I guess, and wait for Leviathans to do it for them.
Interesting build from Yarkor here. Sells the Death Toll, does not go for Death Embrace like Cyclone Spin does, and instead picks up Odysseus' bow. Going to help out a little bit insofar as AoE damage, especially considering they've got an unorthodox mage inside of Giannis. That's not standard AoE from your mage. Instead, now it's going to be a little bit more so up to Yarkor.
No, Paolau's up and available. Rod did have his beads to get away, but that's a beads now consumed for the Phoenix defense when needed. Remember, upgraded FG this time round as well. The enhanced version means these towers do feel a lot like paper once you get to them, even without minions.
And Yarkor is going to be shredding them, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Titan's Bane picked up, nice penetration in the build, tons of attack speed. It's going to be a little bit quicker for the Leviathans to strip away these towers than it would be for the Titans themselves, because their Hunter went for a crit build. So this could be an opportunity to utilize Rongyu on the Simir. Just drop a wall, give you a little bit of space, land a couple of auto attacks onto a tower, and just chip away at them that way. And it's going to be a very low commitment engage for him.
Well, at least 30% of CDR online for Paniton this game too, so he's waiting for that Palau to come up, and just look at it. Available very soon. Remember, the beads down on Aurora. He could be prime target for this team to look at. Remove that cripple and allow Tyr to go to town in the backline if required. Just keep an eye on how that plays out, as the tower still alive for now. Yarkor scared of stepping up too far. Julio trying to keep him honest in the backside too. You can see Titan scared of getting cut off around the back by Julio, who goes in on Benji,
Nice
and
wall.
Benji's a target, but the wall, there was a tiny little gap and Benji fits through.
No, Rongyu drops the wall because Julio communicates he's going in for the Fearless, doesn't want to put himself out of position. That is an awesome micro play. And then they say, okay, well, look, we're not going to kill this guy. Rongyu drops the wall to get his cooldown back instantly.
2 beads though. 2 beads on cooldown. It's the 2 frontline tanks out of Titans here, and the Palau is available for Panitum. That's the bigger game changer that could come into play. But at the moment, Julio sitting mid lane, Shinto between the pair of them, but he's still on wards at the moment. So we'll see if they recognize that and can find a pick. Shinto just looking to poke out Benji a little bit in this lane. He has got some magical defense, but at the same time, Shinto is swinging pretty effectively this game. Speaking of swinging effectively, Yarkor's player damage just creeping up to the top.
Only 30 seconds left on this enhanced Fire Giant. They are slowly chipping away at the base of the Titans. Left side, Phoenix down to 80%, and they're just waiting for an opportunity. Benji pulled forward. Shinto does not land the portal this time around, but instead is able to work his way in. Nobody here to defend. Might as well hit the Phoenix.
This is perfect, because all the while, Julio's going, yeah, I'll keep Benji busy. You just keep hitting that auto attack and that Phoenix for now. And as you said, 10 seconds left. What can they do here? Still off 3 Phoenixes standing. I think mid's going to go down before left, in my opinion here. Blink engage from Aurora, though. Gets the stun up on Yarkor. Yarkor takes more damage than bargained for. Has the Aegis and he's already dead. Thanks to the drums that wore out of Paul. The pull-in onto Cyclone is good as the beast consumes. And the space and time connects with him. Are you serious? Shinto gets a double. Gets answered by Benji, though. Middle Phoenix still alive. Left-hand Phoenix still alive. Aurora on his own in the front. Getting support from Benji. Looking for the pick on Shinto where possible. Shinto still getting whittled down as Aurora can stand and bang for a while longer, but Julio now turning up means that RTO could be under more pressure than bargained for. Unstable Vortex comes through. It's not enough just yet for a kill, and with Paul respawning, that could just be the end of the engagement. Titans hold their Phoenix line.
Titans hold their Phoenix line off of Shinto finding a 2-man 50 cal ultimate across the map. Absolutely insane. And we said it earlier. We said it, what, actually 30 minutes ago? Maybe don't let Shinto play Yanis, and he's proving that to be true. You should not allow him to have this pick. Had Shinto not found that ultimate, that could have very easily turned into a fight that the Titans win out much more cleanly and then immediately start to work their way in towards the base of the Leviathans. I think that's the margins that we were looking at there. The Titans had essentially already killed 2 people for free. Thank God for Shinto if you're a Leviathans fan.
In fairness, Yarkor didn't get involved in that fight too. Just to be known, like, he used both his relics in that engagement, but great play from Titans to take him out first. He was the biggest threat in that game for me. I know the Giannis is a big problem, but the one that's going to take down your Phoenixes and your Titan is probably going to be the Hunter for the most part. So taking out Heimdall first allowed Titans to go, now we can fight. Now we can get aggressive because those chins are not available. And another Elixir of Power now online for Yarkor. Another one available for Shinto in the mid lane. And that's the stage of the game we're at. When we get to the 40-minute mark, anything could happen.
But they're not the only ones picking up elixirs here, Hindu. The Titans, on the other hand, still got some gas to burn as well. Cyclone Spin picks up an elixir of power. Paul goes back towards the elixir of defense for the survivability, and it's the Tartarus Titans who are looking at the objective. Pyromancer pulled.
And the boots all being sold away. And interestingly enough, they're Benji and Scaredy both with Heartseekers here. It's based off abilities used, and guess what? King Arthur's got a ton of abilities, funny enough. This could be a bit of a problem for Leviathans if they don't recognize it. See how this one plays out here as the Fire Giant has respawned, and Titans feeling very confident with the last couple of engagements are going to pull the FG right now.
And it's burning relatively
They've
quickly.
got Primal Fury, remember?
Already 30% down, and the Leviathans are slow on the uptake. Decent damage from Shinto on a Scary D dissuades them from sticking him.
Wrong, you getting looked at, but Aurora now under some pressure
Thunder.
too. Trapped by that wall that lasts a very long time when needed to. The damage was huge. The fearless power cleave not even needed. Thanks to Yorkor's basic attacks that shredded through Aurora's health bar. And without the RTO available, just look at the Titans fall immediately back to their own half of the jungle.
But they have to show up here. If this enhanced Fire
Have
Giant
to.
goes the way of the Leviathans, that could spell the end. Tartarus Titans, 4 members trying to put up a defense.
Well, I mean, it's 45 minutes in the game. It's a minute respawn time. Escarity goes in, comes back out. Benji up, downs, on towards Paddington, who gets to the Paolo in time. He's not going to die to a bleed dot up there, so he's just buying himself a moment. Look at the Paul down. Beautiful play from Shinto, but Paul read it like a book. Shinto teleports on through, trying to get towards Scary and the rest of his team. Benji's still alive, but gets hit by that unstable vortex and exploded. Next on the list could be Scary. Drop kick into the wall though, onto Yorkor, and the
Shinto.
Paul from Shinto again gets him a double and keeps his teammate alive. 17-9, 3 for 1.
Man, Shinto is doing it all for his team right now. He's finding the picks. He's finding the portals for Peel. He's setting up his squad as best he can. And so far, the Leviathans have not been able to transition his efforts into a solidified lead. Still, 40 seconds left on Benji, 50 seconds left on Scary D, and 4 members of the Leviathans still alive. They could move in towards the Fire Giant itself, especially considering Yorkor is one of the members who is still alive.
Yeah, I don't think you defend this time round if you are Titans, especially if Leviathans go through it, because I think I would if I was Leviathans at this stage of the game. Still 30 seconds above Benji and Scary. It's just not worth the ask of trying to defend this one, but maybe they do. They're starting to position like they're going to do that here, especially with Aurora now back in the fray and minions pushing left-hand side. Won't be enough to take that Phoenix alone just yet. But this Fire Giant's taking a bit of time, and it's allowing Aurora and Cyclone to get in range.
They could be a steal attempt, but I don't imagine they take the fight proper. Paul, Tycho Drum's available, and he's up to 2 of them.
Ross on Aurora, look how long
So
that lasted.
far.
To Aurora into the pit. Shinto on the back though.
Wow.
The Cyclone hits 2, and there's the Fearless as well out from Julio after the Lawbringer uses the portal to reposition. Paul reads it though and still trying to survive. Good Aegis to avoid that damage, and he will stay alive. Fire Giant goes the way, and now with the respawns coming through, Benji could get into fray, but look how tanky Julio is. Still fine with that Fire Giant round his waist. Aurora trying to limp on back and wall prevented yet again.
Good slow from the Gallarhorn, catches out Aurora, who has the cripple field available to him. Stops the Fearless from Julio, but does not stop Wrongview from moving up.
All members now alive for Titans too, but Leviathans have 5 members with the enhanced Fire Giant. Wrongview's ultimate down. Panitom has his available. Couple of beads not available here, specifically onto Cyclone Spin.
500?
But it does have the Desert Fury. Yes, 619 onto a Phoenix, boys and girls. That's the enhanced Fire Giant plus full build at 47 minutes in.
He's got like 2.1 attack speed right now on Yorkor. That's what, 1,000 DPS onto an objective? Yeah, if you're on the side of the Tartarus Titans, you cannot allow him to step in range of a Phoenix.
Credit where it's due, though. I know Shinto's having a very good game on the Giannis, using the portals for support of his team too. But more importantly, I think it's the frontline play from Leviathans here. The wrong use making separation, so is Julio, that's allowing Shinto to do this. I'm not trying to discredit Shinto's play. I'm just trying to say he's getting support to make this happen.
The rest of the boys are doing incredibly well, but Shinto has made so many individual plays this game that you just gotta shout him out, man. He's finding portals for Peel. He's engaging these ultimates. I would accuse him of aimbot if it were just in a casual game. Like, that is the level of play we are seeing from him right now, and the Leviathans are benefiting from it. But that's not to say that the Tartarus Titans aren't playing incredibly well themselves. How often has Shinto had a match this well played and still had to do it for 50 uninterrupted human minutes? They are certainly making the Leviathans work for it right now, and it's going to come down to this defense.
Oh, a couple of item changes going through Cyclone's head right now. He realizes it's important, and he's gone back and forth between Atlanta's bow, crit, Atlanta's bow, crit. What am I going to get? He's literally sold them both and switched them in and out again. This time around, it's Poison Star that he's ended up going for here. Extra crit and trying to reduce some of the damage done by the enemy team. Maybe that'll help him out. They're going to need something, though, because right-hand minions are now pushing. That Phoenix being down makes this a very one-dimensional affair from Leviathans. Look at left or look at mid. Not a problem to us.
But to speak to your point, with Cyclone Spin shifting his build in this manner, he's going to have a very hard time dealing with the frontliners coming towards him. If Wrongview closes gap on a Cyclone, he's not allowed to play because Cyclone does not deal damage to Ymir.
Although if he gets on a Panitom on Shinto with a basic attack, we could see them disappear quicker than they imagined, especially before the sustain can come out from that Soul Gem. Middle lane Phoenix being focused on, though, right now by Julio, stepping on in. Benji taking the brunt of the damage. Phoenix still fine. Benji ulted onto Julio, separating him away. Great drop kick as well. Julio runs back to the safety, still has Lawbringer available if he needs it. I may need to look at it soon. He's looking for an escape route through there, and he actually gets chased by Benji. That gives him the escape route. Meanwhile, left-hand side, Cyclone gets a kill, and he's looking at Panitum. The crits will not come through in time. It's the unstable Vortex yet again from Shinto, getting the kill, and now Aurora's in trouble as well. Low on health. Back to the fountain you go, but Benji's to the back alongside Scary D. Looking at the carries, a good stun out from Benji there, but the portal will separate them one more time. This game's still going to go. Your core not being available makes it very tricky for Leviathans to end here.
Man, Shinto, again, I can't get his name out of my mouth, Hindu, because he won't let me stop talking about him. He is saving this match for the Leviathans. Every single step forward that the Titans are able to take, it's Shinto taking 2 in front of him. And now, left side, Phoenix falls. Right side, already has minions into the Titan room, and the Tartarus Titans are forced to back up on the defense. 4 still standing from the Leviathans. Sans ADC should make it hard to look towards this Phoenix, but certainly a great decision for him.
I love this caller staying too. They've still got Fire Giant, so it's regenerating them for a little while longer. The minions on the right, and if they get middle Phoenix, that is all but it for the most part. But look at those minions on the Titan, just whittling it down. Now middle Phoenix going to fall too. The damage has been done by the Leviathans here, and they can walk away if they choose.
Fire Giant wearing off in 3 seconds. Minions. Might as well start to back up, but
minions.
You're right. Right side minions are in the base. Paul forced to use the Thunderclap defensively to make sure that doesn't take out his Titan, but that leaves Benji high and dry.
And the 4 members of Leviathans could just look to run it down towards the Titan if they choose, but the drums from Paul cause problems. Panitum's so low, Scary can't find the angle for the drop kick, and Shinto going to body block his way away. And now Benji giving chase, has no blink available. The Titans hold, but not for long.
Man, that is such a tough situation for the Titans. Scary D's got to feel like this is his opportunity to pop off. The Leviathans are split up. He's got 2 people in front of him. And then Unstable Vortex does half of his HP bar. We thought Scary D was going to be great as a front line for his team, but with the build that he's elected to go for, doesn't even have the Anchile for a little bit of magic defense. He is wet paper in front of Shinto, and, well, I mean, damage numbers speak for themselves. Take a peek at the chart. Shinto's sitting at the top, 43,000.
So I know we paid a lot of attention towards that middle Phoenix there in that engagement. We didn't get to see exactly what happened on left with Cyclone Spin, but him getting the kill with all that crit onto your core of all people, we were just talking about how that could be instrumental in a comeback for Titans this game now. Honestly, do you defend FG here though, Myth? That's a question. I think you do. I think you make the play.
I guess it's a Hail Mary situation because the Tartarus Titans are in such a bad position on the map right now, but if anyone steps forward to defend the Fire Giant, if Julio maintains his position deep in the enemy jungle, oh, okay, Leviathan say they're here. Just walk past them.
I was going to say there is always that through space and time end available too if you overstep your boundary. So Titans are going to stay back. Enhanced Fire Giant for the, I believe, third time this game so far.
52 minutes.
52 minutes this one. A longer one between the two. And if I'm honest, Leviathans would be happy if they do win this one with it going this long. If they would have lost this one, or if they do lose this one, and we go to a game 3, that can have an impact on the mentals.
It really can. Matches like this, so long fought, and the Leviathans being in the driver's seat for so long, you could only identify it as a fumble if they aren't able to close this one out. Aurora, acting as front line, loses out on 20% of his HP bar for his troubles, make that 40% burning fast.
Scary going in though, looking at Yoko, and Yoko doesn't hang around at all. Benji's still giving chase towards him though on the backside, and they do manage to get the bees out of Yoko. Yoko needs some help and gets them from the space and time portal provided for by Shinto. Yoko gonna get a kill though. Woodforge proc comes into play there as well to allow it a shell. Meanwhile, Panitum does go down, but he's keeping the backline busy. Minions of the left-hand Titan is coming on in. Middle lane as well at the same time. All the while, Leviathans paddling down this right-hand side to take that Phoenix one more time, and into the throne room they go.
Might as well just walk on in. The Titan is so low HP, all they have to do is make contact.
But they might just want a couple more kills from the stat line too if needed. Have to be respectful of Cyclone Spin here too. And you can see them being quite far back in position at the moment. No ultimate available for Paul or for Cyclone. Beads are available for Cyclone. Yoko gets a roar. Cyclone leaps in, but he can't deal with the damage Yoko's doing. Double kill for the Heimdall, and they may hunt for the triple. It looks like that's what they're going to do. Cancel that. They'll leave wrong you there. Meanwhile, the Titan of the Titans is going to end up falling down just once they get this kill onto Paul at the tail end. 2-0 to Leviathans in the group stage, and from Leviathan's point of view, that is business as usual. Normal order is restored, especially after how the group stage began for him last week.
Man, the Leviathans have earned their title as villains within the league. They legitimately reset the Titan there to just to chase out another kill. Might as well, but it's Game 2, got your group stage on the line. They just dropped a setup against the Bolts. You got to think that they have to win a little bit more so on their minds. Instead, though, they like to style on the opposition.
Are you surprised by the scoreline today, though, Myth, with it being 2-0 that way? Especially with how that game went. I feel like that was going to go 3.
I thought it would have gone 3 as well.
Doesn't seem to be the case, though. 2-0 to Leviathans. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. You just saw it right there. Shop.smiteproleague.com is a place to go. Thanks, of course, to Inside Apparel for hooking it up with the best jerseys, hoodies, shirts, everything you could ever want in order to support your favorite Smite Pro League team. Again, shop.smiteproleague.com is a place to go. And Taco, if you got fans of some long games out there, if you got some Giannis fans, maybe they're going to be picking up some Leviathan's gear soon because Shinto once again just hard carried on this god.
Look, it's one thing for Giannis to be considered a top pro league level kind of god, but it's another thing entirely what Shinto was able to accomplish throughout that second match. So many of those team fights salvaged because of such great awareness and portaling his teammates out. Julio had some great initiations in as well. I just felt like they were firing off on all cylinders, and it just became such a huge detriment, especially when they were able to get their hands on that EFG, because this was looking like a Titans game for game 2.
It really was. They were playing very well. They got off to a good lead, and then all of a sudden it was just a couple bad team fights in a row, and then the game gets extended a little bit too long, and you give this guy enough shots, he's going to start hitting them, and that's exactly what Shinto did. Just insane snipe after insane snipe, cyclone spin with the magnet on him. That one he was able to egg us out, but it just ultimately does not matter. This Giannis pick just looked too good.
This is the full-on ADC experience, especially when you're up against the Giannis, and the big part of the reason why he has such a huge frustration factor for so many carries in the Pro League right now. I think it just comes without a doubt. Giannis is certainly a ban, or maybe not a must ban, but at least if you're not going to have the option to go for him immediately, or if you don't want to, I'm just kind of confused as to why Titans would let the Leviathans run back the Giannis pick, because Shinto, it's not like he looked bad on it in game 1 either.
No, not by any means. A combined 17-4 for the Leviathans backline in this one. Shinto and Yarkor were able to get a lot of space. That's a testament to what Julio, Panatom, and Rongi were doing.
That's some
but
good damage.
Boy, did they convert nearly 90,000. They did eclipse 90,000 damage between the two of them. That might be some of the most damage we've ever seen out of one backline in one game. Like, that is an absurd amount.
But how do you lock down a Giannis? Because aside from Artio with the cripple field, I just don't think that the Gilga pick for Scary was really able to capitalize on that. Even when they managed to finally find Shinto in like a little corridor, whether they picked him or not, there was just hardcore to pick up the pieces after the fact. And I just don't think that the Titans necessarily had enough left in the tank to try and deal. It was either one or the other. That's what it felt like for a lot of those team fights.
And a lot of times it ended up being neither. And that's why the Leviathans ended up on top. With that game, we take a look at the standings. Group A, all of a sudden, looking much tighter as the Titans, after defeating the Valkyries, now fall to the Leviathans. That evens them up at 1-1 apiece. And this is bad news if you're a Valkyries fan, because now they cannot afford to tie with the Titans, as the Titans would have the head-to-head. So that's going to be a problem potentially for the Valhalla Valkyries, though they'll have to cross that bridge when they come to it. As we take a look at the schedule, that was our first game of the week, and next up we've got the Solar Scarabs up against the Jade Dragons, but Taco, a lot of really good games on the schedule.
For sure. I mean, I know even looking further into tomorrow, I'm definitely keeping an eye on that Valhalla Valkyrie set, because they know that it's, make or break, essentially, for them, and nobody wants to see themselves being the first team to fall 0-2. Granted, there have definitely been, some ping disparities taking place there, so
of course.
I think that there's only a certain extent of flack that I'm really willing to give the Valkyries with those circumstances. Again, you can kind of look at teams like the Camelot Kings and seeing the success that they've had. I do think that it can definitely be a little bit more of a tilt factor for some players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even Julio in this set was dealing with those ping issues and managing to look pretty darn good on the tier in that one. That front line, very, very stout for the Leviathans. And with that, I think this is such a statement win for them, because not only did they come in and they beat a Titans team that's looked pretty good as of late, but they did it in a little bit of a different way, particularly for Shinto, who we actually have on the line right now for the post-game interview. Shinto, you've been getting sick of all these Giannis players on other teams, I'm guessing, man. We haven't seen the Giannis from you quite yet. Was it you saying, all right, it's time to pick it up, or were your teammates begging for it?
Yeah, it was both. I think it was because now people ban Rain and Tiamat, and I say, fuck it, I need to start playing Janus, and all this week, all I do is pick Janus in every single scrim I can, and yeah, we pull it out.
Yeah, I think it looked okay, only like 50,000 damage and hitting basically every snipe you tossed out there. Talk to me about that game too, man, because you came out of the gates a little bit slower this time around. You were behind the 8-ball, and then you were able to extend it out. What made that big difference for you in game 2?
I don't know. I think we make a lot of good plays, but we make a lot of bad plays in Siege. Because I don't know, a lot of team in scrims and all that, they're F16 at 10 minutes, and we cannot practice Siege, so we don't know how to Siege well. I think was the issue in the second game, but we still.
Hey, a win is a win, and that's what really matters. You've set yourself up now with a game up against the Valhalla Valkyries, your final game in the group stage. With that win, you would secure your spot in the playoffs. I mean, the Valkyries have struggled so far. There's no doubt about that. You guys have been on the other end of the spectrum. You got to do a little pep talk to the team maybe to say, hey, we got to stay focused and make sure we're locked in for that type of match?
Yeah, we're always confident. We're always trying to play 100% with whatever team we play. But yeah, I think we're gonna win pretty easy.
I mean, if you're gonna play like you did today, you're probably right. Congrats on a great performance. Looking forward to, well, I don't know how many times you're gonna get Giannis after this, to be honest with you, but hopefully we get to see it again soon. Congrats on the big win, and have fun celebrating with the squad tonight. And with that, everyone, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with the second set of the day.
Thank you.
You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. And I don't have any wishes, but when I kiss you, our lips fit well. And I don't have expectations, but when I daydream, I fall asleep, and our hands melt. It started out as teasing, but I had deeper meaning when I touched your chest. Now I don't know how, but if I did,
Thanks, of course, to our partners over at Maxonomic for helping us out, talk for a living, by the way, with the SPL. Make sure you head on over to needforseat.com if you want to grab yourself the most comfortable gaming chair on the market. Of course, that is Maxonomic. Of course, so we're moving on to set 2 now as Aggro still joined by Taco here on the desk. As Taco, this one, normally, if you look at the standings, Jade Dragons versus Solar Scarabs, okay, Dragons up top, Scarabs a little bit lower than that. Should be pretty easy, but when you remember how these two teams fared last time they faced off, it was a Solar Scarabs victory.
Can never count any team out right now, and I think that Scarabs for sure are a team that I don't think the public necessarily realizes just how much of a wild card factor this roster really lines up in comparison to the rest of the league, because I feel like Zap, with a bunch of young guns, he has a tendency, I think, to look for some pretty outgoing shot calling. And I love the fact that the Scarabs, they just don't really seem scared to try anything out, and that could be a detriment for a team like Jade Dragons, who I think has always had a tendency to fall a little bit more in line with the expected.
Yeah, that Scarabs team definitely a wild card as we take a look at the standings next, because we moved on to Group B. The Jade Dragons sitting at 1-0. The Solar Scarabs not quite as lucky. They fell to the Oni Warriors last week. So the Scarabs now in a near must-win position, going to 0-2, really a death sentence in this group format. And they've got a tough opponent that they have to go up against, but they've shown other teams potentially that blueprint to beating this Dragon squad, because the Scarabs are one of only a few who have done it.
For sure, and not only that, but I think that even in the sets that Scarabs have lost to teams outside of Jade Dragons and whatnot, they always look close. It always looks like there's just one little piece of the puzzle that doesn't exactly find its fit, and that's the one thing that I loved in their original set against Jade Dragons, is that felt to me like the most in sync we'd ever seen with Layers and Baronic.
Layers definitely has stepped up his game as of late. This Tsukiyomi pick is one that I was going to ask you about, Taco. I feel like no one else is really taking it. Besides Layers, it's really been relegated to side lanes. We've seen Ducky play it in solo lane recently. No one else is really piloting this pick except for him.
It can just be a little bit of a risky matchup for a lot of assassins, because the main thing about Tsuki is you want to be the one aggressing. If you're not able to actually find those flank engagements, and I think it actually suits Layers' playstyle, because even going back to his console days, he does have really great patience, and I think that at times it can get the better end of him, but I've really liked how he's just seemed to have a new level of commitment whenever he does actually look for the fight.
Definitely that late game style of pick as well. I mean, if the Scarabs are going to take a lot of these games late, and they really have, that is the type of pick that can really flourish. And I think the thing that stood out to me the most about the Scarabs has been how strong their mental has been. Despite falling behind early, they're able to bounce back. Despite losing game 1, they're looking good in game 2. And I think that's going to be a key for this team moving forward. talk about him the whole segment. Let's bring him in for the interview, the pregame interview with the jungler for the Solar Scarabs, Layers. Layers, last time you guys played up against the Jade Dragons, it ended up in a set victory for you guys. What are some of the keys to replicating that today?
Just making sure we're on the same page and playing our game is a big thing. We don't really want to get too focused on them and just try to focus on ourselves and play the best might that we can.
That Tsukiyomi pick we were just talking about, no one's really playing it that much besides you right now. Why do you think that is, and why do you think it fits your style so perfectly?
I think it's really a strong pick. You can be really patient on it, like you guys were highlighting on the desk. I just think it's really just a strong pick. You don't really have to be like in the thick of things. You can cast from afar. He's one of the fewest assets in the game that has like range. So I think he's really solid.
Well, on the other side, Sam, you never know exactly what he's going to pick. He's willing to play a bunch of different things in that jungle. How different is it preparing for a guy like Sam for Soccer in the jungle compared to other SPL level players?
I just think he's a great jungler. I mean, obviously you guys watch him all the time, and I watch some of his gameplay, and he does a lot for the Dragons. He's setting up, he's engaging a lot of times. I just think he's really good compared to some of the other junglers. I think he's one of the best, so it's definitely a lot harder, but I think we can do it. I think we can win again. I mean, we have to. It's like a do or die set. So
that's right, do or die. There's a time to step up, and you've been in this situation before, and you've ended up on the winning end. So hopefully, same for you today, Layers. Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Taco, you heard it. I mean, Sam, you see the respect that Layers has given him, and for good reason. Sam has been a linchpin of every team over the last 3 years that has been really successful.
In their respective roles. But the cool thing about Layers and Sam for Soccer, and what I love about these two teams facing off, is that they both have kind of unconventional god pools. And I think it's really interesting how, despite the fact that they're both willing to run things that other teams might not deem as good, probably a better way to put it, because I know a lot of teams just like aren't too crazy about the Tsukiyumi in the jungle for the fact that, like, yes, he's got range, but he can also be a little bit of a detriment if you're not able to find that initial pick. But Sam's looked really great on this Circuit, exactly, and that's something that I actually want to keep more of an eye on for this set, because I would be kind of hard-pressed to believe that Scarabs have not been taking note of Sam for Soccer on those Mercury and Circuit pickups.
Yeah, his Mercury, man, has just been absolutely nuts as of late. He has looked unstoppable on this pick. He brought Pele out up against the Kings and made that look like a top-tier selection. I mean, you just cannot find someone who is in a more carry position right now, I think, than Sam for Soccer. And I think it came at the right time for him and for this team, because you think about that week where they have a little bit of a stumble up against the Scarabs. You just know that Sam did not play the way that he wanted to, or the way that he expects himself. You saw it from him on Twitter afterwards as well. Him stepping up his game, I think, is going to be a big key for the Dragons returning to Jade Dragons level.
I think it's safe to say, though, that when it comes to the Dragons, whether it's a loss on a live set or even a loss in scrims, these guys are very invested into their craft, and I know for a fact that they're never going to be satisfied unless they're winning, and it's not even like a standard win, because even when they win, they're not necessarily happy about it. They want that domination factor to come through, and I know for a fact that it's not going to be like a vengeance tour by any means, because you'd never want to tunnel vision and let yourself lose sight, because you don't just want to harp on the fact, okay, we lost to these guys before, we definitely have to bounce back this time. I do believe that the Jade Dragons are definitely going to do what they can to put Sam and Fino into more favorable positions, possibly even with their god choices, maybe locking in some ideal picks early on, maybe anticipating that Scares would be looking to try and isolate Sam and Fino.
Yeah, those two have really tried to switch up what they're picking, a lot of different picks for them. Overall, still the number one pick for the Jade Dragons on the phase is that King Arthur selection. You can kind of assume why. They're also, again, all according to Gore's handy-dandy stat sheet, undefeated with Cucullin, 5 for 5 on that pick. So know pretty much where Fine's going to go if given the option.
Give Fine a god that can actually control team fights and control what Fino does best, and why Sam is so willing to make the sacrifice and farm sometimes to head towards that soul lane, because Fino understands how to control a team fight. He understands how to separate the carries from their front line, and if he's able to create all that space for Jade, that's an ideal situation for Sam. That's where gods like the Mercury, like the Circuit, they only tack on to that separation factor, and that's for sure. If the Solar Scarabs have been doing their homework like I expected them to, because Sure, you might have beat them the first go around, but it was definitely close.
Yes, it was close, and you know the Jade Dragons are going to look to step up their game in order to prevent that from happening once again, and immediately 2 picks that have looked very good recently for the Dragons that the Solar Scarabs did not have to deal with the first time around. The Chiron and the Mercury are taken away, and the Dragons recognize exactly the pick that we've identified for layers in that Tsukiyomi.
I am surprised, though, to see the Heimdallr ban coming through for the Jade Dragons. Just have to assume that they are doing whatever they can to put Zap in the hotspot, possibly. I could for sure see some heavy aggression coming from Jade Dragons into that duo lane. And we were talking about it in the last set because we saw those Fafnir bans coming through consistently. No Fafnir ban on the board so far.
Or Yamoja, or Athena. You got a lot.
Or Cucullin.
That's open right now. Or Cucullin, or King Arthur. You got a lot of options, and it's telling to me that the Scarabs banned Tiamat themselves in that first pick position, maybe not feeling like they're ready to take that for Baronic right away, because they could have put the Dragon in a slot where he either gets Tiamat or Giannis. They decided to take the safe route instead. The Solar Scarabs likely thinking about which frontliner they should be taking in this spot, and it ends up being the Cucullin. Do you think he was the best available, though, Taco, with things like Yamoja, Sobek, Fafnir, King Arthur available?
Best available overall, not necessarily, but I do think it's a pick that the Solar Scarabs feel very comfortable and confident with, because Cucullin, he'll be able to at least stalemate that solo lane, and we all know how much Jade Dragons like to apply pressure into solo. Cucullin's going to be able to provide, I think, some good early teamfight presence. I'm hoping that they just double down with a little bit of jungle pressure here for layers. Set still on the table as well, but Jade Dragons having that Gilgamesh Fafnir, those gods can definitely make Set's life a nightmare.
Really, really strong start for the Jade Dragons, solidifying that front line. We've seen Fino K be one of the only, I think he is the only solo laner to put Gilgamesh in solo, so might actually see that, but could always be flexed to Sam in the jungle. Raijin's the pickup for Baronic. It has been Merlin the vast majority of the time for him. That's the Scarab's most picked god overall, but they decided to go the Raijin this time around, which does make some sense. Definitely a comfort pick still for Baronic, thinking back to his god pool on the Xbox days. And Yamoja comes through for inbound as well. This is their most picked Guardian in Yamoja.
Yamoja is a solid pickup here for inbound. I think the idea might even be to just drop that crushing wave whenever Gilgamesh drops his ultimate to maybe prevent the Jade Dragons from having as smooth of a collapse as they would be looking for. But Panicat, I mean, is it really any surprise that this guy is going to be looking for a fight and no jump? He does not care about the Yamoja. He is willing to just go all in with this.
I think we saw this from him last week as well. This feels like a matchup that should be horrible.
Panzabaru.
Yeah, yes. Just going for Danza into the Yamoja. That feels like it should be a horrible matchup for the Danza, but Panda not dissuaded. He wasn't last time, and he shouldn't have been, because he absolutely popped off on it. Where do you think Danza really ranks among the ADCs?
I'm honestly not that big of a fan of Danzabaru, but I know that Fino is just such an incredibly good hunter. I don't think it really matters what you throw him on. He's going to make any pick look like it's S tier.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case for him so far. Panda Cat has been absolutely phenomenal this phase, even when the Jade Dragons are struggling, as the Dragons take a look at both Zapman and Layers on her and set bans, respectively, for those two players, and Scarab split their bans as well in Scylla and Serket, and this Soul pickup is the call for Whirlwind. You got a Fafnir on your side already. I think Soul is really strong right now. I think that she's got a lot of pretty viable build paths. I like this Soul pick a lot.
This is some crazy objective shred is what I'm really taking note of right now from Jade Dragons, because Gilgamesh can do all the zone duty in the world. Fafnir, even, as long as he drops that coerce on the team after the transformation, he can also play a heavy pin into preventing any sort of like follow-up for contest, and how much contest opportunities are you really going to have when the objective is gone in 3 seconds or less?
Yeah, not a whole lot, to be fair. I mean, every single pick for the Jade Dragons loves more attack speed between Danza, Soul, and Gilgamesh. Of course, Gilgamesh has that auto attack stim with the 1. I don't know, man. This Fafnir pick, I think, is going to be huge for Mike, as it's the Susano pickup this time around. This has been a pick that when we see it, it's usually in Panatom's hands for the Atlantis Leviathans, but this is a pick that Layers was known for on the console.
I also really like this pick for Layers, because one thing that Panicat does have a tendency to do is Panicat loves to box. Panicat loves to be aggressive because he knows he's good at it, and I think Susano is just going to be an absolute nightmare for this Danzaburou potentially, or at least that seems to be the mindset that I'm grabbing from the Solar Scarabs. I do think that between the Umoja and the Susano, life could get a little bit difficult for Pandacat, but at the same time, Sol has a great tool with that Disapparate to get outside of that crushing wave. She can maybe try and create some space. And Hurrywin, last time he rocked the Sol, even though they didn't win every single one of those games, he was still top of the charts in terms of player damage, so he's definitely able to still apply the initial DPS, and I think that can go a long way when you have follow-up like Nemesis and the Gilgamesh for the dive after the fact.
And adding in just another character that loves getting extra attack speed in the Nemesis, I think fits this draft perfectly. I mean, I look at the Jade Dragons draft and it just is cohesive from top to bottom. I understand the game plan. It's about playing around objectives. It's about utilizing this Fafnir Coerce. I look at the Solar Scarabs draft and it's good top to bottom. It looks like good standard Smite, but I don't see the overall cohesiveness of it.
It's the objective burn for me as well, because when you do, so often teams will have these elongated fights, especially if the matches do start to dabble into that 30-minute plus area, and EFG, Gold Furies even, they can be really hard to try and actually do anything about when Jade Dragons are, I think they just have such better outright burn for those objectives.
Especially around the towers and the phoenixes and stuff like that. I mean, how do you stop this team on the siege?
Is it the Jingwei? I think that's the part that looks the most awkward in this comp, because I like Raijin, because even when you think about what Raijin Taiko drums, Susano Typhoon, those ultimates work excellently hand in hand, but Jingwei, it's more about the survivability factor, I think, here for Zap. Maybe probably going to be seeing him lean more into that crit-based build as well that we saw from set 1 out of Cyclone, but I'm just not sure that even Jingwei with crit is going to be enough to really balance out the real shred that this Fafnir is providing.
I'm just not quite sure where the Scarabs anticipate getting their pressure from in this match, because maybe Kukulkan beats Gilgamesh in lane. We haven't seen a huge sample size of Gilgamesh in solo lane, so maybe that's the area, but the mid 3v3, Dragons favored. The duo lane, Dragons favored. And that's not the type of composition you want against a team like the Dragons.
It's just, I hate to say perfect, but it almost seems like a perfect draft from the Dragons. And again, Solar Scarabs, it's not bad. It's just, is it good enough?
Dragons seem like they have the ball in their court so far,
Yes.
but that doesn't mean that it's already over. The Scarabs have shown resiliency over all else here in Phase 1. We'll see if they can weather the storm that the Jade Dragons are inevitably about to throw. Let's throw it down to Dave Olson and Gormizer for the cast.
It's time for the Scarabs and the Dragons to go toe-to-toe once more. Last time the Solar Scarabs won, handing the Jade Dragons one of the rare losses for this team. It is Dolson, Gore, and Doug bringing you game number 1. We've left home, Gore. We've made our way into the studio. We probably put some pants on. We'll see here by the end of the game. But this is an interesting one. High implications.
that took a second to process.
This is great. This is great being in studio because I can see your immediate facial reaction to me saying something like that rather than wondering. And it was disgust for you guys at home who are wondering.
No, it was confusion.
It was confusion.
Followed by,
oh, that makes sense. But serious group implications here in this matchup.
Yes, this is a big one. The Scarabs need a big win for themselves. And I'll say, not just for you, but I think for everybody watching, strap in. The last time I was here, it was a 3-game set. It didn't feel like a set going into it that was going to be 3 games. And then it was a murky game 1 where the Scarabs won a lot of fights but ended up losing to the Dragons in the late game. And then it was 2 really dominating performances from the Scarabs, so I like to see it. I think they won a lot of that set in their picks and bans. I think their draft style really helped beat on what the Dragons were good with, and I hope that they can bring that. One of the things that was a saving grace over the last couple of weeks has been this Umoja for Bobby, so I'm really excited to see what Inbound can do with this. And I'm also excited to see this Gilgamesh in solo. I feel like we've gotten to see him flex around and jump around a lot, a little bit in the jungle, over there in support. I think Mike played him last week. Maybe I'm misremembering it was somebody else, but I'd give it to Mike if I had to just blanket statement who was going to do it. So I'm interested to see what FineOK can do up against that Kukulkan, who has been notoriously a top pick lately. I think last week, he was one of the top bans. He was also one of the most picked if he did come through, kind of up towards the top, either number 1 or at least in the top 3. So there's a lot of threats on the board to keep your eye on here.
Absolutely, and the desk conveyed some worry about where the pressure would come from for the Solar Scarabs. Early on, it's being placed by the Dragons onto Inbound here. Zapman able to outtrade Pandacat just a little bit at both supports. Had left lane there. Of course, the Umoja going to have some extra sustain, but here in the mid lane, Hurrywin being jumped on the Aegis, potentially saving the life of the Soul there out of mid, but early fireworks in the middle of the map.
Something that they're going to have to be very worried about. Whirlwind, I think, is going to be a big threat. This is something that has been happening a little bit more often. Sam's actually going in!
Oh, and he's got first blood. The blink and the double dash is enough to grab the first kill of the game onto Layers. And how about the map awareness of Sam for Soccer to know where Layers is going to be, and Layers probably thinking Sam has just made his way elsewhere. And that is a tough start because Sam has now been able to farm up one of those back camps, purple buff, soon to be respawning here. And the Nemesis could be looking for a gank behind the duo lane.
I was going to say, it's a win-win scenario. Either get the experience buff and strip it away, or you get to fight over here. And with Fafnir around you, they're going to be going in. The stun not going to connect from inbound, but not a lot of follow-up. Panda Cat kind of stayed back. They had too much minion pressure, I think, there for the duo lane. With Layers coming back right over here, all of that could be and would have been in the jungle. Looks like it's going to go ahead and disappear. But I think it's, like you said, good presence on Sam specifically to be aware and to get aggressive as things have been going for him. At this point, it's just staying alive, and that's arguably supposed to be one of the safest spots on the map for you to back. It's just, like, looking at his player cam, you saw a sliver, like a line of pixels on his screen was the recall circle, and that's all he needed to get aggressive there.
Well, Gore, looking down towards the jungler builds here, do you see some normalcy here? Because Layers has gone full boots first overall. Sam for Soccer, no boots at all, but has the tier 1 katana down there for himself. Is that about what you expect, though, given the characters that these two are playing?
It makes a lot of sense. I think that's going to be the way Sam goes. The question will be, does he finish his boots first, or does he finish off the katana first? Probably going to go towards boots relatively soon, but this is going to help him clear a little bit earlier on. It's going to help him be a little more aggressive. I think it's going to pay off dividends as time continues moving forward for him, but there is a little bit of pressure on him, right? That movement speed, now that Layers, I mean, kind of artificially got a forced back there to get the full boots, but still, he has those full boots online. We should see him traverse the map a lot more often. Now the Warrior Tabe online for Sam should keep up in rotations, at least for that one, but there's definitely, I think, a little more of a threat to the build coming down from Sam right now. Just because he already has that tier 1 online, I think he's going to be able to hit a little harder, a little faster.
We'll see if this Nemesis can find some pressure early on in the game here. A duel happening over in the duo lane. Zapman has to airstrike away, but Panda Cat solo as inbound will look to chase down the kill, but Sam for Soccer is here. And the ultimate is gone down onto inbound. The rocket flies through for the last bit of damage, and a couple autos is all Sam needs. Now 2-0. On the board for the Jade Dragons jungler.
I will admit, part of me forgot you could launch the rocket. I like being the rocket, and so being able to launch it safely down the lane, perfect for Panda Cat to be able to get his self-assist over there and make sure things go their way. And a kill onto inbound, I think, again, a lot of pressure onto the duo lane. That's something that they had hearkened to on the desk, something that they have to be a little more aware of, because there's a lot of spots where the Dragons can outright win just in terms of pick pressure that they're going to be bringing here. I think the team fight, at least for the Scarabs, is going to be very frightening. A lot of good healing on it, a lot of good control, good peel, and really good setup. That River's Rebuke from Umoja can be massive.
Final K peeking into his own blue buff here. Layers sensing that Sam for Soccer has been over on the left side of the map for a little while. Is going to choose to put some pressure over on the right. Successful blue buff invade now for the Solar Scarabs. Things not going well on the left-hand side. Maybe you start to look towards the right, but Jade Dragons continuing to put pressure onto Zapman, onto inbound as well. Still level 4 for this Umoja. Sam for Soccer rotates back through, does not have his ultimate up just yet, but still has plenty of damage to work in onto Zapman, who will get burned away, and Sam for Soccer is on a killing spree 5.5 minutes in.
That was a good target swap. It felt like inbound was the one that they wanted to focus down and try to lock down, and they got him relatively low, but then immediately they drive it home into Zap. Plus, he was in the much more dangerous position there in the jungle now. What, about 2,000 gold? Just a little under there. Same thing for experience. It is a very good start for the Dragons, and admittedly, this is how the games they typically win start, with them snowballing in the first 6 minutes. The games they've been struggling with in the last, 2, 3, 4 weeks have been these games where they're not allowed to really control anything. And I mean, the Scarabs did it to them a few weeks ago. They were able to find those very early game controlling fights. It seems like right now things are not quite going the way they want, but then I look at their draft and I think, man, Susano's going to be better with time, Raijin's going to be better with time, Umoja's going to be better with time, Kakullen's going to be in the fights. I think there's a lot that can be said over the next 5 minutes for the Scarabs, maybe next 10 minutes for him.
Oh, I hate that for SOT. He did 99.9% of the damage to the Greater Scorpion and loses it and might lose his life as well. It's a big typhoon from Layers, but it's a 2-kill sweep for the Jade Dragons. This time Hurrywind rotates in and will pick up one. Gore, this is probably the worst way that the first 6 minutes and 45 seconds of this game could have gone for the Solar Scarabs. Only Baronic has not died yet, and he is still 1 level down. There's a 2-level difference already built out of the jungle. PBM is going to help secure the red buff invade here. SOT didn't even get the Greater Scorpion a moment ago. This is the game that the Jade Dragons look to play, and the Solar Scarabs now have a tall task to get themselves back into it. 2K was about a minute ago. We're now at 3K of a differential. Inbound sticks his head into the wrong part of town, and he'll have to leave. Maybe it's just about slowing down this pace score, because 5 kills in 7 minutes feels real bad if you're a Solar Scarab.
I mean, but that's the hard part. I mean, look at this. PBM is, well, not by himself anymore, but getting aggressive, hyper-aggressive onto him, willing to dive at tier 2. Zapman has no health, hardly any mana enough to contest this purple buff. And that's the downside right now, is you have a good draft, but it's going to take a little while to get online, even more so because, as you highlighted, everybody has fallen behind in terms of where they are.
Oh, no.
Look, if your support's traveling like that in the jungle, you're absolutely feeling yourselves. This is a point, again, maybe even a turning point, to just dig your heels in as the Scarabs. At this point, you need more farm than you need fights. The problem is the Dragons aren't really giving you the choice.
Yeah, the net worth chart score completely split top to bottom. PBM is the lowest on the Dragons, but higher than everyone else on the Solar Scarabs. He's got more gold than everyone, well, but SOT, who will bounce back and forth with him. And that doesn't feel good. Look, apparently Fafnir does some decent damage when you've got a 2-level lead over your counterpart, and you're only 1 or 2 levels behind the rest of the Solar Scarabs here. And isn't that so frightening when PBM not only gets a pick like this, but has a lead like this and can start to play more aggressively? He has the confidence at all times to go try to 1v1 a Hunter, but now he has the actual strength in levels and gold to do that. It's quite literally worst case scenario, it feels like, here for the Scarabs.
That's where things get really scary for me, I think, is the best way to describe it, is if you look at the enemy jungler and your support, or vice versa, that level discrepancy needs to exist, just to begin with. It's level 8 to 8 layers to PBM. Same thing, Zap to PBM, and just 9 to 8 there for Baronic. 1 level, now 10 over PBM. So there's definitely a little more focus, I think, that the Scarabs need to start putting on this left side of the map, try to keep Zap inbound back into it, but also find a way to get layers into this, alleviate some of the pressure from the Dragons, and potentially get themselves a Gold Fury. There's definitely a lot of neutral objectives that can swing them back into this game, but things haven't been going their way.
Panda's getting looked at here by layers and inbound. Where did health bar go? Pandacat does almost 100% of inbound's health in just a second or two, and layers does not want to suffer the same fate, so he will leap away. And at this point, Gore, the left side of the map might just be forfeit because Pandacat has 1 level lead. He's 1-0-2 over Zapman, who's 0-2. The right side of the map is the only side that hasn't really been looked at after SOT got caught over by that Greater Scorpion. It's the scariest question maybe an analyst has to answer, especially 9 minutes and 50 seconds into this game. Is there an avenue back into this game for the Solar Scarabs?
So this is not the immediate answer that I wish I had for you. I will say the Scarabs were on a receiving end of a game like this last week, right? I mean, like, they got absolutely beat down in game number 1, and then games 2 and 3 looked a lot better. So if this continues at this trajectory right now, I will say the glory is that they have really good set turnarounds. But I will say for this game, I don't think they're really that far out of it. I just think it's one of those moments that you unfortunately can't contest as much as you want. When you're 10 minutes in being told that you can't contest a Gold Fury, it's asinine, right? I mean, like, that's so ridiculous to be told, but you have to be looking for some of the plays that you can make on your side of the map. Unfortunately, there's not enough farm. And admittedly, with at least the tier 1 on left down, you're losing a lot of pressure, like around that purple buff. Now all of a sudden that's dangerous. What Zapman just did is dangerous. Trying to get these mid camps is dangerous because you're one bad stun, one bad engage away from virtually getting killed off.
Oh man, big burst damage from Hurrywin to engage, force Baronic and inbound out of this fight. No chance for Layers. Now when PBM is going to leap in, but Layers looking like he'll be able to survive. But SOT rounds the backside, grabs the kill on a Sanford Soccer. That's a shutdown onto the Nemesis as the rest of the Jade Dragons grouped up here. Zapman pouring out damage from the backline, but Fino K has had enough. It's a double kill for the Gilgamesh, a drop kick against the wall, and now Solo Lane starting to get unchained as well.
And SOT gets out of there alive. I meant to mention this earlier in the set, but this is his 200th competitive game. I think he wishes right now that it could be going a little bit better for him. But he has made that a pretty big threshold for himself. Something I literally couldn't figure out how to fit it in other than, hey, I'm talking about SOT right now. Might as well throw it out there while I have the chance because so far it's been all dragons all day. What is that, 6,000 gold, a little over, that's in their favor, about to go up even more because of the Pyromancer experience in their favor by a pretty large margin, almost 8,000 in that regard. I mean, hate them, love them, whatever you want to say. They are winning this game right now, and there's not a lot of avenues back into it. That being said, and this is where things get really interesting, at least can be interesting, the Scarabs, at this large of a deficit, there's two ways to look at this. They still have 4 towers standing. That's plenty to make a stand by. You can easily defend some of these tier 2s still at this point in the game, and it is dangerous but still plausible to not only mount a defense, but win a defense, and then potentially shift that into a Fire Giant. We haven't really gotten into that conversation. That's usually, 18 minutes into the game. So the Dragons aren't going to be able to get that anytime soon and get that huge power buff.
Right.
That is, I think, the opening for the Scarabs. They've got 6-7 minutes before that window maybe shuts on them. And as long as they can keep up, maybe not this pace, a different pace, to say the least, but one where they are finding successful defenses, they're not too stressed out about the aggression from the Dragons, might have to give up the Oni Fury as it respawns. In a few minutes, you might have to give up a Pyromancer, but you need to mount a base defense at this point. I think if you can slow the Dragons down around there, that's where you get some kills, and that's where kill bounties come into the equation, right? You kill Herowind, if inbound's even an assist on that, he could jump up to level 9, 10, 11, right? Like, there's some big changes that could happen with just a single kill on the board for the Scarabs.
You can get a difference in mindset of where this game is for both of the supports as well. PBM 106 has been maybe the driving force alongside Sanford Soccer and all of the Jade Dragons' pressure. 13.5 minutes in. Gauntlet of Thieves gore to start off for PBM. That'll keep stacking up. Inbound has gone into the Breastplate of Valor. Obviously works well with Emoja's kit with the mana and all that sort of fun stuff. And if it speaks to his confidence, my man PBM is going second item, a little bit of magical power there, Gore. So when you're that far ahead, when you're 3 levels ahead of your support counterpart over on the Solar Scarabs, maybe that affords you the ability to build a little power.
And again, on level with the jungler there for the layers, and that's going to be, I think, where his confidence can come through. Is he's been aggressive, he's been playing aggressive, he hasn't been punished for it yet, and that's the key word is that yet, because it's right. 3 small letters. But that being a power item as opposed to a defense item could be the thing that ends up being his downfall. All of a sudden, Bronic, Layers, Zapman are going to be doing a lot more damage to him. But if you're looking at confidence, not just from Mike, I'm looking at Sam. He's gone for the Shadow Steel Shuriken. Like, it has attack speed. That's something where, like, that stat I'm used to seeing on the Nemesis, but he's gone for crit. It's got that anti-heal, though, and I think that's kind of where things are going to be coming into it. I expect to see more of those coming through, but 40% reduced healing. Admittedly, only when you crit strike, so 20% chance, it's not going to happen maybe too much for him. I guess it depends on the rest of the build.
Probably 20% of the time.
But yeah, you're really starting to feel, I guess, confident in your capabilities. If you're going for something like that over your brawlers, typically, you don't have any anti-heal on either your support or your solo laner just yet, although that might change here with FinoK's next item. No Divine Ruin online for Heroin. Like, they're putting a lot of pressure, I think, onto specifically Sam
good point.
And his auto attacks to get the anti-heal off.
Oni Fury started up now by the Jade Dragons. It's a Spear of Desolation that Polar Bear Mike has finished off there, and if he continues doing the assist thing, as he has been, those cooldowns will be up often in these fights to compound, do some more assisting and probably some killing here for the Jade Dragons. Oni Fury was stalled for a second, but re-pulled, and I think this is smart, Gore. The Solar Scarabs know this is going on, but at the state of this game, an Oni Fury likely not worth dying over. Maybe you send somebody in to try to get a steal, but probably not worth a full-on team fight.
Yeah, I think, again, they're just trying to stay in pace at this point. Layers is 3 levels behind. He's not going to be able to have the impact that Sam is. But I also think there's some conversation to be had for the Scarabs to get a little more aggressive after they get some farm going for them, because there's not a lot of easy secure. There's a lot of good burn on the Dragons. You have PBM going to Dragon form, coerce everybody. Any objective that stands in your way is going to get melted right there. But who's going to be the one that secures it? Like, Soul, I mean, her ult does a lot of damage, but it's 9 quick bursts, quick shots, not one giant damager. And so I think there's an opportunity for Layers, Ronic. Again, Zap, especially with his ult, the way we've seen Jingwei play it, although Barra mistimed his a couple of times, maybe Zap might mistime his a little bit too. And there's a lot of opportunities for them to still make a presence be felt around a Fire Giant, a Pyromancer, go for a steal. Granted, I mean, everything I'm talking about is very risky business if they decide to get in there, but I feel like risky business is about to be all they have left.
SOT's been kicked by the wayside here as the Tier 2 Tower Siege continues for the J Dragons. Bit of a duel over on the left-hand side of the map as Sanford Soccer wants to get aggressive onto Zapman. Let's see if those crits ring true, and they sure do for Sanford Soccer. Zapman goes bye-bye, and in, I think, one purchase score. I didn't even see the 1-2 tier item pop up in the shop. I think he just straight up bought it, and now that 20% chance has gotten a little bit higher. Inbound throws up the River's Rebuke, but no matter as PBM chops him down. Panda Cat uses the Aegis, but Layers will pick up the kill there. And now the re-engage from the J Dragons is swift. It's a double kill for the support of the J Dragons. PBM 306.
And now still chasing them down. It doesn't matter if you get SOT or Baronic here. Look at the pressure they should be able to get on the tier 2. Last tower standing for the Scarabs, by the way. 17 minutes in.
Without a Fire Giant.
Looking to go down. I mean, this is something that is, deadly. Without a Fire Giant being taken, this is that moment where I typically would have said and would have expected to see a team back off for a Fire Giant. They might actually be overextending here on the Dragon.
Wow, look at Sam. He's feeling confident, huh? That's been the name of the game for the J Dragons. Sam really just buys some space there for the rest of the J Dragons to secure the mid lane Phoenix. 17 minutes, 40 seconds into the game. Fire Giant has not been taken. Every tower is gone off of the map for the Solar Scarabs. And one Phoenix is gone as well. Left and right left standing. So now, inevitably, Gore, there's a Primal Fury probably a couple minutes from now. Fire Giant, Pyromancer still left standing. If you're the Dragons, I don't even know if you need to wait the next couple of minutes for this Primal Fury to come up. The Scarabs chipped away some of your health underneath that Phoenix, but I'm not sure they can compete under an FG fight.
Yeah, I mean, and even still, like, look at all the pressure, like, safe havens. Even if a team fight starts to go the way of the Scarabs, you have all of your towers still standing. Like, you could lose a fight and still withstand more of the map technically now than what the Scarabs have left on their side of the map. It doesn't even look like they're going to have to worry too much about that, though. Yeah, the Fire Giant just goes kind of by the wayside. The damage, this crit build right now, something I didn't expect to say today, if I'm being honest, from the Nemesis of all things, is going pretty well for Sam. Something I'll put my neck out on the line for this one. I'll say that I don't think this would necessarily work if he was very even with them. I think it is something that is kind of paved because he's 4 levels ahead of Layers. Right? But it's definitely going to help it out. I mean, we saw how easily he was able to take that 1v1 onto Zap. Now that he's got a much heftier level lead, it feels like it's going to be a lot easier for him to dive the backline and just absolutely beat down anybody who gets there. I'm still looking towards inbound, though. It was around a Phoenix that he found a good defense. What was that? Against the Leviathans. Turned a huge gameplay, and I mean, they were at a deficit. They were losing it. That River's Rebuke can absolutely defend one of these, but look at the spacing. They're just now starting to back. It feels like it might be a little late here for the Scarabs. They might be caught out.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward half defense as PBM half-health Sporonic, who has to leave the fight, but instead the Raijin will stick around. Sanford Soccer working down the mid wave with 2 waves of fire minions behind him. 5-1 and 1 for the Nemesis right now. Solar Scarabs fully reinforced under this left side Phoenix. Zapman channeling his back, so maybe now the J Dragons go because it's going to take a minute for the Jingwei to get back, and inbound traps himself in the River's Rebuke, but is able to walk away thanks to the Riptide. Final K chases down the Yamoja. Layers loses the 1v1 to Sanford Soccer, but makes his way alive back into the fountain. It's SOT, the last Solar Scarab left standing beneath the left side. Phoenix, who let out a roar, and the J Dragons look to continue on.
Oh, SOT's just melted. That Phoenix is still gone. Fire minions from mid coming in, and they still have, what, 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the Fire Giant? I feel like you do not do anything but go for the Titan.
Yeah, Zapman, Baronic, you got the damage online. Layers is there as well, but you've got no frontline. Layers finds his way into the back, but the J Dragons have all eyes on the Titan. This one, all Dragons, all day. And in 20 minutes and 28 seconds, Gore, the J Dragons will find themselves in control of game number 1. Not particularly close.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities. I think I saw some good play that existed there for the Scarabs, but not enough, right, that you're able to truly pull things back into your favor. So I think there's a lot of cracking to do going into the next set, or the next game. And I will say, once again, the big thing they had going for them that I think is going to continue going for them is that they received... Look, I'm just going to be honest with you. There's no way to describe it other than this. They received a beating like that last week. Actually, one more severe, some could say. So I think this is a really good opportunity for the Scarabs to bounce back. They've already showed that they have that capability. So just kind of mental resolve, figure out what went wrong there. A lot of it seemed to be just getting down early game. So if they can kind of clean up the first 6 minutes, I think everything will be fine from that point forward.
There's not many teams in the league that could compete with the J Dragons team that is playing that fast in the early game. So it's back to the drawing board for the Solar Scarabs. Gore and I will take a break. We'll be right back with game number 2.
of the intoxication, no hesitation. I'm giving into this sweet sensation. I've been good, I've been bad, but this moment is all we really have. So when the night is calling, I pick up the phone. A voice is singing sweetly, you don't have to be alone.
Back everybody to the SPL, powered by Alienware, but looking good, courtesy of Insight Apparel. You can head on over to shop.smiteproleague.com. That's where you can get your favorite jerseys, hoodies, team shirts, all that kind of good stuff. Again, shop.smiteproleague.com. I just got my SPL dad hat today, and I look forward to wearing it. I asked if I could wear it on broadcast, and Hindu Man slapped me. That's not true. He would get in trouble if he did that. I realized there are actual consequences for saying something like that. He did not do it. And I'm not. It's not like he did it and then said, "Don't say that I did it," and then that's why I said all this stuff. It never happened.
It definitely
Trust
happened.
me. It did. Taco, you're coming back in and you're messing with me day one, man. It's fine. I'll get over it. Hindu Man's gonna be mad at you now, not me, because I said he didn't do it. I'll tell you what didn't happen in game one. It was not a Scarabs victory, that's for sure.
No.
That one was about as far from it as you can get. But look, even before we get into breaking it down, it is worth noting that this is exactly the type of game that the Scarabs lost against the Jade Dragons last time they played in game one. And then they came back to win the set. So this does not mean it's over. But boy, oh boy, was this one not close.
This is where the test of the Scarabs' mental resilience and their player fortitude is really going to shine through, is whether or not they're going to be able to have that sort of repeat performance, or at least replicating the part where they brought things out to a game 3. But this was just brutal from start to finish, entirely in Dragon's favor. And honestly, Aggro, every single time I reference it, it just comes back to the draft for me, because Jade Dragons, I don't think there was a single part of this comp that they did not originally want.
Really could have blind picked it if you ask them, because it looked that good for them. Final K keeps making me think, why is no other solo laner playing Gilgamesh? Because he looks so good on it. Sam for Soccer got off to a great start, had both of the first 2 early kills, and then PBM top damage in the entire game on the Fafnir. Yes, he went Deso 3rd item into Pythags, but my man still had 11k damage. That's more than everybody else as the support.
That's kind of what you love to see, though, for a Fafnir, is you want him to be that controlling factor in the early to mid game, and Mike just really left no options for recovery out of the Scarabs, whether it was surrounding the objective play or just outright running them down in the tower. Fafnir just has a lot more movement than what I think some players would initially expect in the heat of the moment. So the fact that Mike even opted for a little bit of a damage hybrid build to begin with, I don't think it really caught the Scarabs off guard by any means, but I don't think that they really had any sort of assets to try and mitigate the damage output that was coming from just the Fafnir alone.
No, they might not have liked it, but they certainly couldn't stop it with the way that game was going. So now it's time.
Just do mostly a little bit of a run back here with the Chiron Mercury bans. And the Mercury, I can definitely justify the thought process behind wanting to eliminate Mercury, but Chiron just strikes me as such an oddball ban. And even the Gilgamesh, I really do feel like if you had to split the decision between getting rid of Gilgamesh or Fafnir, Fafnir for sure feels like a lot more of a controlling element here for the Jade Dragons. And if Scarabs opt for that Kokolin first pick again, I'm just not entirely sold on it going the way that they would imagine if Jade Dragons are able to get Fafnir.
Well, both mid laners left open in Giannis and Tiamat, and the Jade Dragons telling the Scarabs to pick their poison. They decided to go with Giannis for Baronic, and this was the pick that he has looked better on. I think for what it's worth, the Scarabs make the right call. When you look at what the level of play that Baronic has had on the Giannis in comparison to that Tiamat, he's had both picks. He's looked significantly better on the Giannis. I think Tiamat's a better god, but I think Baronic's a better Giannis player, so I think the Scarabs likely make the right choice.
Baronic also, Giannis, again, another one of those characters that just stems back to his console days, so for sure, a lot of familiarity in this pick, a lot of mobility being introduced as well, but one more time, Jade Dragons, they're totally content with just taking that Fafnir in that top 3 pick selection choice, and now with the Kokolin alongside of it, I mean, it's almost like a pick your poison if you ask me, and if I had to decide between Gilgamesh and Kokolin, I'm still not really too keen on either.
Yeah, you're not feeling good either way. I think the Jade Dragon's still smiling, and don't worry, I think they're going to take Tiamat 3rd. There's just no reason to take it in the top 2 when you know the Scarabs already have their mid laner. They have to fill out some other positions, including the solo lane, where they're going to take that King Arthur. You feel like what the Scarabs need now, as it's a Hercules pickup. Interesting. So we have seen Hercules as of late, but he's been in solo lane for Haddix in particular. He's really liked him. This is going to be a support Hercules here.
Most likely. That's kind of where my thought process was going, is that this screams Bobby pick all day long. I think Inbound could certainly try to utilize this Hercules, potentially just apply a little bit more pressure and not let Fafnir have that free roam period, because that was one thing that Mike was definitely doing a great job on in game 1. He was just all over the map with Fafnir. He was jumping, trying to just create any sort of chaos that he could, whether it was heavily impactful or not. Just his presence alone was enough to kind of set everybody else from Scarabs back.
So now we take a back look at the junglers. Set banned by the Dragon, Serket by the Solar Scarabs. These are picks that both of these junglers have gone to pretty consistently. It's actually the Dragons who decided to ban out Danzaburo this time around.
My concern right now for Scarabs, it really does boil down to their assassin choice. And I know that Tsukiyumi is something that Layers has for sure fallen onto more often than not in a lot of these Scarab sets, but I'm not sure that Tsukiyumi alone is going to have necessarily the cleanup potential to take out the Tiamat, because Fafnir Kakolin, again, that is a really solidified front line. It's very hard to break through, and even when you do, you're usually taking a good chunk of your HP bar to do it.
Oh, the Zuler comes out here in game number 2. We just saw Uller for Yarkor, and it won, but didn't look as good as he did on, say, the Heimdall the next game. We just talked about the Uller Taco, but overall still feel like it might not be as strong as some of these other hunters.
I'm just not really sure what the persistence is for an Uller pickup as opposed to some other hunters that might have a little bit of CC immunity in their kit, because even when you chalk it up at the grand scheme of things, if you get caught out without being in axe stance past 20 minutes, you usually just die, especially against teams like Jade Dragons who are so consistent at working as one cohesive unit. I don't know if Zap's going to have a great time. Also seeing a very heavy physical lineup here for the Scarabs, but it also just screams early game aggression. These guys are looking for a heads-up snowball, and I honestly think that they might have even put their do-or-die circumstances to a bit of a coin flip with this comp.
Yeah, I think that the Scarabs are definitely, they're pushing their chips all in with this draft. I mean, it's early game across the board, as you mentioned. It's physical heavy. You've got Hercules, Uller, Ratatosker. I mean, those are picks that are trying to gun you down. And you look at the other side for the Jade Dragons, the Susano pick doesn't fight particularly well early. Their duo lane does. I don't think Tiamat fights particularly well early. I think that you've got an opportunity to maybe exploit some of this pressure. But at the same time, what do the Scarabs do if Tiamat just builds a Breastplate of Valor?
It's a very slim margin, I think, for the Solar Scarabs for this. If they can play it perfect, which I know that they're capable, it's just whether or not this is going to be the game, especially with so much additional, it's a subconscious thought, I think, as a pro, to know that this game could ultimately determine what happens moving forward.
That's right. Don't forget that the Solar Scarabs definitely have a lot on the line right here. They go down 0-2 in this group stage. They are basically toast for making it to the playoffs. So this is a do-or-die game for the Solar Scarabs, and they've put their trust in a hard-to-execute composition, but one that can get ahead early. We'll see if they can roll the ball along, as the Scarabs tend to do, or if the Jade Dragons will be saying Bazinga after game number 2. Dave, it's all yours.
Bazinga is right, Aggro. I guess that's going to be a thing from now on. Bazinga is the buzzword here.
Does it have to be?
So we're not about it. All right, Bazinga's going by the wayside. Gormizer spoken. When Gore is legitimately against something like that, that's when you have to...
I would say, against. I just say I think we can reconsider constructively.
Sure. As a unit.
Come up with some other words that are probably a little more...
We'll come together.
Better.
Right, you're right. We'll come together. We'll brainstorm some ideas. And Bazinga will be a part of that group. But we cannot definitively say whether or not Bazinga would be the final answer that comes out of it.
Dude, if in 4 weeks we're still saying Bazinga, I'm the one that's on the wayside. I got to get on track.
Mifflin betting me to say Bazinga on cast, and now look, he played himself. Now all we're doing is saying Bazinga. Look, Gore, Solar Scarabs come into this game. They give Baronic the Giannis. Hurrywind over on the other side on the Tiamat. I think a lot of this game suddenly starts to roll through this mid lane. Think back to the Jade Dragons. One of the last times we saw them playing, they had to go against this Tiamat, and the Winions effectively won the game. Not effectively, they literally won the game against them. I mean, it just requires so much team cohesion on the other side, and moments like that to shot call and make split-second decisions on how to deal with things like that. PandaCat uses beads. Inbound blinks in early. Sanford Soccer looking for a little engagement here in the mid lane. As Layers finds big damage, Sanford Soccer dashes in to all the damage there. Hurrywind returns a little bit himself as well. Layers left with a little bit more HP than his counterpart over on the Susano.
But to keep it in contact, although Layers going in, it doesn't get the kill though. Sam just barely teleports out. Baronic doesn't seem to have the abilities to close the gap. That honestly might come back to be very important. I think Layers, especially on this Ratatosker, is going to be a lot more aggressive. But an early kill, that'd get early pressure back onto the Tiamat. Like you just said, the Dragons having just lost to those minions. I had to pull it out. I'll give them the shout out afterward. But 4,562 points of damage is how much the Tiamat minions did to the Titan that game. And the minions did the other 6,000.
Oh no, SOT nearly gets the solo kill on Fine OK. And Gormizer, that's a stat. What do you say, 4,562? Sorry, I'm going to make you pull it back up. 4,000 something.
4,562.
Damn, good memory by me. You said it like 12 seconds ago, so I should remember that. But I think clearly showing how much damage those minions can do if given the opportunity. Panda Cat has to impale this Uller away. Zapman hits the stun from range. Inbound needs a little bit more, but instead Zapman's got it. And that is what this lane was built to do. A Hercules and an Uller brought together. They're always going to have that pressure.
That's deadly. I mean, it is very scary to think of just like a single knock-up from inbound here. I mean, you would think that PBM of all people, and the same thing for Panda Cat, would understand what this lane's trying to do. They're the kind of guys that would run that down, and were running that kind of thing last year. So if inbound can keep up that amount of pressure, that is a great way to control the duo lane. And then that jumps immediately into pretty much the entire left side jungle. I mean, purple buffs, red buffs, invades like that should become a little more commonplace. Thank you, Zapman, for helping me prove my point. That's exactly the kind of thing you get with just a single kill over on that side, let alone when you're able to do it with an enhanced buff. You get a Scorpion. All of a sudden, there's a Gold Fury that's under the conversation, under the microscope here. I think this is a good turnaround. A completely different play style for Bobby to pick up for inbound here, but
right?
I do think it's going to be one that fits this team and, honestly, his aggression pretty well.
With, though, the Hercules pickup as well as SOT on the King Arthur, it's something that the desk brought up there, Gore. The quad physical damage coming out from the Solar Scarabs here. Does that raise some level of concern here for you? The Jade Dragons being able to itemize a little bit heavier into physical defense as this game goes on.
It is going to be a little worrisome, especially because, like, physical defense, especially early on, like, it's just one of the better ones to have in SMITE. Or at least it used to be, like, the best. Now it's a little more equal back and forth, but there is still, I think, a little bit more of an ease of access for Fine OK specifically. I think a lot of the warrior items give a little more physical protections, just kind of shifted around in there. So that's going to help him out, but at the end of the day, you're not worried too much. Like, Zapman should have a lot of pin towards the end of this, or at least enough pin that he's not going to be too threatened by it. Layers might suffer a little bit in terms of his damage, but then your worst case scenario is Baronic hits harder. I think it's no matter what a win-win scenario. Either you force them into a place where your mid laner gets to look better, or you force them into a place where you're doing the same damage you would normally. So no matter what, I think the Scarabs aren't going to be at a deficit here. And look at this. I just kind of a slow gold lead that's been steadily falling into their pockets. I think that they've been doing, again, a very good job. That First Blood bounty accounts for some of that, but everything else has just been going because of the way they're controlling this game. And that's where I think Inbound and Layers are going to be able to come through. If they can continue this pace and maybe even step it up a notch, get some more kills on the board, then I think this is going to be a game where the Dragons are going to be the ones looking like the Scarabs did in Game 1.
Agreed. I want to see what happens over in the solo lane, Gore, as this game goes on. We're not going to get a chance to look over there, though, as Layers barely makes it up into the sky from the mid lane through space and time, flies through, and Inbound flies up. Hurrywind picks up the first return kill of the game, and the Jade Dragons now on the board. And that was dangerously close to being a 2-kill swing. Layers, got to imagine, double-digit HP there, getting up into the ultimate and out.
I think those moments where I'm going back to what I just said, maybe not quite that aggressive, right? Like, I think there's a lot of merit for what they just tried to do, but like you said, barely getting out of there, good retaliation by the Dragons to be that present. And that's where ward coverage comes in. Actually, right now, I'm even more surprised to find out most of the ward coverage, on the left-hand side at least, is going to be from the Scarabs. They've got a lot of good vision, mainly around mid-camps, a little bit there for Duo, but they had dropped a ward deep onto the red buff to get the timer. Unfortunately for them, right next to that timer, you might see it looks a little wonky. It's because there's a red ward dropped under that as well. The Dragons had the vision on them going up through there. So that's the kind of things, again, you just have to be a little worried about it if you're the Scarabs. There's a certain level of aggression that I think is warranted here. Not enough that I'm stressing out for them. Again, look, they've almost pushed that lead up to 2,000 despite getting killed. So I'm not really that worried about them. If they can just keep up what they've been doing, things should look good.
Layers spotted out over on the right-hand side of the map. The Ratatoskers looked good so far. Early damage, I mean, this is almost a non-factor, but early damage onto Sanford Soccer there in the mid lane. You can see what this Ratatosker can do once the stun and the damage start to connect. PBM looking for the leap on in. Layers will survive, and he will walk himself away. Now, the dynamic of the jungle, Gore, feels so different maybe between the two junglers, where Sanford Soccer walks in, has that close range teleport, can get in and do a good bit of dueling, good bit of damage in that way. Whereas Layers with that semi-global presence, you look for him to make an impact early on, maybe from afar here in this game. The Ratatosker definitely has a lot of weight that it carries with it because of the abilities baked into that kit.
Like you said, a lot further away engage potential than what you're like. Sam, his blink is the range, right? Like he can blink over the wall and all of a sudden, cool, now he's in the engagement and that can surprise you, but you could see a lot more from Layers. They blink plus that ultimate. He can effectively traverse, I'd argue, 60% of the map with that pretty easily and not worry too bad about it. And I think there's a lot of potential for ganks on mid. Tiamat doesn't necessarily have a lot of safety, although pretty tanky in terms of when she goes into her ground form, as well as the fact that she has a small leap. Even though it's small, a leap's a leap. It's going to be able to get you away, so maybe not the easiest target on her. Has a leap. Kukulkan is Kukulkan, so it's going to be difficult no matter what to get a lot of pressure over there in solo. I think there's a lot of opportunities that Layer might have, but I kind of like this pace a little bit more. Like, you know, if you can't set up kills for yourself or for others, just farm, figure out what you can do, maybe get aggressive into their jungle, force a fight, but do it with Baronic, with inbound around. There's a little bit of openings, but I think it's going to be surrounded by teamwork right now, this mid 3v3 for the Scarabs.
Worth mentioning the mental fortitude that it requires to bounce back after a game like you had in game number 1. And the Solar Scarabs have done that. They've turned around sets like that before, where they go down early in a big way, early on in the set, I should say, as they just have. And the fact that they're kind of slowly maintaining this gold lead over the Jade Dragons hasn't gotten any bigger, hasn't gotten any lower, and you wonder, Gore, how much that starts to play into their mentality, where you know what just happened in game 1, you know what happens when you give the Jade Dragons the slightest opportunity back into the game. You wonder if you're like, all right, look, we've got a 1.7k gold lead, we've got a 1-level lead in the jungle, a 1-level lead in mid, 1 level over in Hunter as well. Let's not rock that boat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Keep things steady as you can. Again, the trajectory that the Scarabs have been on here has been a lot cleaner for them overall. And they've been able to find picks, almost locking down Mike there for a second. But, I mean, what was almost 2,000 gold, still kind of hanging around that almost 2,000 gold mark. It's been a couple of bounce backs, I think like maybe 100 gold from the last time I looked up there for the Dragons, but still steadily rising. I mean, like you have to look at the grand scheme of things, right? Across 10 minutes, it has been trajectory upwards for the Scarabs. Now, it's still shakeable. That's, I think, the scary part, right? When you've got a lead, you're feeling pretty comfortable about it. Like you said, you've got this level lead, and it transcends into the gold lead as well. But a Gold Fairy takes that all away from you. And it kicks it right out from underneath you. And so I think the Scarabs are going to have to start with worrying about the map. It's kind of frightening to take the Greater Scorpion here, because you take the Scorpion, if you lose a fight, you're out.
Could be a fight around the purple buff here. Sanford Soccer and Hurdywind make their way from the mid lane. Zapman will leap away. He uses the beads. But he'll survive. Now Final K being dove beneath the tier 1 tower over on the right-hand side. SOT doesn't have the damage as Final K lets out a roar, and the King Arthur chops down Kukulkan. And the Solar Scarabs have finally pushed that advantage to something other than a blue buff invade over there on the right-hand side. It was playing with fire for a while there, it seemed like, for Final K. Now SOT finds himself 2 levels ahead.
What I'm learning is that you don't want to be on my milestone list. Final K was the player I was going to call out here. SOT was it last time. Final K is about 4 kills away, if you can find him here, from getting his 1,000th career kill.
Oh,
that's
a big number.
Monumental. Yeah, Zapman, I will, like, not to belittle Final K here. Zapman's about 30 or so away from potentially getting his 2,000th. Harkening for a good set, maybe a good couple of weeks for him, depending on how this set goes, because if they can bounce it back here, and again, to bounce it back to the last time they played the Dragons, they lost game 1 there, they won games 2 and 3. They're still looking at a pretty comfy spot, and actually putting the Dragons as the one that could get knocked out.
Gore, you know what I would love? So, you know, in the NFL happens, quarterback throws is like 1,000th career touchdown. Yeah. Everyone kind of takes a pause. The whole crowd like applauses them. They get to keep their game.
They all
ball.
have to stop.
They all stop. You look at their player cams. The Jade Dragons are all like loving on Final K, and the Scarabs are just playing because they have no idea what's going on. I'd like to see something like that happen. I'm sure the Jade Dragons wouldn't. But yeah, let's see if we can.
What do you
celebrate.
mean? You don't think they'd like to just stop playing?
Stop playing
the
game.
middle of it?
I'm just saying. I think there could be some humor involved there if you're anyone other than the Jade Dragons throwing maybe a bit of a lead away.
Look, if they had the lead from game 1, they'd do it.
Correct. No, I think that's fair. Although, some of the players on Twitter, Gores, you've shouted out their milestones, haven't even realized that they're in those spots. PBM probably didn't realize that he was in a bit of danger here as SOT and the rest of the gang close the gap in on PBM. And what a world of difference this Fafnir has felt like it's had in game number 2 as opposed to game number 1. At this point, PBM was effectively running down anyone that he wanted on the Solar Scarabs. Now finds himself even, which is bad compared to game number 1 with Inbound over on the other side.
I'd actually say, like, a lot of credit. PBM's been playing well, but Inbound's just been playing out of his mind on this Hercules. Like, he's been able to get a lot of pressure over here, a lot of zoning. I mean, look, he's confident enough to back in the Dragon's jungle right now. Granted, he's maybe not that deep, but still, right next to their red buff, like, that is not territory that you're supposed to be confident in. I think between that and what we just saw with that rotation from SOT, this King Arthur is going to be an absolute well, I keep saying menace. I'm going to stop saying menace, but a terror that comes through. Just any word that J. Jonah Jameson would use to describe Spider-Man, that's how I would describe this King Arthur going forward. And potentially it's Hercules as well. It's just a lot to worry about, I think, if you're the Dragons. That's a devastating front line.
Well, Zapman has to leap away here. Great pillar from Panda Cat. Maybe just forces enough of a sidestep from this Uller, but it does not. PBM unable to provide the last bit of utility or damage to grab the kill onto Zapman. Now the Uller 2 levels ahead of Panda Cat over there on the other side. Interesting, though, Gore, our data pool on Uller, admittedly, is pretty small here throughout the SPL. Are you worried at all as this game goes on? I don't know. I hesitate to call him traditional Hunter, and I might be able to form my thoughts a little bit better as this purple buff invade continues on here. Inbound looking for the knockback, won't find it. Onto Panda Cat, and they will indeed walk away. How do you imagine, though, this Uller transitions into this team fight phase compared to something like the Anhur?
Honestly, like, I like Anhur's ult a lot. I think it brings a lot, even after the nerfs that it received relatively recently. I think Anhur's pillar brings a lot, and there's a ton that Anhur does that's maybe subtle and a little more difficult to notice in the middle of a team fight, but you feel everything Uller does. He's got a leap for engage, but more than disengage. He's got a speed up to, as well, disengage. But axe stun into hail of arrows as well as his piercing shot, like, all of the damage Uller can do in just a matter of a second is ridiculous to deal with. And so while it might not be as long sustained damage overall in terms of burstability, I think he's going to be able to hit people real hard with those, just his 1-3 combo.
Right, it's a big flurry of damage there. Gold Fury looked at, and this is an important one, isn't it? Solar Scarabs have slowly built up about a 2,500 gold lead. But the Gold Fury is the big one in the early game to stabilize that lead if you're the Jade Dragons, if you're able to get in, steal that away. But it looks like the opposite. It looks like the Solar Scarabs are going to continue pushing the advantage, and Bobby drops the boulder, layers, drops down, gets a kill on the Panda Cat as well, and the duo lane for the Dragons is off the map.
I mean, night and day, right? This is exactly what was being done to the Scarabs. Granted, maybe one more kill earlier on for the Dragons, but the Scarabs have been able to take the reins of this game from the get-go, and they are controlling it. They get that Gold Fury. Like you said, they were a little over a Gold Fury up. Now they're 2 technically Gold Furies up because they got that, but the gold lead going to be a lot more comfortable in their pockets. Items should start to be finishing 3,600 gold, but it's 55-ish 100 experience. That's going to be the big number, because if they can keep that on their side, that's a level in mid. It's 2 levels there for the Hunters. You've got 1 for your support, 1 for your solo laner. Yes, Layers, oh no, is on par with Sam. I don't think he's necessarily crying about it. I think this is a really good spot for him.
No.
If they can continue this, again, just this amount of pressure, don't let up, take the purple buffs. If you can, take red buffs. Do anything without jeopardizing your lead. And let Inbound and Solo or Troll, when he does join these fights, just be the ones kind of driving it. Let him play this Hercules the way we've seen it played Season 7, all of Season 7, where it was very successful. I think this is a chance to showcase not only what Hercules can do in this meta, but also just what Inbound is capable of, since sometimes if it seems very hot or cold, not necessarily for him, just for the Scarabs as a whole.
Agreed. And Gore, early on here in this game, well, I say early, we're 15:45 into it, you can see some Tiamat minions working their way down the mid lane. You wonder how much of an impact that Tiamat split push will have as this game goes on. Maybe feels good if you're a little bit behind in a game like this. You can push out a wave without having to fully be there, and then the Solar Scarabs have to reply to it. Definitely the Jade Dragons, at least as of right now in 16 minutes, won't be in a position to send minions down a lane and grab Phoenixes, grab Titans. That's way later on into the game where you're looking at something like that. But could make a difference. Give the Jade Dragons a foothold back into this game as far as map control goes. Haven't quite seen it here just yet. Hurrywin just doing his best at this point to keep up and farm with Barana, continue building into some of that burst, got himself Charon's coin, Soul Gem, trying to maintain relevancy as this game goes on.
Did I miss something Layers did? He was 13-13 a second ago. Now he's 15-13 all of a sudden.
My man, power farm.
Yeah, dude, he came out and he went big in terms of his farm. Definitely something I expect to see come into the equation here, right? He's got his full Acorn off. He's been able to get the Crusher as well as his Void Shield now online. And we talked about him a lot early on. He, again, doesn't necessarily feel like he's going to be able to get as much done as he would like standard jungle play, but I'm going to give him a lot of credit. His zoning capabilities as well as the backline drop down that he's going to be able to have with that ult available makes him a big threat. Plus, having a level up on Sam makes it a little more open-ended as to whether or not the conversation can be had to who's going to be able to make a bigger splash for them. I'm liking it. Look, the Scarab's front line right now looks really good. I wish we could see, for me, I just want more fights. But that is something that I think both of these teams want to slow down on.
Inbound wants some more fighting as well. He'll blink over the wall beneath the tier 2 tower. The Aegis, perfect from PandaCat, but is it enough? No, it is not. Zapman guns him down nonetheless. PBM will transform. Bye-bye. Zapman double kill over in the duo lane. That one brought to you for free by Inbound.
I mean, I love the fact. It's like he was listening to me. I call it out. He goes in, recognizes what he needs to do. Blink is going to be on cooldown. He manages to live through that one. Kind of low, though. So Sam might have the opportunity, with that teleport, at least to scare them, put some fright in there. But a tier 2 over on left before tier 1s fall anywhere else. Now look, if you're looking for pressure on an Oni Fury coming up, that's about the best you can do. If Phoenix is exposed as well, makes it even easier for him as time goes forward.
Wow.
But now with SOT and FineOK joining this, at least these side skirmishes, these fights, could start opening up more conversations. Pyromancer's still available. That's at least a small avenue. The Dragons can kind of tick on a consolation prize at this point. I think this Oni Fury is going to be a very big pivot point. If the Scarabs get that and cement their lead even further, we're going to be going back to the conversations we were having last game, except it's going to be the Dragons in the seat that are like, man, well, maybe you can get a Gold Fury, maybe you can get a Fire Giant, but as of right now, they're still just on that precipice where they can team fight, just not quite as cleanly and not as smoothly as I'm sure they would like.
It's not as dramatic of a lead, that's for sure,
Yes.
but it's still a beefy lead for the Solar Scarabs nonetheless. That's why you start to see this team push their way towards the right-hand side of the map. Maybe about 1 minute left before that Oni Fury respawns, minute and a half at most. Pyromancer gets taken down by the Solar Scarabs. Still would be very early on and not a crazy enough lead for the Solar Scarabs to go all in, maybe, on this Oni Fury. Instead, they're going all in for where they thought was PandaCat. And the back will be successful. Look, Gore, I think you have to admire the attempt there. A little bit wide. You're hoping that PandaCat's backing in the middle of the lane there. Instead, he's a bit further out.
You got to keep it 100%. Every hunter walks back from that position. They almost always do. Like, they will get to the tier 1 tower line, and then they take 10 steps back, and then they back up. And so where he shot that, at least from Baronix, should have connected, I think, on pretty much anybody else. PandaCat backing where he was. And let's be honest, if that had worked out, that would have been a sick play from the Scarabs. Because, look, you get that kill, you bounce immediately into an Oni Fury, and things are going cleanly, smoothly for you. The fact that it doesn't work isn't detrimental. I mean, oh, boo-hoo, you don't get another kill. That's about the worst of it. Panda's already 0-3-0. It's not like you're necessarily putting more things into the dirt. He's not very successful right now. They're just locking him out. They get a TKO with his back, and guess what? They still get the Oni Fury.
They sure do. Now it's level 19. For this Uller. SOT has quietly continued his onslaught over on the right-hand side of the map, almost level 20 for him there as well. The good news is for the Jade Dragons, you have to continue to find these silver linings. You're pretty far behind in gold here at this point in the game, almost exactly 6,000. But in that XP area, Gore, it is not the same discrepancies that we were seeing in Game 1. We were talking 3, 4, 5 levels of difference between some players on the Scarabs and their counterparts on the Jade Dragons. At this point, 1 level, 2 in support, and Hunter is really the most dramatic. So if the Jade Dragons can find a way to not play around Zapman and Inbound, which seems pretty impossible here at this point, given the way Inbound is playing, maybe it doesn't feel quite as bad to fight. But I say maybe that heavily because the way Inbound is playing right now, he's going to force his way into any of these fights. Right? I don't know if the Jade Dragons are going to have the chance to choose whether or not they play around this Hercules and this Uller.
I'd say 80% of the time he's the one making the fight. So yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult for him. There's the Dragons to try and figure out where they're not going to be. Even here, leading the force is going to be Solar Troll and Inbound, and he's going to be going, if that connects, I mean, maybe on FineOK it's not going to be as devastating, but PandaCat PBM at this point, not as tanky as he'd like to be at that Sovereignty, could be pretty easy kills. But Yui had hearkened onto this earlier. Physical defense for him means that technically it's going to be a little
That's a
more
good point.
difficult for the Scarabs to do that damage. But then you look at Zap's build, that screams like it's going to be a tank killer build, especially since he's going for a mace as opposed to going for any crit. And as long as Crusher picked up for layers, like there's just enough pin, I think, everywhere, at least on the people who are going to need to be doing the damage for me. And I'm not too worried about what they're picking up here, and I think the Dragons, oh, they're finding themselves in a very awkward spot against the wall.
They sure are. And now when we're 22 minutes into this game, this is the area where you start to look towards something like an FG, especially given Zapman's build and the shred that they have available on some of these bigger objectives now at this stage in the game. J-Dragons are just going to have to sacrifice parts of their jungle at this point, it seems like. They're going to have to back away from most of these towers. First real look at a Tiamat minion split push happening over on the right-hand side of the map right now. So Hurrywind has dropped some of those minions down. Somebody from the Solar Scarabs is going to have to go over there in response. This one probably quiet, though, all things considered, Gore. You don't immediately see this big grouping and push somewhere from the Jade Dragons. Looks like Baronic will just be able to rotate over and clean up these minions. But again, that's what I'm thinking you may have to start looking out for if you're the Solar Scarabs. If that's in a moment where the Dragons are over by an objective and a fight is happening, you can't quite afford to send Baronic over.
Look, it will take a while for it to happen, but we've seen it happen where Tiamat minions can push down into the base. I think that's something, like you said, something you're going to have to be very aware of. And right now, at least for the Dragons, the way they're playing this, especially with the Scarab starting this up, it's to play defense. It's to stop the pressure on the left side Phoenix.
We'll see how much damage that man can do to this FG. About half of its health is the answer, but here comes the fight from the Solar Scarabs. It's a dunk down from layers, and it's an immediate kill onto Panicat. A perfect target now for this Scarabs team. SOT will dash away from the fight. Inbound underneath the tier 2 tower. He'll survive somehow, and now Final K given a chance to turn this fight around as a volley of damage flies in from the backline. Sanford Soccer deleted by Zapman. This Uller worth his weight in gold. That's a double kill from Zapman, and the Solar Scarabs win another one.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the Zuler, and I think that's what Zapman's showing off here. 5-0. Number 4 on the damage charts, just barely behind the solo laners in the mid laner there. Baronic doing a ton. You want a free Fire Giant? There's 3 people down. Hurwin does not scream as the person, at least in my mind, who's going to walk up and try and steal this one away. And look, even though Hurry had put those minions on left, they still have a minion wave up there right next to the Phoenix. Exposed Phoenix, furthest from the Fire Giant, plus the Fire Giant now on their side. I don't know, this is starting to feel like a pretty big equation for success from the Scarabs.
Yeah, Gore, I think it's a bit written in the stars now how the Solar Scarabs will look to play the next couple of minutes. Tier 1 and Tier 2 remaining in mid lane, so you want to get those free pockets of gold as long as you possibly can. Now the Tier 2 tower in mid will fall. The J-Dragons have a big decision to make here. How hard are you going to try to defend this Tier 2 on right? The answer was already there in mid, and it was not at all.
Yeah.
Maybe you're rolling the dice then under one of your Phoenixes.
I mean, like you said, experience, at least at this point, you can start to chop away and not worry too much about it, but you've got a level 20 to level 18 in the jungle, level 20 to 19. Like, there's still enough discrepancies, 3 levels there in support. PBM getting a taste of his own medicine in this case. It's going to be very difficult to bounce back. I think I have to go stand by you on this one, which is that Tier 2. Look, if the Scarabs want it, they get it. I don't care about it. It doesn't exist to me because it's not going to exist long enough for us to care, right? So I think they have to start looking towards these Phoenixes. Specifically, again, Hurwin's minions, wherever those Tiamat minions are on the map, is going to be able to help alleviate some of the pressure for the Dragons. It's going to push, ideally, a wave 2, 3, if they can get their way, before having to stress out too much about it. Can let them focus on saving these left and mid Phoenixes because right lane's going to be pretty safe. But this is a very, very scary scenario if you're a Dragons player or fan at this point. 0-8-1 combined for the duo lane. Like, they haven't been able to get a lot done. PBM and PandaCat are in this very tumultuous spot of how do you engage when you're the ones continually getting demolished. And I agree. I don't know if you can. I think right now, the best bet is honestly more or less to hope for inbound to make a mistake. The problem is we've gone 26 minutes in here and he hasn't been making a ton.
Here's the thing. I mean, it feels like inbound has such a high level of cushion given the 4-level lead he has over PBM. His mistake has been, I'm going to blink it and miss a pull and then turn around and walk away. He hasn't been punished for missing any of those big committal engages so far, it feels like, on this Hercules. Got going to be difficult to survive this siege when Zapman is chipping away at the Phoenix the way he is, unless you can find a big chain CC like that, and the Jade Dragons find Zapman with a 1-2-3 punch of crowd control. Now over in the mid lane, Sanford Soccer has to leave, but SOT says no way, the DOT will get that one done. But look at the health bars of the Jade Dragons. Gore certainly not healthy in the back line.
And now it's going to be up. Layers is on this guy, but they're going to go back in on the Heroine.
Baronic left alone outside of the wall here. Final K should chase this one down with the portal. Keeps Baronic alive, and inbound once again drops the boulder. This time onto the Jade Dragons mid laner. Final K finally will pick up the kill with the assist of the mid lane Phoenix there. And now the Solar Scarabs down to 2 inside of the base of the Jade Dragons. Inbound left alone here with 3 of the Solar Scarabs, unless someone steps on that door panel. Well, it gets opened up for inbound there, and plenty tanky enough is this Hercules. So it is a Phoenix siege repelled by the Jade Dragons.
It takes a little longer for him to disengage, but they get the 2 important members, right? Fire Giant left on, admittedly, the front lines. Feels nice in the sense that they can sustain up. I don't think inbound was ever worried about getting out there, but Zapman not having it means that those Phoenixes are probably going to be laid by the wayside. There's only 30 seconds left on the buff anyway, so it's not necessarily the end-all, be-all. Baronic not having it. Look, and Baronic tried his best to get out of there. That was a really good portal. And just an unfortunate scenario to walk back through. Not a lot of options for him or avenues out. Now they're right back where they were before, although the Dragons getting a couple of kills. That's going to close up some of those gaps that existed prior. There's still build gaps that are going to be problematic for the Dragons. That man inherently is going to be able to fire more autos off. That Odysseus' bow specifically has been a very big pain in past metas because of how much damage you don't realize you're taking from lightning bounces from the backline. I think that those are going to definitely start to showcase and kind of shake their head out towards the Dragons. But the good news is that they're still alive in this one. Like you said, they repelled over the Phoenixes, showcasing that even if they lose this next Fire Giant, assuming it goes down, and it's going to have to get burned fast for it to go down here, but if it goes down before 30, that opens up a lot more ease of access for the Dragons to find a defense. But if I'm the Scarabs, not only do I have control of this side of the map already, good ward coverage plopping out onto the right-hand side.
Ooh.
I wait the, 30 seconds, minute maybe, that the Fire Giant's going to be available, I think a little less, and let it get to that EFG status just so we know we're confident in terms of capabilities.
Look at this. The Jade Dragons send the Tiamat minions down the left-hand side. They were attempting to set up a trap, see which member of the Solar Scarabs rotated over to deal with the minions, but nobody did. And in exchange, the Solar Scarabs send everyone over to the right-hand side. PBM alone with the entirety of the Solar Scarabs roster. Let's see what type of a call the Jade Dragons make here. They're looking towards the Tier 2 tower as the Fire Giant is respawning. Panda Cat channeling his back here. Layers is as well. And it looks like that's maybe slowed down the Fire Giant, but not completely stopped it. Zapman is still here with inbound. There's plenty of damage between those two to get this one done, especially with SOT playing Separator. PBM might have to just try to weave in a hammer at some type of steal, but SOT doing so much damage, Gore. Looks like this one goes for free to the Scarabs.
It's something, I like the way the Dragons tried to play that, at least get the Fakies, see if they can pull back more than 2 members, but there's no need to. If you're the Scarabs, you've got such a lead right now, and you deal with that wave pretty handily. And you're not stressed out about it. Yeah, you can ignore the experience, although that's a lot in their favor. 14K, I believe is what I saw coming up onto them, and soon enough at this rate, won't be surprised if they hit the 20,000 mark. 4-0-5 for SOT. This King Arthur has been problematic, continues to be problematic, and I think will continue to be problematic as time goes forward, because this is just something that they've been having trouble dealing with, even right there. Like, solo laners typically beat people up a lot, or at least box each other a lot in lane, so their damage always tends to skyrocket above everybody else. But 15,000 player damage right now. SOT was the one who took PBM to half health there during that Fire Giant. Like, that is where a lot of these plays are being made, is in the front line for the Scarabs. And Zapman, look, Zapman's 5-1-0. He is doing a lot of damage. Baronic is doing a lot of damage, almost 12,000 on him, but it is going to be created, all of this space at least, for them to operate. Is inbound and SOT really making a fine work of the Dragons here. So the Dragons are going to go for this defense once again to see if they can find it around the Phoenixes.
Ryuin sends his minions down the right-hand side, so that is at least one lane that the Dragons don't have to worry about for a little while. Instead, the left side has got to be where all the concerns are. Inbound blinks in, looks for the engage, gets dispelled by the rest of the Jade Dragons. As the minions continue to work down right. Looks like maybe a Tier 2 tower goes down under the threat of the waves pushing out from the Jade Dragons over there. So the Solar Scarabs looking to make their move on the other side of the map here. Inbound looking for the pull yet again. but comes up just short this time. Pillar goes up from Panda Cat. And Zapman's got to be cautious this time. You got to imagine the last Phoenix Siege goes better if that chain of CC doesn't connect onto the Uller. But over in the mid lane, Sanford Soccer and Layers dueling out. Typhoon flies through, Layers up into the sky, looking for the drop down, and he's got it. The 1v1 in mid could go over to Layers, and Layers has got it.
That's one of those awkward choices where you either have to turn around and hope for the best if you're Sam. I think cooldown's not opting to be in his favor, whereas Layers getting a little bit more of an edge on that one. Gets to maintain his life, still low in terms of health, but Fire Giant Sustain should help with that. But that's now free pressure that he has in mid.
Sure is. His fine okay down to half HP. Inbound gets chipped away at as well. Update on the right-hand side, Tier 2 tower still standing. No threat there against the Solar Scarabs. Finally, the left side Phoenix will go down. And the rest of the Solar Scarabs working into the base of the Jade Dragons. 30 seconds left without Sanford Soccer, but the health bars are low. Half HP on most of the Solar Scarabs members. And the Jade Dragons can maybe take advantage of that. SOT left alone here, attempting to escape. And the Solar Scarabs will take left Phoenix, mid Phoenix, and get out alive.
I like the call, though. I mean, get out while you still can, right? Inbound precariously low. And it looks like PBM maybe getting too aggressive. This is actually bad territory to be in. Zapman full health and still hanging around. That could have ended up pretty badly had some CC chains landed on Mike, but luckily for him, he gets to maintain this one. Fire Giant still has a little under a minute. I mean, maybe enough time to go up there and knock down that Tier 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is a little bit more chillax from the Scarabs for a little bit longer. Just settling themselves, figuring out the map, looking at the gold lead, 20,000 by the way. They've hit that mark finally. And trying to figure out where to go next. I mean, it's this awkward moment in Smite, right? Like, you have a minute and 30 left before the Fire Giant respawns. That means 30 seconds left.
You sure don't want to die,
that it's
right?
there. You don't want to die. But there's no Oni Fury. There's no Pyromancer. There's no Fire
They're
Giant.
just kicking our feet up,
Where
right?
do I
We're
go?
chilling.
What do I do? And I guess
Whoa,
the
they want to
answer is
fight! They want to fight! Layers up into the ultimate. Will not dunk down onto anyone, but he is in the back line. He has found Panda Cat, who uses the Aegis, and the Aegis will keep the On her alive just a little bit longer, but the damage is there, and Panda Cat will survive the onslaught. Inbound quite low here. SOT stunned against the wall, uses the beads. Final K had been left alone in the back line, gets pulled back in by Inbound, but Final K survives. Panda Cat turns it around and finally gets the kill, and the solo laner of the Dragons goes down as well.
Oh, no.
This is a big fight for the Jade Dragons, surging down the left-hand side.
Layers is low, Zap is low, Inbound. Look, he might have a lot of health. That Shield of Regrowth is going to be putting in a lot of work for him over the next little bit, but if they can close the gap, it doesn't look like they'll be able to. The Dragons at least give themselves a lot of space, but Dave, I'm in a really in-between spot. Look how much damage at least these minions are going to be able to do. They're going to cause a lot of trouble and wreak havoc over in the base, but I see boulders available for Inbound, and I don't think even with 2 kills, even with them out 30 more seconds, and that Fire Giant should be spawning up in that time, I don't know if you have enough secure on the side of the Dragons to really feel confident getting aggressive onto the Fire Giant.
Desert Fury will be up here in a little while. Sanford Soccer halfway to his Typhoon. PBM won't have the Coerce, at least on the Transform, won't have the Coerce on the Transform. Have it in the base form to get his teams there. You do have the numbers advantage, though, Goremizer. Veronic will have the through space in time. If you connect for some damage, that'll also open up some portals for the rest of your team, meaning SOT to get into the fight. Looks like King Arthur will take the normal long way to get there. And the Jade Dragons will back away. Still Fire Minions on the left. Still Fire Minions in mid. Tiamat Minions connecting with the Fire Minions on the left-hand side, but the Fire Minions are winning that battle. So the Solar Scarabs definitely have this wave pressure that the Dragons eventually are going to have to go back and deal with.
That's those minions. I mean, Tiamat minions help level out some of the playing field, at least in left. They were there for a second. So luckily that means they only have to worry about defending technically mid. This is a good spot for the Dragons to be in, and that's about all you can say about this. I mean, there's not a lot of opportunities that you'll be 20,000 gold down and find anyone saying you're in a good spot for it. But this is about as even as you can get, and the best bet that you could probably get for a Fire Giant fight. 35 minutes in. I really like the chances they have, but you have to be careful. Watch for Inbound, watch for SOT. Same thing for the Scarabs. I mean, the last fight they had was a little bit of an overextension. Veronic has that through space and time. That's been their engage for the last few of these fights. Could be a pretty easy tier 2, but I'm a little worried about the follow-up, specifically what the Scarabs are going to do. I don't want them to get too overzealous.
Sanford Soccer making the decision, saving our left side Phoenix as it respawns against the Fire Minions. More important than being on the right-hand side. Frenzy gets popped here. Zapman gets popped here. Layers nearly dies as well. Inbound turns tail. Veronic goes back through on the back line, and it's a double kill now for Panda Cat. It is 1 minute death timers for 3 members of the Solar Scarabs.
I mean, look, you're probably going to lose your mid Phoenix again thanks to fire minions.
Inbound.
If I'm looking at it, well, inbound. If he gets
they're
aggressive,
going to get it anyway, right? I mean,
you're going to, but now is this a good fight, bad fight? He might actually be able to kill Sam here with the proper minions and damage the boulder. Not on the mark, but I don't know if you run into the base here.
Look at the Jade Dragons reply, though, Goremizer. It's the right side.
They're going to get a Phoenix.
The right side tier 2 gets looked at. PBM. D transforms back in a normal old Fafnir. Panda Cat is with this team. It is still 20 seconds on the respawn timers for 3 members of the Solar Scarabs. Layers is back. Inbound is back as well. The Phoenix gets taken down by the Jade Dragons as the Tiamat minions providing some support here. It's a double push back from inbound. PBM throws a hammer by the wayside, and the Jade Dragons are in onto the Titan, and the Titan is melting quickly. The Jade Dragons have found their opening. The Jade Dragons are looking for it, but Layers has gotten the kill on the Panda Cat. The best target he could have found. PBM gets melted down on the back. Inbound's got one as well. The Jade Dragons are falling. The respawns are in, and the Solar Scarabs stay alive.
Look at Sam, though. Look at Sam. He's hovering around in the jungle. He's got some minions over here on right. Like, this is a very essential moment. That Titan is low. Is it low enough for him to kill? I have no idea, but watch the through space and time. The Scarabs know what their goal is, and they're trying to get into the base soon.
This is the only chance the Dragons have at winning this game is Sam for Soccer going into the base and killing the Titan before the Solar Scarabs are able to do so. 4 members of the Solar Scarabs into the mid lane. Sam for Soccer and Layers dueling it out over here in the Solar Scarabs base. Sam for Soccer sends the Typhoon in onto the Titan. He's dealing enough damage, but he dashes away. Layers has got the kill, and the Solar Scarabs got the win in game number 2.
What a way to give me a heart attack there. Both of these teams, I don't understand. I don't know where he's going. I love that he goes in. That ult, not quite enough damage for him, but I like the play from Sam. Like, if you're going to go for it, they're going to go all in on that one. But the Scarabs, look, that one is a good, 30-plus minute game into a really, really unfortunate 30 seconds towards the very end, or 40 seconds there in that fight around the Fire Giant. Things go wrong almost too much.
How many eyes does Khepri have? Does he only have 2? This bit might literally make no sense in that case. I was gonna say get bugged and flip these up.
Look, I know a lot of weird Smite stats. I cannot tell you how many eyes Khepri has.
All right, well, I'm gonna stick with it. Game 2, the Scarabs say, get bugged. We'll see you right after this for game 3.
SPL powered by Alienware. Tell you what, the players needed every ounce of that Alienware power to deliver us that last game. Of course, you too can get your hands on some of that Alienware power by going to smitegame.com/Alienware and using code SMITEAW in order to secure the best deals that you can get, including something like this laptop, which will shortly be on my desk at home. Taco, this game was unbelievable. I mean, the Scarabs get off to this big lead. We keep thinking, okay, you know, it's there, but is it enough? Probably not. Okay, maybe it is. It looks like they start converting that lead. Then the Uller weakness comes through. Zap keeps getting picked. And you think, okay, the Dragons have done enough. A head-scratcher fight on the right side leads to the Jade Dragons being about to win. But then again, the Titan defense comes through. We've seen more Titan defense this phase than really any other time in Smite history, it feels like. What happened in that game?
The one thing that does reign true, Giannis is on a 100% win rate for today.
That is true.
And I'm not going to necessarily say that Giannis was, the winning element here for the Scarabs. There was definitely some rather questionable, Verani plays, but I'm sure he's probably kicking himself for a couple of those. But I definitely think that this is where we see that resilience. We asked for it before Game 2, and all things considered, I've never really been particularly keen on Uller, even in the given meta. I still don't think that it's truly a Bluestone meta as of yet, but for what it's worth, Zap definitely did a great job at establishing the lead that he needed to, and Panicat just full on got the ADC experience.
Man, he got the treatment this game. I'll tell you what, the Scarabs were hunting him early, and often the Scarabs played around this duo lane nicely. They got that first blood early on, and then just kept it going. Panicat, I mean, this clip says it perfectly. He just got everything dumped on him in that fight, and that was really what he had to deal with all game long. This was the game plan, was to shut down Pandacat pretty clearly, and this dive from layers and SOT and inbound really was effective. But then all of a sudden it shouldn't have gone that way. I don't know what happened there, Taco. I don't know if you saw something that the Jade Dragons could have done differently in order to actually end the game properly right here.
This was just kind of a tough spot for the Dragons to be in. I think this comes down more so to just Bobby having a fantastic Herc pull that arguably might have been the difference maker for the Jade Dragons actually taking this set in 2-0 fashion. He just knew the target focus needed to come out onto those that would be dealing the most DPS to help try and burst down that Titan at the end. And that really was kind of just salvaged by inbound at the end there.
Great game on the Hercules for sure. 4-1-9 for him. Put out 12,000 player damage, certainly a respectable number. Heroin doesn't find the win on the Tiamat, but certainly put out the damage significantly head and shoulders above everyone else in the match.
The problem for Hurry is that, yes, he was able to get his damage out there, but I think that when you look at Susano, you want that dive element to be an asset. And Susano as well, one of the better gods, I think, at chasing Giannis, but that front line was just so steep. Sam didn't really have as many options once that snowball effect started coming in, because I wouldn't say there was necessarily a massive lead outright, but it came down to the map pressure for me. It just felt like Solar Scarabs were constantly right place, right time, and a lot of those times it was, the complete opposite for Pandacat, where I don't even think he was necessarily that far out of position.
No?
He was just having a really bad day.
Well, hard to be in position against Ratatosk or Giannis. I mean, those are gods, King Arthur as well. I mean, those are gods that get on top of you very, very quickly, and they don't really care who's in between you and them. They're going to be able to get there either way. Pandacat certainly on the receiving end of that in game number 2. And with that, we head to game number 3. Very similar to the last time these two played, though game 2 was much more clean from the Scarabs in that set. Game 3 ended up looking quite a bit like what we just saw. So the Scarabs are in familiar territory now, and maybe some of those Jade Dragons players starting to think about how this is exactly how it happened last time.
It can for sure be a little bit of a momentum shift, and definitely a mental shift. As far as the Jade Dragons are concerned, they've already seen this play out in the past where they were on the losing end of things, and I'm sure it's not a place that they want to revisit. I definitely like the way that Sam and Fino were able to create a lot of space towards those later team fights, but I would definitely like to see Sam on something maybe a little bit more aggressive in the early game if you know that the focus from Scarabs is going to be just trying to run it down on one of the side lanes.
Agreed. I think that might be the direction the Jade Dragons decide to change things up. As the Scarabs are going to stick to their guns, it's been Chiron and Mercury bans really throughout. It was Gilgamesh in game number 2, in that third slot for them. We'll see if they want to continue that. As the Jade Dragons, remember, they were willing to make that trade last time around of giving up mid laner for mid laner, giving up that Giannis for the Tiamat. And for what it's worth, I think if I'm the Dragons, I wouldn't be too disinterested in making that trade once again. I don't think that you have to really be too concerned about it. Baronic had a good game, yes, but Hurwind also had a very good game. So I don't think you're really too stressed about it.
No, that one really came down to the wire for both of those teams, and especially for the Jade Dragons. I would probably agree with the sentiment that the Giannis, for sure, was causing a lot of issues for PandaCat, but I don't know that we necessarily saw as much of the mobility initiation factor from Baronic's Giannis. It definitely seemed a little bit more engaged towards personal peel and personal DPS output, but I do like the fact that he's running it bad because at the very least, it's an option to take away from Hurwin. You know the JJ Dragons are probably going to want to opt for it. So in a sense, because Solar Scarabs are refusing to ban the Giannis, I think that they just feel outright obligated to pick it up, and given the fact that it is one of Baronic's comfort picks since way upon a time ago, it just kind of makes sense.
Thought this might happen. Jade Dragons in this spot last time took Cucullin and then left that King Arthur for Solar Troll, who then proceeded to go have a really solid game on it. So instead they go with the King Arthur, and interestingly enough, they forego the Fafnir this time around. They've top 2'd Fafnir each of the last 2 games. This time, they elect to pick up that Danzaburrow.
PandaCat's sick of it. He wants to scrap, and one of the best ways that he's going to be able to do it is an aggressive god like Danzaburrow. I think it really fits his playstyle super well, and it's going to keep Zapman a little bit more on his toes. Danzaburrow also, arguably, slightly harder to gank and chase down as heavily as what we saw from the Honor, because yes, Honor does have CC immune on his ult, yes, he can jump over walls in comparison to Danzaburrow, but having the ability to kind of hide where you might actually be throughout a fight is certainly, it adds that element of surprise.
Wow, surprised here that was Ymir. I thought they're not picking Fafnir here because they know that they want to get PandaCat's pick top 3, they know he wants Danzaburrow, and we've got to keep that third slot open for a Tiamat. But they don't go with the Tiamat. They go with Ymir instead. And I wonder if the Solar Scarabs are even going to ban it. I mean, they banned Serket first and foremost.
Raijin? Possibly?
Yeah, I mean, you've got Raijin and Merlin still open, even if the Tiamat goes. But I think that would be surprising. The Solar Scarabs don't even throw a ban its way. I mean, like I said, it definitely took him a long time to get to that point where he was putting out the damage. But certainly was a huge part of those late-game fights being much more Jade Dragon's favor.
Those late-game fights, I think, were too much Jade Dragon's favor, and a lot of that could definitely be credited for the Tiamat and just the pressure and how much survivability she has as well. But this Thanatos pickup, it's something that we haven't seen from Sam in a while. I do like the flow of things so far, though, for Jade Dragons here, just because Ymir going to have great lockdown potential with that wall. Again, looking at characters, even the Honor and the Hercules can kind of, like, Honor might be able to jump over the wall initially, but he's fairly easy to catch out with slows, and he could definitely struggle throughout these engagements because I'm seeing a lot of space control right now from Jade Dragon's composition.
I think it's going to be an Willix pick here for Layers. That's what it's looking like to me, just based on the On Her Hercules tier on their side. They had the option to go Cucullin. They decided to go with the tier. And you look at the other side, no leaps to pull in, but has that insurance against the Tiamat if that is the pick for Hurwind.
I was actually going to go on the Erlong board for Layers. He definitely has quite a few of those assassins in his arsenal, and Raven, maybe a better version of the Erlong here. Mystic Rush going to be great for trying to just force himself into that back line, and that's the main image that I'm kind of getting from this Scarabs draft. You have the Hercules, the Tyr, the Raven. This like triple warrior feels like, I know Raven's an assassin, but like he can feel like a warrior at times. Very curious to see how Layers opts to build him. I wouldn't be surprised if he might lean towards something a little bit more hybrid focused just to try and I want him to see just PandaCat not getting to play the game again. I think that's what we're trying to get from the Scarabs comp so far.
I think so too, and you look at 4 jungler bans against Layers, he drops down to this Raven. The Scarabs have only taken it once so far, but it was in a winning effort. So he's found something that he's comfortable on, and I like for the Solar Scarabs, but again, their composition is high execution, not a ton of guaranteed lockdown, but it worked out for them in game 1. They were able to get off to that great lead, How dependent on that Ullr do you think that was? Do you think the Anhur can enable that dual lane as well as the Ullr did?
I think the Anhur can enable it. Not only that, Anhur can actually survive during the siege factor. That's where the Solar Scarabs nearly ended up losing out on this match in Game 2, is because it's just hard to stay alive. It doesn't matter how phenomenal of an ADC player you are. If you're not in that axe stance, which most Ullrs are not going to be when trying to siege a Phoenix, it's very difficult if the enemy team just decides to commit everything onto you, because it does not take a whole lot to catch out Ullr, and the Anhur, I think having that jump away preference is going to be great.
You and I both pretty high on the Fafnir. Mike decides to change it up despite no ban on the other side. How much do you like the Ymir in this sort of composition in comparison?
I still love the Ymir, because even when I'm looking at Hercules tier Robin, the only real way for Scarabs to kind of escape that Ymir wall, which is, that's pretty much the whole reason why I think so many teams are shifting their attention towards this Ymir pickup in the first place. He just has a lot of space control, and that's something that Jade Dragon's front line has always been fantastic at. Polar Bear Mike, Fino, Sam. We even saw so many instances between Fino, K, and Sam alone where they were zoning 3 different members from Scarabs with just 2, and that's pretty tough to accomplish when you're on the back foot. And speaking of back foot, Scarabs, I feel like, play better with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, it's felt that way, hasn't it? I mean, their game 1, sometimes a little bit rough. They've certainly bounced back here in game number 2. Well, no more wiggle room for the Scarabs. Game 3, do or die for Dave Olsen and Gormizer.
That's right. Could it happen again? Could the Solar Scarabs beat the Jade Dragons again? Look, the fact that they've already done it, the fact that you've beaten Jade Dragons in individual games, I think, is a big accomplishment because of how well the Dragons have played this year, up with the likes of the Leviathans, the Kings, and the Solar Scarabs have shown serious potential over the last few weeks. They beat the Jade Dragons in an entire set, remember, the last time these two teams played. We are maybe on the verge of it happening here yet again, Gore. It is a different look, though, out of the jungle this time for both of the junglers. Layers goes to the Robin, and then Sam for Soccer picking up the Thanatos.
Yeah, and it's an interesting look, at least for Sam. It feels like, in my eyes, look, if you're inbound Zapman on her Hercules, that seems like a very good kill lane, no matter how you want to slice it. Same thing could be said maybe for the Ymir Danza, but realistically, I see a lot of aggression on the side of the Scarabs here in the duo lane. And I think Sam's going to try to match that pace. I don't know. It's always been back and forth a little bit with this Thanatos for him. Sometimes it comes in and it is the best thing you see, and sometimes it's slow.
Blinks into the mid lane there, finds some damage, but it is returned twofold onto himself. So now Sam for Soccer and Hurrywin both a little bit lower than maybe they had bargained for there. We've seen this early pressure, though, from Sam on a pick like this. I think one time we saw Sam with this pick, he rushed boots right off the bat, and then I think that was the benevolent start before the changes, so obviously can't do that now. But looking for that aggression early on, that Scythe Gore absolutely chunks, and I think it can catch some people by surprise, like Inbound maybe looking to catch mid lane by surprise here. Inbound shown not the ability, the desire to do this a little bit. Rotate out around level 2, see if you can get something in mid lane before heading back to duo.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him hover around, not just in dual lane, but in mid, like do that bounce back kind of ping pong between the two lanes, as it is exactly what I want to see out of him. He was really solid in game number 2. And I think his aggressiveness and his nature of play on this Hercules is what really opened up a lot of the opportunities for the early lead the Scarabs found. So I want to see him do more of that, as long as it means that they can find themselves another comfortable lead. If it ends up costing him his life too many times, it starts to be a little less cost-effective.
So the pressure from this Hercules will be wildly important in the early game. Felt like Panda Cat Gore just couldn't play the game at all there in game number 2. Pushed back consistently. The Anhur found a couple of openings for some impact as the game went on, but Zapman on the Ullr was just way too effective. Sam for Soccer lurking over here on the right-hand side, but SOT nursing that half-level lead. Gonna play safe enough to stay alive. It's once you start hitting that level 5 mark, isn't it, on the Thanatos, where you really find that impact, that hovering death, so potent in finding some pressure the moment you tick over.
And it's because it causes so much that you have to play around. I mean, early on, it's less so like, I mean, yeah, good executing, you know what, on the players like Inbound SOT, that's probably what you're going to see out of it, but it's also really good setup, say, on a Yanis to stun him from getting to a wall and then all of a sudden smacking him with your scythe. Like, there's a lot of damage available
Absolutely.
once Sam hits level 5. I would argue maybe a little more so that you can do with that ult than what we see out of Robin. Robin is going to be great, and honestly, right now it's going to be the start of his peak throughout this game. So I expect to see some pressure from Layers, but they both transition in different ways to the late game. I'm excited to see what Sam's going to be able to do, even if they get aggressive or not, because that's going to be like the big question mark, right? If you want to, there's a lot of potential.
PBM gets stunned out here, and a wall from inbound to keep a wall from PBM, excuse me. I'm thinking that's inbound's wall. A wall from PBM to lock himself in place there, I guess. The Solar Scarabs make no mistake about that one. And first blood goes on over to the jungler.
It's one of those moments, damned if you do, damned if you don't. You don't throw that wall up, you're impaled, you're stunned. You throw that wall up, they're body blocking you, you can't walk anywhere. Like there's almost nowhere to go. It was to try and block some DPS from Zap, but, well, that ult goes through walls.
It was such a good wall to keep himself in place. That's why for a moment there I was like,
yeah,
that had to have
felt
been
so good to lock him down even more.
That had to have been a Scarab's wall, right? It was so good. And then, no, of course, it was Mike keeping himself where he is. But that's right on time, isn't it, with what we wanted to see from Layers here in this early game.
I mean, being able to get aggressive, and in a way, Inbound did have his own wall up, and Layers as well, because they just body-blocked Mike against the wall to the point where there was nowhere to go. I mean, that might have been the world's easiest on-her ult for Zapman. It was such a good setup. But this might actually get turned around on him.
PBM not happy with how the last engagement went. He will blink
in
forward. This time it is a great wall to keep Inbound right where he is, but instead, the Solar Scarabs respond quickly. 2 more kills on the board for the Solar Scarabs. Sam for Soccer with maybe one quick volley could turn this fight around, nearly gets Layers. Panda Cat lurking back behind as well, and it looks like a 2-for-1.
Might be able to get the red buff on the end of this, but yeah, like you said, a 2-for-1 feels a lot better for the Scarabs here. Yeah, you lose Zap, that's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I think, and this feels bad to say, but he's the most expendable on the team right now. I think he is the one, maybe except for an early kill onto SOT, that if he dies, it's not the end of the world. Zap's going to be able to get the items online. He's doing fine. Don't stress too much about him over there. It is a little unfortunate the kill, or one of the kills goes on to Panda Cat there for the Dragons, so they're able to pick up something in their favor. But it was one of those moments. You had called it a good wall, but that wall and that pillar, I don't think Zap intended it to be what it did, but that boulder got some really good bounces because of the geometry that was thrown up by the players, not even the map. And I think he got a lot more damage down than the Dragons were expecting in such a short amount of time. And it's definitely going to affect him now. I want to see a little bit more coming through here, specifically from Sam, that could create some good space for them as time goes forward. I think this Thanatos, especially with where he's looking right now, I mean, that could be a really good, clean gank for him. Again,
it could be.
He hit level 5. I'm looking towards him to be this kind of ult machine. I mean, like Scythe does a lot of damage. His silence is insanely good, but we've only gotten to really see him engage once there, and I'd like to see a little bit more for him pushing forward, at least to be aggressive as a jungler.
Yeah, agreed, and we'll jump right back into the action here in game number 2 after a quick pause. The players will give us a second to stand up, stretch those legs a little bit. SOT and FineOK have been quietly dueling it out here, Goremizer, over in the solo lane, and this is kind of the, in my mind, maybe one of the most fun kind of push and pull matchups that you got. You get a tier on one side, a King Arthur on the other. The mindset feels so similar between those two that it's almost down to the players, isn't it, when those fights start out?
I'm looking, I think at SOT, felt really, really good on that King Arthur last game. Can he have the same presence on the tier? Like you said, they have similar mindsets at least, but can his play style, or just how he plays this god in general, fit the way that they need this to in order to find themselves success? That's where things get a little shakier, and I think at least FineOK should be able to coast a little bit more early on. It's those team fights that are going to be such a pain when they get together, because looking at the draft style and the way they're playing so far, again, it's all this Hercules.
Mike blinks in, throws up the wall. Baronic through his own portal. Look at the damage from Sam for Soccer, but through space and time, right on through the Thanatos. Sam for Soccer will hovering death his way away from this engagement. The Solar Scarabs, they get surprised there, Gore, by PBM, but the swift reply to nearly grab a kill onto the Jade Dragons jungler, very impressive.
I like the way they're playing. Again, good style. Weirdly enough, using PBM's walls to their advantage more often than not. Panda Cat's coming to the lane. He's going to look for a solo onto Zap.
Whoa, Zapman doesn't leap that far away, and Panda Cat's got the 1v1, and he'll taunt right in place there. There is something just so humorous about watching that rocket just kind of like weave its way on in, and then Don Zaburo leaps on out, grabs the 1v1 up against Zapman. Now PandaCat finds himself 2-0, one level ahead of Zap.
I mean, that's a good start for the duo lane. Zapman was a big prioritization even in the last game in terms of getting things ahead. That Uller really drove home the duo lane, but right now I'm still looking at what the jungle has been able to do. Layers has stepped up and been more aggressive. That Ratatoskr didn't get a lot of kills, didn't get a lot of anything done early on. He was just kind of power farming to the point where he got levels and levels ahead of Sam. And I'm looking at him now, that 2-0-1 slash line. It's getting to the point where we're at least seeing a little bit more out of him, and I think that's kind of the push and pull, right? We'll lose Zap, but we'll raise Layers, and if that's what it takes, sometimes that's what it takes. And I really like the way that, again, the way the Scarabs are playing it, as long as they can keep this up.
Oh, I love it, right? And this is the Layers that the Desk talked about in the pregame, the Layers that has kind of found his footing as the phase has gone on. Remember, all the way back, it felt like, I say all the way, it's been not all that long so far in here into Season 8, but back when the Scarabs got their first win, a lot of that was Layers kind of popping off.
Yeah.
And the Scarabs have not been without their woes, don't get me wrong, but it feels like these types of games, and granted this one far from over, the type of game where Layers starts to go off a little bit, drive that pressure, it's becoming a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, and I think, well, now we get to look at the replay. And you know what? I'm going to agree with you, but it's not any less ridiculous from his perspective than it is for the spectator.
Right.
Maybe slightly less ridiculous. We have a monitor over there. That's why I'm looking off vaguely into the distance. And so maybe slightly less ridiculous overall, but I think it looks very good. And, hey, look, you get a solo kill. I think you keep Zapman down. It's good, but, and there's always that caveat, how long can you keep it up? Like, is it going to be long enough that he doesn't get items online, long enough that he doesn't have an impact? I don't think so.
Tall ask. Yeah, it's a tall task for sure here, especially after the game that Zapman had in game number 2. If he's able to find his footing here as we jump back into the action in game number 3, the Jade Dragons might have something to be worried about in this on-her pick. Transcendence just now bought for PandaCat. A few stacks underway already for Zapman, about 30 there. So Zapman feeling comfortable with the way that lane has gone, despite the solo kill that came out there for PandaCat. Layers lurking close by here as well, Gore. This set has kind of taken a shift, hasn't it, over towards the left-hand side. A couple maybe ganks, a little blue buff pressure over on the right. It feels like all eyes have been around these hunters.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that there's a lot of reason for it. I'm keeping my eye on the junglers, but outside, I mean, Layers, a couple of these ganks have been really solid, but they've been more or less quiet compared to what I was expecting out of this game, especially this early on. It feels like this is the forte for both of these guys. I mean, this is where they're supposed to be the loudest. They're supposed to be screaming, and they're just kind of meandering through the game, right? And I do think that there's a transition. Thanatos is my favorite just because watching what he can do later on. Right now, it's a lot of damage.
Whoa!
Akin to that.
There goes half of Layers' HP. Baronic with the big blast from the mid lane, and Sanford Soccer goes down. Mike will wall off 2. But what a flurry of damage there. I don't think Sanford Soccer is assuming that one's going to happen. You got to be inch perfect there if you're Baronic for that one to work out in your team's favor. Layers lost a lot of his HP really quickly, traded some back onto Sam, and helped set up for that kill.
The good news is both of these junglers, and again, it depends on how the engagement's going for which one you're rooting for, but they both have some sort of self-sustain, so in the middle of a fight, they will be able to bring themselves back a little bit. Raven, not quite to the extent that we're used to seeing out of Thanatos, and Thanatos, outside of the Scythe, really does want some deaths going his way in order to get a good heal go for him, but I think it's something that Sam's going to be able to do later on. We're looking at an execute, though, and that's where I think things are going to start coming into a different conversation. Right now, there's cool amounts of damage, but he's 2 levels down. Is he going to be finding a lot of fights? Probably not so much. Later on,
maybe.
Hey, inbound's a little low. Solar Retro's a little low. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm not looking for these carries anymore. I'm not going for them. I'm trying to get rid of the front line, and that created a lot of space for the Scarabs in Game 2. I think that this Thanatos could be the answer that they need for the Dragons, but it needs to stay about this close, right? It can't really get any lower than 2 levels down.
Looks like Inbound has really found his footing on this pick, hasn't he, Gore, with his Hercules?
Yeah.
Obviously, we need to see it on a more consistent basis to hail him the Hercules King or anything like that, especially with some of the names we've already got in the league. But Inbound now showing, through 2 games at least, and maybe a couple more so far here in Season 8, that this is the type of pick that could work for him, that gives him the chance to run forward, find these engages for his team. He's affected 3 out of the 4 kills that the Solar Scarabs have so far. Looks like the Greater Scorpion with a little of that left side pressure will go down.
I thought it was a Gold Fury, and I was like, when did the Scorpion go down? How did
Why
I miss
is it
that?
dying so
I
fast?
was like, man, it's not destroying Anher's pillar. There was a lot that was going on in my mind, and then, of course, it's just the Greater Scorpion. Gold Fury should be up soon, though. That's what Inbound's looking for pressure over here.
That's a good 1-2 punch. Oh, and then the boulder actually lists its way in there and clips Panda Cat, and so the Danzaburo will have to head on back to base. I think that's something that's pretty fun with this Danzaburo kit as well. I mean, we've already talked about how it surprised Zapman over there on the left-hand side, allowed for that 1v1 to take place, but I think can surprise in some team fights as well. That mobility and the sudden re-engage from the enemy team Hunter definitely can catch you off guard here. A bit of a wave freeze going on. The Solar Scarabs will slowly push up. Purple buff is now respawning. Remember, we saw a big fight that went the Solar Scarabs' way underneath their own purple buff just a moment ago. PBM is going to get stunned on back, but now Inbound taking way too much damage through space and time splits the uprights, and now Panda Cat on a killing spree.
And finding himself a good one. Going into the rocket even. They want to
Here we
get
go.
aggressive on the Zap.
And Panda Cat right back into it. Zapman will leap away.
Wall.
PBM blinks forward. Wall. Low on cooldown, you have to imagine. Very close to being up. But PBM hadn't found the range that he was happy with. Soul is here as well as Panda Cat. So this tier 1 tower over on the left could fall quickly, and look at the damage that's being poured into it. Solar Scarabs can't say much about it.
Yeah, it's something I didn't start thinking about until pretty much right now. Soul plus carry, I mean, a Hunter, technically, in this case. That's a lot of damage to your structures. I mean, towers, Phoenixes, objectives in general, going to go down pretty quickly on the side of the Dragons. They have that force that's going to knock it down just a little faster. It's going to help them burn things like this. Again, maybe not the most obscene and ridiculous overall ult secure, but I don't know that they need it.
Wow, and the Solar Scarabs won't be here to reply. And that feels tough, Gore. Look at that graph. I mean, granted, the gold discrepancy is so small that the Gold Fury looks like a super
It's just
steep
the mountains
decline,
that are
right?
driven on that.
The XP graph is looking like Mount Everest or something over there on the left, but it's been a steady decline in the gold graph on towards the Jade Dragons, and that Gold Fury just makes it a little bit worse. I'm maybe surprised, admittedly, Gore, that the Solar Scarabs aren't a little quicker on the reply there around that Fury.
Honestly, I think it's just, well, actually, with Inbound's Boulder, I'd like to see them aggressive on anything that they could be able to get into with Boronic there, but I feel like it's just one of those recognize that you're not going to necessarily be able to control it, look for pressure elsewhere. They aren't at the lead they had in game number 1, and that is a really good bubble pickup. Early bubble pickup, kind of not expected, at least by me, from Inbound, but with all the CC on the other side, it makes a lot more sense. It's going to come in handy for him, especially without beads, at least for another level, depending on where he goes at 12. But that's the problem right now. Last game, they had way more control over everything. They've still been winning a lot of good fights. I do still think they're dictating some of the pace of these team fights, but objectives after the matter they need to be important.
The blue buff fight happening now, I thought, as Sam for Soccer evaporates under the damage that layers and SOT bring to the table. Fine, okay. Pushed by the wayside here. A little bit tankier than Sam for Soccer, so you think, but it's a tier 1 tower dive through space and time, no good. If that one connects, you have to imagine the Scarabs team keeps going. Instead, it's a return blue buff invade, but now that Inbound is here, things might remain interesting. Could just be buying some space for his teammates to work on over towards the blue buff, which is secured indeed, but now there's a stun from PBM onto Layers, who will back kick his way away, and Inbound will dash away as well.
And died a lot faster there for Sam. I think that damage is going to be dangerous if you're PBM here. Fine, okay. I like the aggression. Yeah, go for it. Run him down, but is this really a fight for you? Well, actually, with Hurwind on his way, it might be.
Hurwind is here, but Hurwind's got
Panda?
next to no mana on this Soul out of the mid lane, so the auto attacks are going to have to get it done now. I think literally no mana, so Hurwind can't really say much here in this fight. Panda Cat heading back towards the left-hand side. Mike will throw up the wall here. Is this fight kind of elongating, Gore? It's a tug of war now that the Solar Scarabs think that they might have an advantage in. PBM channels the ultimate. It looks like finally we'll have some type of disengage here as the Hunters have remained on the left this entire time.
I mean, Panda Cat looking to try and rotate. He did wander over there, but
right, briefly.
Didn't necessarily get a lot done, right? Just kind of, hey guys, I'm on right side too. Now back in base, or back in lane, I should say. So Greater Scorpion will go their way. They have all those enhanced buffs on their side, Dave, and not a lot to do with them, at least right now. Again, objective burn is the name of the game for the Dragons for me. I see 2 towers that are, well, relatively healthy in mid and right, and then that tier 2 now exposed there and left. But I see an Oni Fury starting, a Pyromancer's hanging out over there. There's a lot of objectives for them to start to take. It's just a question of whether or not they want to force these fights. Still a level down in mid, as well as for the jungle there in Sam. But overall, the Dragons are still, like, it feels like they're calling more of the shots right now. Kind of, they've had a better grip on the steering wheel that the Scarabs are trying to rip away from them. That so far, neither team has been able to get so far ahead that they're actually confident in their capabilities to really pull this game back in their favor. But I think the Dragons, at least with neutral objective control, have been able to find a lot more in their favor than the Scarabs.
You can really sense, I mean, there was a lot of left side pressure by the Solar Scarabs early on in this game, and I think that 1v1 that Panda Cat won over Zapman kind of changed the tides, where the Solar Scarabs happy to defend their purple buffs, even maybe look for a bit of an invade over onto the other side. But since Panda Cat has pulled this lead, they're even XP-wise, but 3 kills for Panda Cat has maybe slowed down the Solar Scarabs on the left-hand side, or so I think. Now PBM being looked at in the Desert Fury would all but confirm the kills. Now Layers 4-0-2 here in this all-important best of 3 on the backline. Hurrywin being run down. SOT will miss the up-down as Hurrywin makes his way beneath his own Tier 2 tower. Looks like one and done for the Solar Scarabs.
I admire where SOT was trying to throw that.
No,
now
it's
put him in a position. Panda Cat, where are you going to go? He jukes out every ability. They might turn this around.
Well, big value out of the Aegis as well, but Panda Cat can't get it done up against all the members of the Solar Scarabs that are underneath this Tier 1 tower. FineOK stunned up against the wall. Same for Soccer being run down by SOT. Just needs a little bit more damage. The silence is through. Sam for Soccer will survive for the time being.
For the time being, no one else seems to be over there. FineOK still chasing people down over here.
FineOK.
And he's getting it done.
FineOK. The Aegis gets used by Zapman as well. The pullback from inbound, but does that put Zapman in danger? No, it is not. And Baronic picks up a kill onto the Jade Dragon solo laner. Now level 17 for SOT Layers and Baronic. 5-0-3 for this Robin. 100% kill participation for Layers.
Fun to watch so far, Layers has been. I mean, like you said, not only 100% kill participation, it just feels like he's everywhere on the map whenever he needs to be. They're still going to be able to get a little vision, at least, onto the Fury here, but this is a good opening for the Scarabs to maybe start looking at, teasing out an Oni Fury, maybe not starting it up. Especially, I mean, look, there's 2 Sam for Soccer wards, and they have the vision from the Oracles here. So it looks like they're not going to feel any sort of fear onto this one. They know that the Dragons aren't going to walk on in, and I think they're going to have that control. All ults available, but yeah, I guess without FineOK. Makes things a little more complicated for the Dragons. Now you're starting to look at Pyromancers. You're looking at an even game for the most part, a little bit of gold going in favor of the Scarabs, but it is 3 to 400. It is not enough to really write home about. And it comes down to the junglers right now. Like, you've got a little bit going for the Hunters. Zapman, 6 assists versus the 3 kills for Panda. But 5-0-3, Layers has had way better of a hand on this game than what we've seen out of Sam.
Yeah, the reply from this Robin has just seemed more consistent at every turn than what Thanatos has been able to provide. There was some early chunk damage, remember, from Sam for Soccer, but that's fallen by the wayside. Now Sam beneath the Hercules on the damage charts by about 300, whereas the Robin second to the highest. FineOK, 4,000 damage above anyone else here in this game. Obviously a lot of that happening in lane, but then a lot of it happening on the left-hand side there as well. So this King Arthur is still at a point, Gore. Only 1 level down. His counterpart has the 1 death. SOT only has the 1 assist. That's still an area you have to feel like where the Jade Dragons can maybe find some leverage is out of this solo lane, this King Arthur rotating into the fights. If they can, you know, find damage, if the Jade Dragons can have damage elsewhere, FineOK showed that he can half HP both carries in a 3v1.
And that's where that pressure, specifically from Solar Troll, can come in. If he can play this tier at the same level he just played that King Arthur last game, then
SOT can
I'm
as
not
well,
too
right?
worried about it, right? But if he falters, if he falls either early on or he's not able to find the ganks that he needs or control that he needs, FineOK should run the show, and that seems applicable for the way that we've seen King Arthur specifically over the last couple of weeks. And he's even got the Pestilence on line now to help deal with some of the healing, specifically the lifesteal that's going to come from Zap, that Aussie online, but also inbound. I think it's going to help limit him and Tier and Layer, actually a little bit of everybody on the side of the Scarab. So ultimately,
Soul Gem for
it's going to
Brana,
end up paying itself off in gold later on. As of right now, it hasn't had a lot of chance to find its true impact. But even those small heals, they add up over time. That's where the Scarabs have been kind of self-sustaining through these fights. It's 8-3 I mean, those kills that they've been able to pick up, or at least the ones that they've not dropped, have been because of just a little bit of health going in their favor.
How about Bloodforged here for Sanford Soccer? Does that give you the mindset that he is looking for the executes in these fights that then can start to snowball as the shield comes online? Yep. I mean, I'm buying Bloodforged if I'm like killing on a consistent basis, right? I mean, if I haven't gotten any kills in a game, you have to imagine that your kid is going to start to supply some to you as the fights break out.
Yeah, it's two avenues, right? The one you just highlighted, I get the execute, shield's online once I land then, and I can turn around and start to fight somebody else, potentially the back line, that's where I'd like to be. Or the other avenue, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see this as well, a stun into, I'm going to slaughter you. I've got this Hi-Rez online as well. I'm going to throw my scythe, smack you down with it, and then I'll get the kill in the shield.
Maybe a bit of a fight happening here. Panda Cat does not ride the rocket into the fight, but Sanford Soccer and layers in a 1v1, and Sanford Soccer stood no chance at all. Through space and time, doesn't connect onto anyone. Watch out inbound, half HP on the tank. The kiting backwards working wonders now for the Jade Dragons as they've been able to peel about half of everyone's health bar. Barana kiting back better. It's a killing spree for the Giannis out of the mid lane, and the Solar Scarabs will find 2.
You know, Dave, I've been preparing. I've been looking at a lot of milestones, right? I've thrown out games, wins, kills, assists. I think even for Benji, I threw out Ward's Place, but I have to give this one layers.
Oh, no.
Just got the 1,000th death there onto Sanford Soccer. Yeah, give him some claps. Good for layers.
We said we wanted it to
Not
happen.
so
right?
good for Sam. 1,000 deaths now there in his career. Granted, I looked at it. He's like 10 or less kills away from 1,500, so he's still got a good KDA at least going for him.
Oh, he sure does.
It does open up a lot of this conversation now moving forward. 0-3-1. Yeah, not in this game. But he's about to be around, maybe able to say something. This Fire Giant feels free.
It does right now for the Solar Scarab. Zapman 027, the Tank Buster build online, and that'll definitely help against this Fire Giant here. Look, the Jade Dragons, they're not even going to poke their head around the corner on this one. And the Solar Scarabs, 23.5 minutes in, Gormizer, they grab themselves the Fire Giant. There are 3,000 gold, 4,000 almost gold in the lead over the Jade Dragons. One fight away maybe from taking this set over the Jade Dragons and having some life here in Group B.
I mean, it's something, we were talking about it like last week. They've done it before, but was it lightning in a bottle? I mean, the things looked a little rough for them overall. They've had some really good games, but not yet another big win like that for the Scarabs. Granted, it's not like they've had a lot of opportunities for them, right? So it is something that is going more in their favor, and if they can do it twice, maybe they're just the Dragon's Kryptonite, maybe an even better reason for the Leviathans to have chosen them for this group, something that just seems to be ticking right for the Scarabs versus this team. And like you said, when it comes to the grand scheme of things, the overarching things, they lost a set that arguably not only should they have won, but they maybe needed to win. We were kind of touting it as a must-win because look, the other teams he had to go against were the Dragons and the Kings. It's not an easy week for you. The Scarabs still have one of those matchups. And this is the downside, Dave. They can win this. They keep themselves alive in the standings. Head-to-head still is going to matter if they end up tied. So they need a lot more precedent than this. I think this is a good warm-up, but they also have to have the Kings in their sights as well to make themselves feel a lot more confident. But this is a good start for them. They also are really lucky because the other team is about to have a really bad week going through the Dragons and the Kings as well.
That's right.
Or having already gone through the Dragons, I think. I can't remember. My mind's getting muddied up with this group stage stuff. A lot of games to still be played, a lot of standings to still be had. That's the point.
Yeah, right. And the Jade Dragons happy that they've at least been able to get that one win under their belt, feeling a little bit more comfortable so far, where it's not the end-all be-all. I mean, if you go down 0-2, that was the same threat that the Leviathans faced today, and they came up big in our first set of the day. Now it's the threat that the Jade Dragons are facing, and it is a very real threat. This one palpable as the Solar Scarabs in control of this pivotal Game 3, and Inbound wants to fight now. He will blink forward. Final K exchanges back. He's found Zapman in the back line. Now the On-Her has to leap away. Frenzy gets used here. That's left SOT alone. Then the health bar, where did it go? Could there be an execute here from Sanford Soccer? The dunk lurking in the back line, and there's your Bloodforged Sanford Soccer. First kill of the fight.
And hightails it out of there. I was wondering, is he going to turn around, try to fight Zap, Baronic? I mean, there's a lot of targets, theoretically, for him to fight. He's level 20 now. He could do something, but I like the one and done. Get in 45 seconds without having to deal with SOT. Phoenix is still up. I mean, what, 1 tier 2 down? That Fire Giant, it's going to have, what, 30-ish, not even full seconds left after we have SOT back. So maybe there's a tier 2 still in the future for the Scarabs, but I'm looking at the Pyromancer as a pretty easy get for them. And then maybe the pause and wait game for the next Fire Giant, which shakily at this point, I mean, you've got a good gold lead, you've got the kill lead, you've been winning these fights, but that was a good showcase of where the Dragons can take some of the punch right back to the Scarabs, cause them a little more trouble, and definitely a more frightening engagement than what they've had for the last 25 minutes or so.
Gormizer, alternate timeline alert here. Hurrywind has picked one up for himself here in game number 3. If you're not feeling confident in maybe your survivability in some of these fights, it's the good way to go with the starter item.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to keep him alive and help him burn through, specifically, again, the setup. Like layers, SOT, inbound, if they all in, Baronic, your cooldowns only last so long, right? And so theoretically, not just for Hurrywind, yeah, you've got immunity, but it's not going to do you everything. But same thing, Baronic, Zatman, a lot of their burst comes from abilities immediately, at least ability forward. And that makes it a lot easier for them to just ignore that. You die from the first round of Baronic. He doesn't have the second round yet. You kill him then.
Ooh, good wall. Forces inbound out and around. But no real damage on follow-up. Wouldn't you just love to see, and this is totally ambiguous, the item could have been built on either of these mid laners. I just want to see alternate timeline play a big role in one of these fights, right? Where Hurrywind dies immediately and then comes back to life and just shreds the rest of the team fight down. Again, could have been Baronic. Who had purchased it there. I just want to see the item have a big impact in one of these fights because I just think it's such a neat mechanic. Paul has built it a couple of times and didn't really hide it. I think he tweeted that day that he's
straight up said, hey, guess what I'm building?
And he did build it. So now another chance for the item to maybe find some value here. The Fire Giant has since worn off. Great repel by the Jade Dragons, just needing that one pick. And Gore, you set that stage where we were wondering how Sanford Soccer would make use of the ultimate in the early game, going on to the mid, maybe to the late game. Now we're reaching those late game stages. The Jade Dragons are not finishing off that kill onto SOT unless Sanford Soccer has that ultimate. So it's moments like that that have repelled the FG and brought this game back closer to even.
I'd say at this point, though, he's just lucky that he got out of there, right? I mean, that's a very dangerous engagement to go in. Even with the Bloodforged shield, like, it's enough that you feel safe-ish, but he's died 3 times so far. It's been pretty easy kills each time. So he does have to be very, very cautious, I think, whenever he engages like that. Plus, I mean, opportunities like that, they're going to be great. If you get burned down inbound, if you burn down SOT, absolutely execute them. That is what this ult is there for. But don't be afraid. Stun out Baronic whenever a through space and time comes through and make sure that he can't get through that portal. Find the kill there. Look onto Zatman. The problem is the same issue. When you go in, can you survive long enough to get it done?
Well, if Layers is left alone with any of the carries of the Jade Dragons, they, I think, can kiss their life goodbye. 6-0-4 for Layers. Still 100% kill participation here in Game 3. The, quote, console jungler absolutely showing up against some of the best in the league, and the Solar Scarabs putting their name in that column. They believe they belong in that conversation, but the Jade Dragons will hear none of it. Pandacat has opened up this fight with an opening kill, and SOT answers back onto the Jade Dragons carry. There's a stun from Sanford Soccer onto Baronic, and the Aegis gets used, but Sanford Soccer has the big burst damage. Hurrywind, alternate timeline. Oh, no, this one doesn't help him out. He just gets killed twice, but SOT melted through. Double kill for Sanford Soccer. Thanatos, hello, 30 minutes in.
That's one more. Okay, 2 more, maybe 3 more. There it is. Finally, someone's going to be able to get the hit. Zatman hightails it out of there. Manages to stay alive, but Fire Giant, look, this would be great. But it feels almost, well, I guess if you take 30-plus seconds to get down, it's not going to be that bad for you. But, Dave, the 2 best members for you to have a Fire Giant on are dead right now. You're going to have to hold it as low as you can and safely. With Zatman out of the equation, look, it's 10 seconds before inbound's even back. I don't think they're too stressed about it, but the Dragons are definitely going to have to kite this one and dance it the right way to make sure they don't get wiped.
Pandacat, 4 seconds away. This is enhanced 45 seconds ago.
All right, now
enhanced.
Wait the 10 seconds for Hurry. Come on.
Yeah, do you wait 10 seconds for Hurry? I
Yes.
suppose you do. They're going to get it very close. Right, you waited this long at least.
Might as well
and
continue.
So 5 seconds away, Hurrywind will be back, and he'll grab himself the enhanced Fire Giant. And the last bit of damage comes through, and the Jade Dragons, in 31 minutes, win a big fight, and they grab themselves EFG.
Double bonus. Everybody gets it. 2 carries. The guys that shred the towers already enough feel better, and it's an EFG. So 3 tier 2s. seems pretty easy at 31 minutes into the game. I think the Phoenixes are where they have to start looking.
Go,
Zap
Zap,
might
go.
Primal Fury.
Go, Zap, go.
Very carefully and cautiously able to get that one. Trades it out with inbound. But ultimately, this Thanatos pops off. I mean, he was 0-3 not too long ago, now 3-3. And at the pace of this game, that's a very important part. 7-1-5 still for Layers, but it seems like they're trying to find a way, or have found a way, at least for the last fight, to control them a little more. Now it's going to come down to defenses. I actually like the Scarabs' chances of defending a Tier 2 in the sense that I think they could withstand it. They might lose more than they want, though. I am big proponent, especially with EFG, to maybe give up one of those and see if you can bait them into a bad Phoenix fight, try to burn them down there, but that's going to be more on the pace of where the Dragons want to go. The problem is with Hurrowwind and Pandacat, on the picks they are on with an EFG and just a tank, it doesn't matter if you have minions or not, a tank in front of you, towers aren't going to last that long. I want you to watch this health bar. If either of them or both of them get under there, that's where things are really going to fall apart. That's why I think you don't want to try and defend it.
Ouch. As the tower crumbles.
Did you blink?
I did
It's
blink
gone.
for a moment there. That was on me, right? There was something in my eye, I blinked, and suddenly the tower was missing and couldn't do my job
You can
properly.
put 2 and 2
Though I can
together,
assume exactly what happened there. And now it's the Jade Dragons, full 5 group over here on the left-hand side of the map. The Solar Scarabs are going to likely split out Layers, because remember, this 1v1 between Layers and Sanford Soccer is so important. It's one that through a large part of this game, it looked like Sanford Soccer would be able to win, or Layers, excuse me, would be able to win every single time. But if Sanford Soccer is able to pull Layers out to one direction, then hovering Death his way back into the fight, things could get interesting. Layers sensing where Sanford Soccer is, hovers over in the mid lane, damage reaching this left side Phoenix, just above half HP, and the Solar Scarabs have shown up to defend this left side.
How long can you keep it up? This is where I think their best bet's going to be, right? Inbound is in a good position. One pluck and pull someone back, especially if it's Pandacat, Hurry, Sam. That's going to be an easy kill for you. Honestly, even if it's fine, okay, I think you have a decent shot at being able to at least find some lockdown, but it's not going to be enough there. Now they're precariously perched is the way I would describe this. You've got a good chance of defense on this Phoenix, but they've got a minute and a half to try and siege it down.
What a turn this game has taken. Jade Dragons down in gold, down in kills, up in map pressure, into the backline. Fine, okay, has found Zapman. Down goes Zap after the Aegis wears out. Pandacat gets SOT as well. The Jade Dragons will hear nothing of this upset. The Solar Scarabs, they win game 2. They push us to a game 3, but in all likelihood, the Jade Dragons will take this set here in just a moment. Barana cannot participate any longer, and the Jade Dragons make their way into the Titan room and right back into the win column.
Such a good start for them, too. Just a couple of fights that end up going not their way, and ultimately at the end of it, it's that execute, maybe the starting threshold, that defense where specifically Sam's able to get rid of SOT, that opens the doors. Just slightly. It's a smidge open. But we've all seen Mike. He probably just barreled down the rest, knocked it down for the team. I mean, everything from that point forward felt very clean. And then that fight around the Fire Giant there, the EFG, that's where it started to crumble. I think once they lost that, it really fell apart. The Scarabs didn't know how to collapse.
You know what I think it was? I think Sanford Soccer wanted to get to his 1,000th death, and then the game turns around.
Okay, let's
go. I got it. Let's turn things around and grab ourselves the win. That puts Jade Dragons in a fantastic spot here in Group B. We'll do the math, I'm sure, behind the scenes and talk about the odds that they don't make it in the top 3. That is not our job. So our Scarabs still a hill to climb to get themselves into the top 3 and thus into the Phase 1 playoffs. That's it, though, for Gormizer and I here today. We will take a break, and the desk will break this one down.
Welcome back to the SPL, powered by Alienware. If you want to get your hands kind of like this, if you want to just like grab an Alienware product, put it right in front of you, and then you own it, because that's how it works, you go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW, and then no one from production can tell you you can't take a laptop home. If you go to the website and use the code, that's how it works. I'm positive about it. Definitely can work that way. So.
There's definitely a sticker here.
Yeah, Taco, I understand there's a sticker here that says Hi-Rez Productions.
Very, very real sticker
right,
here.
but did you not listen to the read that I just did where I said if I go and use the code, then I'm going to be fine because I use code SMITEAW, I should be A-OK. And the Jade Dragon should be feeling A-OK after that Game 3 victory, and it did not look good for a while there, Taco. What happened in the mid-game that allowed them to turn it around?
All of that just seemed like a rather uncomfortable final game for both of these teams. And I think for me, it was really just the Sam for Soccer debut. The classic strategy of Thanatos, not so great early game, awesome late game.
Right.
Just that's how the god works.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Really well.
In your games, you should expect your Thanatoses to do poorly early and fantastic late. We're being a bit facetious, of course, because Sam definitely had some struggles early on. This man did not, however. Nice little juke on the Zapman's pillar there from Panda Cat to land that kill. That's a sweet solo kill for the Jade Dragons ADC, and that was the only lane that was doing anything positive for the Dragons early on. Heroin was falling behind. Mike was falling behind. I can't even really say the lane, I guess. It was really just Panda that felt like the lone hope as Sam got off to a very poor start, but this was the fight that turned it around.
For sure. Sam just finally finding a chance to really collapse on that back line, and that is one of the benefits that Thanatos has, is that potential to really chase down through the Giannis when he's trying to create a little bit of distance throughout the team fight, just to make sure that not everybody gets caught in the same place. But if a Thanatos is able to collapse on your back line, it's not a good time for anybody. But I have to say, I am impressed by the fact that Panda Cat is not only a pro Smite player, but he's also a professional NASCAR driver.
Yeah, that's true. He actually made a quick little right turn right around that pillar, though NASCAR drivers usually don't do that. I think they mostly turn left. This is the post-game stats. Of course, Panda Cat up near the top, but Fino-K at 25,000 player damage certainly made a big difference in comparison to what he did on the Cucullin in game number 2. Poor layers. I mean, he was, 7-1 in that game in a losing effort. All of this to say that the Scarabs now pretty much dead in this group, and it's almost a shame because they played some good Smite today.
I definitely think that this is a team where you can see the noticeable ramp-ups throughout even this first split portion, and while it's probably a little bit of a more heartbreaking result than what the Scarabs were hoping for, I think on the bright side, that silver lining will always maintain the fact that you can see the improvement, and I think that that's important for them to keep a hold of moving forward.
Well, the gatekeeper here for the Solar Scarabs was, of course, the Jade Dragons, and that included Polar Bear Mike, their support, who's joining us for the post-game interview right now. Mike, you had to do it to him. They had to get jammed. It really was out of your hands at that point. But talk to me about what sort of rousing mid-game speech you gave to Sam in game number 3, because I'm assuming that that's what happened.
Sam said, "I'm doing nothing," and I said, "Yeah, I'm just dying." And then we both said, "Okay, Sam's going to play really far back, and I'm going to wait for us to be 5-man grouped." And from there, we just kind of adapted up, and we were feeling good from there, you know?
Well, that seems pretty easy enough. That certainly did do the turnaround. Talk to me about the game 2 end, because something tells me that did not go quite according to plan.
So you seen what had happened was we talked about if we wanted to go. I called end initially, and Sam wanted to defend mid, and I wanted him to just run to the Titan. Then we saw Herc, I think, as he was pathing through mid. So I think he tried to stop that guy's back. Couldn't. We had a 4v2, and then we wanted to ignore them. I think we wasted a few abilities on the Herc. I think it would have been sketchy. It died with 2k HP, I think. Max didn't really get to hit it. He didn't. I don't know if he could have CC immuned with his ult and then gotten in there or something, but it was maybe just a little bit too ambitious, and maybe we should have just done fire. I'm sure it was enhanced at that point. It would have been free. But sometimes you go for it and you get got, and that's just how it goes.
Sometimes that's how it goes. I mean, this is another close set between the Scarabs. You guys are able to pull this one out. Is this just what's the deal with this matchup between you guys? I mean, certainly the standings tell one story, but each set has been pretty close between you two.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, Ryan. Honestly, what it comes down to is, you're welcome. What it comes down to is just no team is a free win, you know? I think they had a really good adjustment after game 1, and they clearly tried to fight us a little bit more early. I don't think we had the best responses in our drafts, and we've already kind of talked about that a little bit, like things we might want to change and just how we played. And I think on top of that, they just did a good job of like finding opportunities. Max died in lane the first game. I got picked a bunch the second game. I think Layers through both games found some good like kills on Sam that, you know, I probably could have done a better job playing with him on. And yeah, they just played well. We made mistakes, a classic story, you know.
Well, Mike, with that win, you guys clinch a playoff spot. What are some things your team needs to work on in particular before you're ready to take home another trophy?
I think we need some better support play. Would be the main thing.
Agreed.
I had a really, really bad game 2 and game 3, honestly. So that's a little rough. Like game 2, I think there were so many fights I missed. Like I would hit one stun, we would kill somebody, and then I would miss the second one, and it would have been a double kill. And instead, it just kind of whiffed out of the window. And yeah, I just don't think I had my best day, and I think we've been making some drafting errors that we're cleaning up. But you know, maybe someday.
Maybe someday. Great answer, Mike. I just wanted to let you know that. Thanks for the time, man. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you next time.
What was this? Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. That's Polar Bear Mike, the support for the Jade Dragons. Taco, I mean, you heard it there. Certainly not their best day at the office, but I think that we should be giving credit to the Solar Scarabs in forcing a lot of those mistakes.
You kind of got me there with that one, but
thank you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. That was
the underhand point
yes.
is incredibly threatening, and,
yeah.
I love it a lot. To be honest.
Very direct, that's
yes.
for sure. But I think I would mostly agree with what Mike said, and that's probably one of the best aspects of this Jade Dragons team is that they are willing to just kind of talk through those things and just try to work together. Everyone's willing to take their portion of the blame, and I feel like if you want to adapt in a competitive environment, you have to be able to accept responsibility, even if it's not necessarily entirely on you. Like, I know Mike probably being a little bit harder on himself than he should be, but one thing that was pretty cool to see throughout that set was even the points where I felt like PBM was kind of falling off for that front line, FineOK was right there to pick up the ball for him.
It really was, that front line working together for the Jade Dragons, and that results in the 2-1 victory. That puts the Jade Dragons at 2-0 in their group and thus secures their spot at the Phase 1 playoffs. The Oni Warriors and Camelot Kings will be facing off tomorrow, I believe, and we'll be finding that out shortly in order to determine who can get a leg up in Group B. Indeed, they will be playing. They are a second game tomorrow with the Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries kicking it off for tomorrow. Pretty big day in these groups, as being 2-0 guarantees you, being 0-2 does kind of the opposite for Phase 1 playoffs.
Well, it does technically guarantee you that you're not going to have a spot at playoffs.
True.
So, yeah, definitely a big day, though, for both Bolts and Valkyries. I don't see Bolts looking to take Valkyries even the littlest bit easy, because I know they're going to want to be on point. They're going to want to make sure that they're coming through clean and concise. They don't want to leave any wiggle room for bamboozling, essentially.
Remember, Scarabs fans, it's not all dead quite yet. They just have to hope that the Warriors beat the Kings, and then the Scarabs can beat the Kings in the head-to-head. So not quite done for the Scarabs and any other team sitting at that 0-2 mark. But thanks for watching, everyone. It was good to be back in studio, albeit a little bit odd. We'll be back tomorrow with more SPL action. But for now, you can beat you.